Hello, wonderful people of the internet. Welcome back to another episode of Simuleos. So today, let me go ahead and turn down the music on my end. There we go, perfect. We're going to be continuing the convolution visualizations that we were working on yesterday, and we've got a bunch of other stuff that we're going to be working on. Drigo Angelo. I'm actually not sure how to pronounce the name, but thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay. So what do we have here? Hey, how are you? So right now I'm streaming a bit earlier than I normally am. It is obviously noon my time. Well, not obviously, but it is noon my time. I'm planning to do some longer streams, but I'm not sure how long I want the longer streams to be. So today's stream, I'm just going to see what makes sense. So we're starting at noon, and I will go up till 6 o'clock p.m. doing convolutions, visualizations, and stuff like that. And then from 6 to 8, I want to start doing a writing stream where we do some creative writing and stuff like that on stream. Again, guys, I've been mentioning this a few times on the past few streams, but if there is like non-tech content that you want me to do, I mean, I've considered chess, maybe shogi, go, this type of stuff, maybe also, you know, obviously creative writing, all this kind of stuff. Just let me know, and I am interested in trying them out on stream, seeing how they go, stuff like that. Again, the one that most people have recommended is chess. I've given it a lot of thought. I don't mind doing chess. The only issue with that is that I suck at chess. I don't play it. It's just everyone's recommending me do play it. Everyone is recommending me to play it. There we go. Let me open up Zernal PP and let's sketch out where we are, where we're going to go. The whole project, you know, the kitten caboodle, whatever it's called. And then we can just go ahead and just start hacking away. And that's kind of the plan for today. Let me get some water. I drink way too much water. I don't know what the deal is, but I just do too much water. And we'll go ahead and jump into it. So, like I was saying, today's stream is going to be a lot longer than the streams that I normally do. I've been doing like maybe 4-hour streams recently, stuff like that. But by and large, the majority of the streams that I do are 2 hours. So today is planned to be a 6-hour stream, and we're just going to see how it goes and go from there. Hydra homies. Yeah, that's kind of, I'm definitely one of those guys. Okay, so just a bit of bookkeeping before getting started. As always, keeping. Right. Again, so today we will be we'll be focusing on from let's do non-tech. Oh gosh, why I can't? I just can't. Today I can't. Let's try this again. Tech content. All right. So one thing. Oh no. See, I can't. These aren't even typos. These are just me being bad. All right. So one, I'm going to be doing Writing Wednesdays, so that will be today from 6 to 8 o'clock p.m. Oh, gosh. Eastern. And we'll just do some creative writing. In particular, today, I want to do some bad math fan fiction. That's kind of what I want to do. Now, other kind of non-tech content, I think it's all going to fit into the 6 to 8 p.m. slot. You vote shogi or go, there's enough chess content as is. I do very much enjoy shogi, and I don't have very many people to play with. So, you know, shogi, go, chess, these are all kind of in the same, you know, kind of board games that are enjoyable to play and watch. Other things that I've been considering, and hear me out, I realize this is still kind of tech content, but give me just a second here. Game development, and I'm going to also do /art, okay? Now, to me, game development and art are kind of the same gist. Like, I realize they are completely different. And, like, obviously you'd want to watch a game development stream for a different reason than you want to watch an art stream. But at the same time, for me, what I mean by this kind of bullet point is I'm considering moving more into, like, a creative expression type of thing that isn't so much, here's a convolution. It's more like, here's a cool story we can tell with convolutions. Or here's a cool game that we can make that is related to, I don't know, a cool story I've been thinking of or something. Martine, giving you a break on the AI swim coach. Oh no, I'm going to be coming back to the AI swim coach. Don't get me wrong. It's just I'm going to be hopping in and out with a whole bunch of different topics throughout the next few weeks. So this is one of those that are on the list. One of those that is on the list. I actually don't know what the appropriate... I can't speak. I'm sorry about that. Okay, the last thing I've actually considered, and I realize, just hear me out on this one, is actual gaming. Okay, now when we're talking about gaming, there's so many gamers on the site, and you know me, I'm not a huge fan of gaming. But there is one game I do play a lot. It's called Guild Wars. I have a lot of, like, you know, challenge runs that I have considered doing with Guild Wars, including, like, a no spells run, a build that only steals skills from the opponents, a kind of Nuzlocke-like run, all of this kind of stuff. And so in principle, we could do some challenge runs, but if we're going to do gaming, almost certainly this is going to be Guild Wars challenge runs. I'm sorry, I just want to put that out there as something that I've been thinking of. Challenge is something like that. It will not be Guild Wars 2. I'm not a big fan of Guild Wars 2, but Guild Wars 1, big fan of that game. Do you know about the English Shogi streamers master list? I do not, but I do know that apparently there is a Shogi master that plays on Twitch. Were you the one that told me about that? I don't remember who, but someone mentioned that. Anyway, so this would be kind of the list of all of the non-technical content I've been currently considering. Let's see what we got here. And stuff like that. Hey, Clean Star, how are you? Let's go over here. Let's open up a new... Ooh, hello there. Let's move you up. Okay. And let's just do that. Paste there. Let's see what we got. Hello guys, if you're looking for some live Shogi content, please check out the Shogi Twitch streamers. I hope to be updating this list whenever I come across a new Shogi streamer. Please also let me know in the comments if you have anyone to share. Interesting. Yeah, okay. I didn't know about this, but I'm happy that people do this. Yeah, I was Carolina Streams. The other streamers also like to organize on her Discord, Shogi Harbor. Ah, okay. I will... Okay, yeah, let's just grab the link. Actually, that's probably a good idea. Because I'm interested. So let's see what we have. Shogi is one of those games that I kind of like, but also, like, I realize I'm very... continue to Discord. I think I can close that before Discord appears, but I think if I go over here... Perfect. Alright, I'm not going to show that. 1 second. I don't want to show someone else's Discord. I'm happy showing my Discord, but not anyone else's, you know? All right, putting that on the list. And perfect. Okay, thanks for that, by the way. I've joined the Discord. We'll see what the discussion brings. It's like a toothbrush. What's like a toothbrush? Am I... I'm a bit lost. Anyway, if you guys have any other types of non-streaming... of non-technical content that you might like to see on this channel, feel free to let me know. Almost certainly... you know, from the feedback that you guys have provided, most people are not interested in this one. That is what I've learned. And that's okay, because honestly, I'm also kind of not into it. Like I've said before, I get kind of addicted to games. I don't necessarily like playing them. I just get really addicted to them. Guild Wars is one of those games that I do actually genuinely enjoy. But I also am miserably addicted to it, right? Like, again, like I said yesterday, I have like 2,600 hours or something like that into this game. And in Guild Wars 2, I have 600 hours, and yet still people call me a noob, and it just kind of pisses me off. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Okay. Other things that, you know, again, I've been considering, we could do one of these. I could try it out, see what people do, see if that's interesting for people. Oh, another thing I've been considering is kind of like intro to Guild Wars or something like that, just like explaining how the game works, why it works this way, this type of stuff. For people who don't know, I could just like kind of explain what these concepts are and stuff like that. But again, probably not going to do that. This is greenlit. I'm going to be trying to do more writing content. The other bit, I'm not really sure. Or you do whatever you want, it will still follow you. Well, sure, yeah. It's just, the question is, what do you guys actually want to see? Would anyone actually be enjoy a Guild Wars challenge run? The answer is probably in this community, not too many. Would people like Shogi Go or chess? I'd argue in this community, that one is more likely to catch on, you know? Game development, pretty sure that's going to catch on. Art, 50-50. I'm not sure if that will go over very well. Writing Wednesday, again, probably not going to go over very well, but I want to do it, this type of thing. Okay. So there's a lot of bookkeeping. I'm sorry about just kind of rambling for the last 20, 50, however many minutes I've been rambling. But let's go ahead and talk about what we need to do in today's stream, what we're going to do in the next subsequent streams, like what we're shooting towards, right? Are you thinking of playing contemporary games, Cyberpunk or NMS? Nope, I don't like those games. The only video games I enjoy, and just let me just clarify this. I meant is learning explaining math tech content. That's kind of what I consider to be tech content, but also, yeah, when I say tech, I mean technical. I don't mean like technology, you know? I play Pokemon Go every game. So let me just say, gaming. All right, I would tell you my list of top 5 favorite games, because I don't think I know 10 games. Oh, actually, no, this will be easy. So my number 1 favorite game, does anyone know? I think I've said it before on stream, is Wii Fit. Number 1 favorite game. Number 2 favorite game is going to be Ring Fit. Number 3 favorite game is Guild Wars. Number 4 favorite game is going to be what is number 4 favorite game going to be? Holy cow. I can't even think about a number 4 favorite game. Like, this is going to be like way down the list. Digimon World? Maybe? Yeah, probably Digimon World. 5? I don't know. I really don't know. I can't think of any other games. Hearthstone? I didn't actually enjoy Hearthstone. That's why I only did one stream of it. I thought I would, but I just didn't. I didn't like it. You're a special snowflake, though. Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess 5 is Guild Wars 2. But honestly, there's a big gap between Digimon World and Guild Wars 2. I just can't think of any other games I've played that oh, Smash Brothers. Ah, okay. Probably would put Smash Brothers here. That's probably all the games I've played. Like, I don't play too many games. So when you're talking about, like, new games, Minecraft, I've never played Minecraft. I'm not interested in playing Minecraft. Sorry, it takes me a lot to get into a game. The reason I play Wii Fit is because my family played Wii Fit. It's super fun. Reason I play Ring Fit is because, again, I liked Wii Fit enough that I bought the game. Reason I played Guild Wars, because one of my friends was playing Guild Wars and I wanted to, like, get to know my friend a bit more, so I played Guild Wars. Reason I played Smash Brothers is the same reason. Digimon World was just a game that one of my friends was playing. Guild Wars 2 I bought because I liked Guild Wars so much. So literally, all of the games that I've played, the only reason I've played them is because someone introduced me to it, and I was like, I want to play with this person because I want to be friends with this person, therefore, I will play the game with this person. You know? Does that make sense? Like, gaming to me is inherently social, and so, like, if I'm just playing a game because people think it's cool, I'm not really into it. As far as making my own game, I spent a long time last night thinking about, like, a game that I could make. Oh, I don't know why I'm talking about this. We should just hop into convolutions. But anyway, this was the idea. So here's like a board, right? Like just a little board on the side. So I'm just going to draw, like, you know, squares or whatever. And the idea is I wanted to build a team-based card game. Okay, like Magic or Hearthstone or something like that. Except that your goal is to, like, take down monsters or fight enemy teams. So for example, you are going to be maybe a character here, and a character here. Your friend will be a character here, here, and here. And there could be like a big bad boss guy maybe over here or something like that. And the idea is, you know, you create a deck, and the deck has like a warrior, a necromancer, whatever, you know, all the different classic tropes in it. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, but the idea was that you have some sort of energy bar up here that has, I don't know, we'll say maybe 10 energy points or something like that. And every turn you gain back 1 energy point, and essentially you have, you know, a set of cards in here, you know, maybe 5 or so, and you spend an energy point to use a card, right? Or a certain set of energy points. And you basically can use as many cards as you can until you're out of energy or you're out of cards in every turn. So every turn you move, you play, and that's basically all there is to that. The really interesting part here comes in the class discussion and stuff like that. So, like, for example, if this is a warrior, right? The warrior has a certain set of cards, but the certain set of cards that the warrior has doesn't really matter too much, because even if you're a warrior, that's just your primary attribute. You can actually use any other card in the game. It's just you get special bonuses from using warrior skills, right? And so if you're for example an elementalist, again, you can still use warrior mentalist. You can still use warrior skills. It's just that you get special bonuses for using elementalist ones and stuff like that. And so again, the idea here is just I was trying to think of a way in which the game is inherently team-based, like you would expect in an MMO or CORPG or something like that, but you still get that deck building experience that you're used to with card games and stuff like that. So like every time you beat a boss, you can like maybe steal one of their cards to use as your own and then build that into your deck. I don't know, I had a lot of these ideas for turning it into somewhat of an adventure game, and then I realized it was 1 o'clock in the morning and I had to get to sleep. So I was spending a lot of time thinking about this. That makes a lot of sense. I think that's part of the pleasure of playing chess, Go Shogi Bridge, solving through technical problems. If you make a game that teaches calculus, advanced topics like convolutions, and post it on stream, I'd definitely buy it. That'd be interesting. Okay, anyway, I was just thinking about this a lot yesterday, and I don't know why. It was just a concept that I had in my head, and I was like, man, this would be a really cool game. But I'm not going to make it, because game development is really tedious, and, you know, you really have to, like, you have to make a game, you need more than just the concept of the game, right? Don't let your memes be dreams. Cards and swap out cards with your teammates would be an interesting mechanic. Right, that was one of the things I had. I had actually one profession that I thought about that was purely chaotic. Like, and by that I meant like their entire role was to like, switch out cards with other people, maybe like pull cards from their deck, all this kind of stuff. So like they were unbridled chaotic energy, and that was kind of their shtick. I thought of like different tropes that we could do. We could do like a sci-fi fantasy trope, like all the different types of magic. So you could have like a technomancer as one. You could have like a necromancer who gets magic from, dead things. You could have an elementalist. Basically any different form of magic. You could basically like, all of these things would be like a different style of gameplay, for example. I don't know. I was thinking about it. But the thing about game development is that, if you want to make a game, you've got to go beyond the whole like, hey, this is an interesting idea. You have to move beyond that and say, well, okay, how do I turn this idea into an actual game? And that's the stage where I get kind of really bored. Like, it's fun to come up with concepts. I love coming up with concepts. It's incredibly fun. But actual implementation is really boring. So if you're not 10 out of 10 just over the moon excited about your game that you're making, you're going to lose steam and you're not going to be able to continue doing it. So because the game development process itself is rather, I would say, tedious for me, I have decided against making any type of game anytime soon, with the exception of one that I started a while ago that was called Specterm. I'm very interested in bringing that one back. It's a terminal game where you are a specter or a guardian spirit trying to find the person that you're trying to guard. That's what I'm interested in doing, but I'm not really interested in other games right now. I figure if I'm going to do a game development stream, I'll do my terminal game development stream and just go with it, Okay. Anyway, now I'm actually going to delete this. We're not going to talk about game development or video games or anything like that anymore. Well, we might ramble a bit. Again, long stream, plenty of time for rambling. But today I want to continue talking about convolutions, and in particular tie it all together into this becoming a fractal concept. Oh, hello there. Let me try this again. Fractal. Okay, right, so I've mentioned this before, but I just want to kind of paint out what exactly we're doing, why we're doing it, why it's interesting, all this kind of stuff. So in the end, what I want to do is I want to take a method known as the fractal flame method, fractal flame, and I want to make it so we can turn any image, oh, hello there, image into a set of fractals. That's the goal. Okay, so how do we do that, right? So the first thing we need to do is introduce, the fractal flame method. The fractal flame method has a bunch of, sub-methods that you need to know. You need to know about iterated function systems. Check, we've already done that. We need to know about genetic algorithms. It's not checked, but we've done genetic algorithms before. It's not particularly complicated to make a chapter on it. We also need to know about convolutions. And also affine transformations. Okay, so of these, we already have iterative function systems ready to go. So what's the next logical step? Well, it's any of these three. And I just decided let's go ahead and tackle convolutions first. So that's what we're doing today. I'm talking about how convolutions work, why they work that way, making some cool figures and stuff so that we can describe it in the algorithm archive. And right now, we have the convolution chapter split up into three separate parts. We have 1D convolutions, 2D convolutions, and then the convolutional theorem, theorem. Now, the convolutional theorem is not particularly necessary to discuss how exactly the fractal flame method works, but it will be useful later when we talk about the Schoenhage-Strawson algorithm or something like that. Strawson. So for now, we just need to focus on 1D and 2D, and 1D is mostly done just with a bunch of figures that we need to generate, so we're going to focus on generating those figures today. And then 2D is we're going to say not done at all. We have a lot left to do with 2D. This is the most common form of convolutions that people talk about, and this has to do with images and stuff like that. Okay, so let's talk about the visualizations we did yesterday, because we did finish up some visualizations, and I think they turned out pretty good, but the problem was that okay, let's just CD project simuleos, convolutions, LS here, Mirage, MPV, out 10.mp4 loop 0. Okay, so here's a visualization that we have of a convolution. Let's talk about what's happening. So at every step in this visualization, we are taking a little triangle and we are moving it across the image. And we are multiplying the triangle with the square. The only point in which the triangle times the square produces any result is when the triangle is overlapping with the square, right? We then take the output, the multiplying output of the two functions, and we integrate that part of the system. And that means that, like, for example, at this point in time, the entire shaded region is going to be integrated. Now, at the same time, we see that the integral is increasing, and that integral will be the convolutional output, which is why we see the convolution going up and then dropping back down as the triangle goes in and then leaves the square. Now, just going to ask you guys, quick question. Is there anything about this visualization that you don't like? Just let me know if there's something that you don't like about the visualization, because there's a bunch of things I don't like about the visualization that I would like to fix. So let me get a quick sip of water, and we'll talk about how we need to do that. Okay, I'm seeing no one is the right curve. Why is it concave? The concaveness is okay. When you think about it, it kind of makes sense. So at this point, the highest part of the triangle is entering the square. Right. So this means we're expecting a very strong curvature at the start, because we're expecting a very high amount of area for the convolution. So basically, this is a lot of the triangle, right? So we start with a very high slope, because this is a very large amount of the triangle being entering first. I'm not doing a very good job of describing this, am I? Because the front end of the triangle is hitting the square first, the slope is high as it starts here in the convolution. Once we hit this part, then this part of the triangle is leaving, so most of the triangle is leaving at the start, so the slope is also very, very low on this end, and then it kind of tapers out at the bottom. So because it's related to the amount of the triangle that is essentially touching the square at any given point in time, most of the triangle touches the square at the start, so the convolution slope increases a bunch, and then most of the triangle leaves the square at the start, so it drops down quickly at the start, and then it kind of tapers up and tapers down, if that makes sense. It's a classical representation. I agree that it's a classical representation. I was mainly talking about this visualization. The left side of the slope will be steeper on both the rising and falling edge, since the front of the triangle is larger. Yeah, that was a much more concise way of putting it. I'm sorry. Like I said, I was up until 1 o'clock last night just making a video game. Sounds confusing having written it out like that. No, that was way more concise than what I said, so good job on that. Okay, so here are things that I don't like about this visualization. Let me just point them out. One, we have two labels, one on the left side and one on the right side. That's stupid. Also, if you look down here at the bottom, just watch this area from 50 to 75. It's kind of hard to see. Maybe you can't see it with the bitrate, but there is something really weird happening with this dashed line that I am not a big fan of. So I need to think about how to fix this. And the truth is, the Julia plotting ecosystem is not particularly good. So I'm thinking about maybe switching the way in which we're doing the plot from using Julia plotting to using GNU plotting in Julia. So that might be what we do, just as a quick attempt. If less than 0.01, I don't know what that's for. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, so that's something anyway, I'm thinking about just changing the plotting to being GNU plotting, because I am not the biggest fan of this plot, if I'm being honest. Now, on the other hand, I also don't like the font that much. I don't really care that much about the font, but you kind of want some sort of LaTeX-like font, or LaTeX-like font. And this isn't that either. Is the math integer f? Is the math int f of x and g of x minus t dx? Sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I should probably. Okay, that's another thing I should do. I should probably put parentheses in there to say it's f of x and g of x minus t. Yeah. But I should definitely put that into the label as well. Thanks for pointing that out. Shouldn't it say area under FG? Oh no, it should say area under FG. That it should say that. Definitely should say that. At least I'm pretty sure it should say that. Maybe I'm wrong. But area under FG is correct, but I should give, it should be f of x and g of x minus t or something like that. And then I should have function arguments in f and g is what I should have, I think. Okay, so let's go ahead and modify that because you are right. Actually, let's just have this play in the upper corner since that's what I've been doing recently anyway. And let's move this down a bit. There we go. Okay, so we're going to cd into project Simuleos convolutions. Over here, we're going to cd project Simuleos convolutions. It's saying it's not technically G. What do you mean it's not technically G? Sorry. It is still G, it's just been shifted. Maybe I'm missing something. Well, G minus X isn't G. Like as a function. Wait, why isn't it G? Sorry. It should still be G. But if we're dropping the argument, it should be okay. Yeah, so if we add in the argument, I think it's fine. I didn't have the function arguments in there, so that's something I need to change. vi_conv.jl. So we're gonna say G of x minus t. I guess x minus t should be fine. I just have to specify what x and t is. And then down here, we need to say f of x. G of x minus t should be fine. And then up here, we're going to change it so it's f of x. And let's just run that to see what it looks like. Julia, include main. And we're just going to take a look at it. And just to see if that makes everyone happy. Also, mm not defined. What do you mean mm? Oh, right. mm's not defined because I need to do using plot measures. Oh man, this is a script. This is a really annoying script, but that's okay. So let's just paste that in there. Write that, go over here. Try it one more time. Okay, see what happens. And then we'll go from there. So if we take a look at this, it should be okay. I think once it's done. And then we're gonna modify it so we use GNU plot instead of Julia plots. Quit here, Mirage out, okay. Out, something like this, probably, .png. Okay, there's a lot of parentheses on this one, but I think you're right. It is better if it's f of x and f of x minus t. I do need to specify what x is and what t is, but I can specify that in the text. Or I can just put x down on the bottom axis down there, because that's still x. It's just a question of what is t, and t is the time domain. So as you're moving forward in time, you know, the plot also moves forward in time. So let's add that, the x-axis down there, convolution. Where did I do it before? So we have signal and filter values. So let's also add x label. Oh my gosh, this plot. Okay. And we'll do x label, moving this down to the next line. X label is equal to, we'll just say x. It doesn't really matter because the units aren't particularly important. Main here. Give that a second. And then we're going to just kind of mess around and see if we can make the plot prettier. So we should be able to take a look at Mirage. Oop, hello, 1 second. There. Okay, I mean, fine. It's fine. Again, having the two labels there kind of sucks. I mean, one thing that I could do is I could like lift the plot up so that the labels are not over the plot. Yeah, I could do that. Let me see what happens if I do that, if that makes it any better. So the x label here will be 1.5, and the limits down here will be scale times 1.5 or something like that. Right, this, go over here, include main, and see what that does. But by the way, Delaney16 and also optional flag, thank you guys so much for following, really appreciate it. Okay, does that look better? I think that looks better. I mean, probably 1.5 was too much, but the fact that we can actually see the whole plot is kind of important to me. Okay, so let's try 1.3 or something like that, just drop it down a little bit, and then say that's about as far as we can get with Julia plots, and then we'll try to maybe use a different plotter. Okay, we're gonna do include main, and then just check it out one more time. Mirage. Okay, that's about as low as we can probably drop it. And yeah, so that's the new visualization. Let's go ahead and turn that into a video and play it in the upper left-hand corner so we have it to look at. And so we go here, right quit, get status, history. What am I doing? History, grep, ffmpeg, should be fine. This is what I want. I'm going to change it to out11.mp4. And this should do it. So now if I go up here, and we change this to out11.mp4. There we go. So we have there. Let's see, what do we have? Is this going back over one of your videos? It's a really nice animation. This actually is not going, I don't think we're going to put this into a video. For some reason, wait, what just happened? Skugot, I don't know why, but one of your messages was not allowed, so I'm pasting that now. I'm sorry about that. So you said, yeah, I meant technically if we define g of r to r and f of r to r, then fg and f of x g of t aren't like the same thing, right? I know it's kind of pedantic. Yeah, I wasn't sure why that happened either. I'm sorry, I don't know what, probably because f of g is probably like, maybe people think you're calling someone a derogatory term for a homosexual person. That could be it. Is this going back over one of your videos? It's really nice animation. Okay, yeah, so as far as the videos are concerned, this probably is not going to turn into a video. I could make a video on convolutions, but honestly, if you want a video on convolutions, let me just do convolutions. Julia programming language. I mean, Grant. Oh, freaking why? I just can't. Grant did a video on convolutions here for the computational thinking course. I reckon this is probably what you want if you're looking for a video on convolutions on YouTube. The purpose of this animation and the visualization here is to actually make a quick animation for the algorithm archive. We will probably also work it into a video, but it won't be the main part of that video. I did try to do a convolution video a while ago, but people just didn't like it because, again, my videos tend to have like a 5-minute cutoff. Like I tend to want my videos to be around 5 minutes. Some are shorter, some are longer. But in general, I want the average to be 5 minutes. Because I feel if you're looking up a particular topic, like what is an affine transformation, or what is a Fourier transform, or what is this, and this. In general, watching a 20-minute video, at least for me, is not particularly helpful. A 20-minute video on Fourier transforms doesn't help me because I simply can't watch a 20-minute video. It just doesn't work for me. I don't know why, but it's just not helpful. But a 5-minute video with some intuitive animations and just a cohesive story that allows people to just tackle it and maybe read up on it later, that's kind of what I was looking for. There's some slight tearing of the green area as the triangle enters and exits the rectangle. That is true, and I'm not really sure how to fix that. I think one way to fix it would be to increase X. Yeah, one way to do this is to increase X. So my point with the 5-minute videos is, I tend to like watching 5-minute videos to learn things, but also a lot of people, how do I put this? A lot of people on YouTube didn't like it because I had to, obviously a 5-minute video, you can only do so much. So you tend to not cover some of the details, right? And my solution to that was to put all of the gory details into the algorithm archive and just cover the high-level overview in my actual video. But a lot of people on YouTube tend to not go to other platforms. So if they see a 5-minute video and they're like, man, you missed a lot of information here, they get somewhat angry, like actually incredibly angry. And that particular video just had a lot of just really mean and nasty comments. And I was like, screw it. I don't have the mental energy to deal with this. I'm just taking it down for now. I mean, some of it was warranted in that I did a non-cyclic convolution with a sine wave, and people were pissed off at the answer because whatever. Anyway, there were reasons why I should have taken it down anyway. And so that's also the reason why I took down the Fourier transform video and the FFT video recently, because those videos also they weren't wrong, but they were kind of misleading. And I would prefer not to have that type of content, like misleading content on my stream or on my channel. Okay, so the question is now about that green tearing. Let me see what we can do here. Let me pause this video right about here. Okay, so there you can see the tearing. I really like this visualization better than the wiki one. Now just to fix the labels. Yeah, so fixing the labels is going to be a pain. But actually, we've got a bunch of visualizations like that. Angry comments on YouTube, never saw this. Okay, so the truth is, like, you know, I do science content, tech content. I do math content on YouTube, essentially. Algorithms, stuff like that. You would expect, I mean, I would have expected that there are not going to be a huge number of people who are angry at math on YouTube. That's what I thought. Going into the YouTube game, I was like, who's going to be angry at some guy trying to teach you math? No one's going to be angry at some guy trying to teach you math. Boy, was I wrong. People get pissed off at everything. So, like, you know, let me just go to my YouTube channel right now. youtube.com/user LeosOS. Let's go to videos. Let me go to most popular. Come on. I don't know why it only shows 2 rows here. But anyway, my most popular video is Understanding the Tesseract 4D. Understanding 4D, the Tesseract, whatever. It's got, 3.5 million views, which is pretty dang good. But the comment section, oh boy, the comment section is amazing. I have had so many good comments from this guy. Like, there's no way for us to understand 4 dimensions. It's like, okay. And then a lot of people are pissed off because they're like, it says understanding 4D, but I didn't understand any of this. And I'm like, yeah, look, I understand. I taught this from the perspective of people watching this with a relatively, like, with an undergraduate, maybe middle undergraduate math background was what I was expecting. So I was like, let's talk about matrix multiplication, explain, how the 4th dimension makes sense to me, which again is just matrix multiplication, blah, 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 and how projections work. And I was like, this is actually quite good. But I think because it has the Tesseract in it, people watch the video because of Loki from the, what's it called? It's the Civil War franchise with the superheroes in it. I'm sorry, what is it called? Marvel, the Avengers. There we go. So they have watched the Avengers, and then they say Loki has the Tesseract. I'm like, come on, man. Like, who cares about that? Anyway, the point is, I've get a lot of comments on this that are like, the 4th dimension is God, or saying things like, how dare you think that we could ever understand this particular topic? It is beyond our mortal understanding. And I'm like, man, you're kind of mean, aren't you? For me, the video was perfect even before my undergraduate. Yeah, I mean, inane comments will occur on a video with 3.2 million views. It's just funny. No video is ever good for everyone. As long as the target audience is reached, you're good. And that's kind of how I feel it. I feel like the target audience, I would argue 80% of the people that watch that video are not in the target audience, but a good 20% of people are. And I think that those 20% of people who are in the target audience probably enjoyed it to some extent. I think it's a decent video, so I'm happy enough with that. Nothing is sacred on YouTube, not even math. Yeah, so I was talking to Grant yesterday. I think it was yesterday. About the type of content that I need to put on my channel this upcoming year, and like where I'm trying to bring it and all this kind of stuff. And I've got a lot of videos that I'm hoping that what we can do is we can really distill the essence of particular questions into quick videos. And then we can still put all the technical details into the algorithm archive. I think that's still a really good plan. So I'm still going to go for it, but I'm going to try to make some, more like higher quality visuals and stuff like that. Have you looked up Poe's Law? It gave me a bit of a healthy relationship with comments and internet people in general. At this point, yeah, maybe I'm actually a bit toxic on the internet. I don't mean to be, but I say that, and I know, genuinely speaking, I'm not toxic, but I always introspect. If I do something online, I always take a step back and say, hey, was this actually the correct course of action? Good questions to ask are, if I were in person, would I have done this? Or little things like this and that. And so whenever I'm talking to people online, I do genuinely try to make sure that, I would say this to a real person and stuff like that. As far as internet comments and stuff are concerned, I feel like most people don't do the same thing. So a lot of times I'll say, this is my opinion, and here's why I believe this opinion. And then they get pissed off at me because they're like, oh, that opinion is different than mine. And sometimes I've even been blocked because I've said something. Like, that I didn't realize was controversial at the time. Like, for example, I say, I think Guild Wars 2 is a grindy game. Here's why Guild Wars 2 is a grindy game. And then people like get super pissed off enough that like they actually go to all of my Reddit posts and they start downvoting things that are completely unrelated to Guild Wars 2. I'm like, why? Why are you this mean? Like, why are you this mad at someone who just said, I think the game is grindy, here's how we can fix it. That's all I said. Anyway, whatever. It's just like people get kind of, you have to just let it roll off your back. It doesn't matter. I can relate to this experience. Today morning, I opened my course evaluation. Some few people usually get angry at math instructors. They did not even provide the reason why they're mad. He's not a good professor. Okay, why? See, that's exactly my point as well. How do I put that? In my opinion, I've spent thousands of hours learning, thousands of hours. Okay, maybe not thousands of hours teaching, but definitely hundreds of hours teaching. I would argue that I'm not the best instructor, but if someone were to come to me and they were to say, hey, I didn't understand this lecture, I would do everything in my power to make sure that that person understood. You're right, Amaris, to make sure that person understood the topic I was trying to teach. Oh man, it's always embarrassing when I have to put this screen up. Like every once in a while people will be like, oh, it's a simulrant. I was like, crap, I've gone into Rambleos mode again. I'm so sorry about that. Anyway, my point is when it comes to teaching, I do generally feel that I would be happy to hear criticism. And more than that, I would use it next semester to make myself better, you know? And that's just how it goes. Do you envision the videos as a teaser trailer for the algorithm archive? That's a really nice perspective. That's actually what I do envision most of my videos as from now, as this point, yeah. There should be a math captcha before you are allowed to post comments on math videos. Solve this quadratic equation. Interesting idea. Did you announce a new job yet? I did not announce a new job yet. What's the YouTube? The YouTube, yeah. Is Botuleos not gonna... Can I just... Does Botuleos listen to me? Is Botuleos dead? What happened? Okay, one second. Let me just get to the link here then. That's fine. But, okay. Well, here's the link. Donate. Comen. But that's not what I want. Let's go. Yank. Yank. And now we're going to go over here and paste that guy there. Bam. That's the YouTube channel. Check. Oh, why am I so dumb? I'm just dumb. Let me just move back over here. Okay. Hey, guys. Back to the normal screen now. Okay. What do we have here? Sarah, dance painter. Hey, new here. You were on my front page. Oh, cool. Well, hey, how are you? I hope you're having a wonderful time. I'm alive and doing science. Cool, cool. A math teacher. Not really a math teacher, more of like a math wannabe teacher in some sense. Today we're kind of talking about convolutions and stuff like that. 74 subs? Holy crap. Wait, who has 74 subs? 74,000. Oh, my YouTube channel. Yeah, my YouTube channel has 74,000 subscribers now. That's what it is. I've been developing a math game for like 7 years. Oh, that's super cool. What kind of math game? Just broke 700 today. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about YouTube. Yeah. So, it takes a long time to grow on YouTube. That's just how it is. This year I'm going to finish it. Super cool. What's the math game on? Like arithmetic? Oh, cool. That sounds actually really exciting in a way for kids. By the way, M.H. Zenarim, thank you so much. Zenariman, I'm sorry, I'm screwing up your name. Let me know how you actually want me to pronounce that. But hey, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Hey, Kark, how are you? I hope you're having a wonderful time. What? Where are we? Wait, also, Kark, aren't you like... Okay, wait. I thought your schedule was such that you were up at, like, weird hours. I'm puzzled you streaming. Yeah, so this is what I meant yesterday. I'm going to be trying to do, like, longer streams and stuff like that. Just because for the next few weeks, I don't really have anything else to do but work on my online content, you know, algorithm archive, YouTube, Twitch, this type of stuff. And I figure, let's just do it, you know, just see what it's like just to do long streams every day and see where we go, you know, and see what happens, you know. I'm puzzled you streaming. I did a bunch of work in 2014-15, then nothing, and now I'm like, might as well finish it. That's how a lot of projects go. I haven't gone to bed yet. I was gonna go like in a bit, decided to check out Twitch. Well, hey, thanks for coming in here. Whenever you need to go to sleep, go to sleep. I saw fractals, got excited. Yeah, so let's talk about how this is all related, because right now we're doing the convolutional part, but actually there's a bunch of other things that we need to talk about, and it's lots of people have come in since I talked about how this is related to fractals. So let's do that. So right now, this is a visualization of a convolution. We're going to be making it a bit prettier throughout today's stream. It's almost there. It's just I don't quite like it, but that's okay. We'll get there. Let me open up a new terminal. CD projects. Flamify. L is here. Mirage. Oh, what did I call it? Check. .png probably because I call everything check.png. Okay, so this right here is a fractal eyeball, the eye of Sauron if it were blue. What are those moon runes? Wait, what are moon runes? Okay, so what is this? This is a something known as a fractal flame. This is a combination of a bunch of fractals put together. So the different fractals that we're using here is like a heart fractal and stuff like that. The moon. Wait, did I miss something? I might have missed something. Let me check my. I'm not sure what I missed. I don't know what are moon runes. Sorry about that. There's a lot of code on screen. It's a programming channel. That's what I do. Anyway, so this here is something known as a fractal flame. It's a combination of a bunch of what are known as iterated function systems. Now, iterated function systems are different functions that you iterate through in order to create a fractally pattern. So one common iterated function system is the Sierpinski triangle. So we've combined a bunch of these together into this thing that you see before you, which is kind of like a combination of like a sine iterated function system, a heart-shaped iterated function system, a swirl, a bunch of other things put together into this. So the idea here is that we want to basically put in an image, any image, like an image of my face, for example, and we want to distill that image into a set of fractal flames that can closely approximate that image. And so in that way, we would become a fractal. That's kind of the idea. Now, right now, we're at the very, very start of this, and we're kind of approaching it from an educational perspective and building all the tools that you need in the algorithm archive in the first tool. Also, the least related tool is the convolution. The convolution here is basically used as a blurring operation for points for areas where we have very few points. And we're going to be using that for a lot of different operations from now on. Convolutions are like key to a lot of different things. So yeah, that's kind of what we're working on. And again, we're at the convolution step. We're going to put this into the algorithm archive, lots of stuff like that. So you aren't using fractal gen, you're doing something else. He's creating fractal generation. Yeah, something like that. So it's going to be kind of interesting. It's going to be a combination of convolutions, affine transformations, obviously iterative function systems, genetic algorithms, a bunch of different things, all into one final result, which is our fractal generation code. Kingston Dev and also Sarah, thank you guys so much for following. Really appreciate it. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. And yeah, we're just going to keep going. So the first thing I'm going to do is fix a comment that someone mentioned a long time ago before I started my Ramboleo session, which I do way too much of. If you look at this, you'll notice that at this point, right? Oh, well, let me just go back a little bit. Maybe this. Oh, I screwed up again. Wrong frame. I'm going to get there. That frame right there. The little green triangle does not really match the overlap of the two. And the reason for this is the very last point on the square is this point here, but the very next point on the square is this point over here. And so because of that, it's just because of the way that we've discretized this into 100 elements. This gap here is exactly one element. So I'm going to redo this visualization with 1,000 elements instead of 100 elements, and that should get rid of that issue. So let's go ahead and try that right now. Well, actually, let's just keep letting that play in the corner so people don't leave stream because there's nothing cool to look at. Move that up there. Okay, perfect. So we're going to vi convolution .jl, move down here, and we're going to modify this so it goes to 1,000 here, and this goes from 400 to 600, and this goes divided by 200. For I is 200 minus 10. See what happens there. So we're going to include this. We're going to run conb main. See what happens. What's the worst that could happen? Oh yeah, that. Screwed up. See, I'm moving the triangle. I'm moving the triangle one frame at a time. If one element at a time. If x is 1,000, I'm now generating 1,000 images, which is way more than I want. Oh no. Jeez. Okay, I need to think about that again. There's always something cool to look at. Just put the word cool on the graph. Maybe you can use aliasing or a Bresnum line drawing algorithm, though I don't know how much of the code you develop yourself. I have to, so for this, because it's a teaching mechanism, we have to develop all the code ourselves, 24 frames at a time. Yeah, probably should do 24 frames at a time or something like that, right? This plotting library is very annoying. Well, let's just take a look at what we have here. Mirage, out. 1.png. All right, perfect. Looks great. I'm going as fast as I can here. Well, let's just just do it anyway. Why not? I'm just gonna go up to the last ffmpeg command, turn this into out 12. Let's just see what happens. All right, perfect. And now we're just gonna do mpv. Gosh darn it. Out 11.mp4. That doesn't look. Oh, I need out 12. Right. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So I reckon, as a learning exercise, I could increase the FPS to like 300 FPS, and that would totally work. All right, what do we have here? My Bible arrived in the mail, and I'm playing Ocarina of Time Randomizer. Hopefully your life has been interesting lately. Yeah, how have you been, Gibbous? I haven't seen you for the past few days, but I hope you're having a wonderful time. Also, the randomizer sounds actually super fun. I saw a couple of people doing that, I think on Zeldathon like a year back. Really interesting. Also, I didn't even check. I just watched it snail's pace all the way across the screen. I didn't even look. Okay, so what we're looking for now is to see if we have that weird tearing issue. And it looks like it's fixed. Yeah, it's definitely fixed. Hey, Lightbook, how are you? I thought it looked as much. Yeah, so it's definitely fixed. Yep. Right. Okay, so let us output fewer images, shall we? Okay, so let's just... It's like... Oh, my word. All right, that's fine. I'm just imagining, like, I'm going to be teaching convolutions, right? And I'm like, like, obviously this one up here, it's like, this is a convolution. It might be a bit quick, but that's fine. And so then I'm like, so this is a convolution. And I'm just like, wait for it. And we sit here for 5 minutes just waiting for this triangle to move across the square for a result that genuinely doesn't even look good. But it's just like, yep, that's a convolution, you know? Okay, let's just let's remove just out star.png is probably fine. L is here. Why not keep this only? Increase the playback speed. We could increase the playback speed as well. Zootopia Sloth, I was kind of thinking about that as well. Let me do, is the simulation a square wave being filtered or something? Yes, it's a square wave being filtered by a triangle. That's what it is, a triangle wave. Or a sawtooth, a single sawtooth of a triangle wave. I could increase the FPS, but actually I've decided what I actually want to do is modify the code. So we're going to do ffmpeg. No, I want to go to conv.jl. And in here I'm going to read in an additional argument, which is just going to be frame output equals 10. No, 1. We'll just do frame output equals 1. Oh, no, that doesn't make sense to put there. Let's put it somewhere else. DT here. And down here with the convolution linear, I'm going to have frame output equals 1. Okay. Oh, God, why? Why am I just bad? I can't type. I can't do anything. I'm failing miserably. So if plot and I modulo frame output equals 0, then we do signal plot. And that should solve our issues. So down in here, we're going to say output convolution, and we're just going to say, oh, what did I call it? Frame output 100. We're just going to make it equal to 100. No, let's make it equal to 10. And just do the same visualization. Over here, we're going to include run main. There we go. Problem fixed. And you guys thought I couldn't code. The answer is yes, I actually can't code. Just don't tell anyone about that. Ox Operator, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Now the highest point of the triangle is higher than the border of the rectangle, though. That is a... I don't care enough to fix that one. I'm sorry about that. Is the simulating wave... wait. If you want, I can get a bunch of drunk college kids. We will unironically cheer when the slow visualization finishes. All right, enjoy the rest of the stream, everyone. James, keep ranting. I remember it last night. We're gonna work 10 more minutes on this graph and take the result, and then as the best as we have. So we keep going. Yeah, so I should have done that, but I didn't do that, and now I'm thinking about redoing the visualization. I have a question. The way the code is written now, is it possible to change f and g? For example, change them to trigonometric functions, sine and cosine? The answer is yes. Right now, f and g are being read in as simple arrays. So, for example, we have x as zeros of 1,000, and then I just kind of set the sign in there. So, for example, let me change this to be a different... Here, we're just going to do this. And we're going to do divided by 1,000 here, here, and there. Write this. And then if we include and run main, this should be a set of Gaussians. Yeah, it should be a set of Gaussians, I think. So now if we do Mirage, out 1. That doesn't exist because it should be out 10. What are we doing? Out 10.png. Oh, I'm dumb. There we go. Okay, so now it should be a set of Gaussians. So here we see... Oh no. Okay, well... right. Okay. Right. I need to... Okay, let's do that one again. Just pretend you didn't see anything. You saw nothing. This is brand new to you. What you're going to see next, this is the first time you've ever seen this visualization in your life, and you guys are going to be so impressed. Let's normalize x and y. Well, maybe it's fine. Yeah, well, let's just see what happens. Include main. What's the worst that could happen, right? And too late, I saw everything. All right, give it a second. Now we're going to run Mirage. Okay, so this looks a bit better, except for the fact that our convolution is off the map. That needs to be solved, but that's okay. Change the meaning of Gaussian, exp minus 5 squared. So the minus 5 simply shifts it over a bit, right? So it's not a huge deal. Yay. Cheers. Yay. Hey, how are you? Did I miss something? I feel like I must have missed something. But I hope you're having a... Oh, I see. You're cheering because I finally got it working. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Or woman or child. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be... Sorry. I need to say thanks, person. I'm trying to get better about being like... when I don't know someone's... when I'm trying to get better about when I don't know, like, the person's... Like, if I don't know the person, like, not misgendering them and just, like, giving them a gender-neutral pronoun. I know that might be a bit... Like, some people probably don't care about that, but, you know... You ever program shaders? I did a long time ago. What happened there? I did a really long time ago, but it's been a while. Okay, for some reason this convolution is going way too high, and I'm not entirely sure why. So let's just go back to the visualization we had before, get that visualization working, and then we go from there. Comment this out, comment that out, write this, and then we go to include main and just see what happens, and then we should be able to turn that into a visualization without too much trouble. So now if we do the next Mirage out 10.png, yeah, that looks good. That looks fine. I think what we might want to do is actually, do you guys think the visualization in the upper left is going too fast? I think it's going the right speed. So let's go over here, run the last ffmpeg command here, but we're going to do 0.4d. We're going to add a 0 in there, and then we're going to say out 13.mp4. And now let's play that one. And we're going to do out, did I call it 13? I did. Okay, so here's a visualization. We fixed that one issue. It's the right speed as long as it loops. Yeah, that's the thing. It is looping, so I'm happy with that. And it will be looping on the algorithm archive as well. Okay, what do we have here? Thanks for being such a wholesome streamer. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. You'd definitely be really good at it. I appreciate that. It depends. So I do a lot of GPU. programming, but not a lot of shader programming. Output logic, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Me coming from language where is literally not use genders, I have this weird feeling when I switch to English that I would miss some pronoun and hurt someone. I think the irony is we see it goes so fast, but it's only because the slope of the triangle. Right. I mean, okay, so we have this visualization ready. Let's take a step back and do the same visualization. Now, instead of using plots.jl with another program known as newplot.jl, it's basically the same thing. It's just that, well, I want to make it so these two labels are together, and I don't know how to do that with plots.jl right now. So I'm going to redo this visualization with gnuplot.jl. So let's go in here and let's just create a quick object that we can dispatch off of. So we're going to do conv.jl. We have the signal plot thing. Let's just go ahead and commit what I have. So let's do git add conv.jl, git commit -m, adding, changing visualization for convolution plot, git push, origin master. I'm French, everything has pronouns. It's also weird when you think about it. Yeah, the trick is not to think about it, right? The less you think about something, the easier it is to, do the thing you're trying to do. By the way, I don't know if I said this, but output logic, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Even more weird than English in that regard. Yes, I think Spanish is similar in that most of the language has, like, you just gender things, which is fine. It's just that, I know that, so the issue, I see the issue as a tech issue, right? Like, the truth is, I mean, you can even see it in my audience, like 80% of the people that watch my content, because it's a very technically oriented channel, or I don't, maybe that's not the reason, maybe I'm just inherently sexist, but 80% of the people that watch my channel are typically male. And I've been trying to do things that will allow my content to be more approachable by a wide group of people. But, one of those things that I was thinking of is, when I enter stream, I'm like, hey guys, I always assume the male gender on accident, and I know I shouldn't, so I need to kind of be more careful about that in the future and things like this, I don't fully understand why, like, my audience is, like, specifically on YouTube, my audience is incredibly male dominated, and I want to figure out how to fix that, but I don't know. But those are grammatical genders for nouns. It's just groupings, different than genders for pronouns. Oh, I didn't realize that was different, but I appreciate you pointing that out. Okay, so now I'm going to open up our conv.jl here. We have committed it, so worst case scenario, we can just, I don't know, like, we can just go back to the previous commit. I started using they instead of him and her, unless I really need to indicate the character's difference, they. I agree with that. It does not have grammatical gender. It has grammatical everything else, though. I think Tom Scott made a video on that at some point. So actually, the truth is, specifically with tech content, there's actually, okay, I'm not going to rant too much about genders and stuff like that, because, I mean, what do I know, right? But what I will say is, because it is male dominated, if you say her, right? If you say she did this, you are singling out someone, right? Does that make sense? Like, eyes will be on that person because that person is now the unusual one in the room, as unfortunate as that is. And so, like, it's one of those things that, like, if I'm trying to be somewhat anonymous, right? Pseudo-anonymous, right? Like, not fully anonymous, but anonymous enough. The easiest way to do that, to make sure that I don't accidentally spoil someone's identity. Because, like, if I say, she did this, well, and there's only, like, 3 women in the room, well, then, like, it's obvious who I'm talking about, right? So you want to make sure you're as anonymous as possible and stuff like that. So I like using they simply because it's an anonymous, like, it's slightly more anonymous. And also, I prefer, like, I don't know, I think gender neutral is a bit better. I kind of like thinking about, gender should not come into play when I'm thinking about what the person has to say. That's the last thing I'm going to say about that. That's it. It only works if used consistently, though. Correct. I really like these Rambaleos bits. Well, sorry. I tend to ramble a little bit too much. Okay, So we're going to create a new function in here, which is going to be function signal plot, plot. We're just going to grab this guy, and we're just going to paste it in here. I know what you guys are saying, copying and pasting is the root of all evil in programming, but that's simply not true. That is premature optimization. So signal plot, we are going to, I'm just going to have this dispatch on something. Well, no, let's do signal new plot. Let's just change the name. I know this is not the Julia way, but you guys can deal with it. Chess is also really male-dominated. One international chess arbiter, Icelandic, I think, when trying to refer to a chess player in general, says it. Ah, that's fair. Get ready to ramble. That one's quite fun. Maybe the arbiter refers to the AI. Oh no. Okay, so if you guys want me to, I would not mind playing chess, shogi or go. Although, like I said before, I am probably more keen to try shogi than I am to try chess or go, because I like shogi. It's actually a really fun game, and it's one of those games that people don't, I think, they don't know about as much. And like Go is, everyone knows about Go because of AlphaGo and stuff like that. And everyone knows chess because it's just the stereotypical Western, game that people play with their grandfather when they're trying to, I don't know, like it's just people play chess. But shogi's one that's kind of left out, and it is super fun, really fun. Shurshack55, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Shogi stream. No, they literally said that to avoid saying he or she, they would use it. That's fair. Using it in regard of a person is considered rude in my language. Yeah, that's why I think they is probably a bit nicer, but also who cares? Like, I'm being, like, it is what it is. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to open up, let's see if I can remember how to use my own browser. Shall we? I'm going to open up, 1 second. I'm thinking here, what was I going to do? GNU plot, Julia. All right, there we go. Perfect. GNU plot, Julia packages. Now, can I split this off into a separate? I think this is what I need. Let's just mess around with this a bit and see what we can do. I'm pretty sure we can recreate the visualization that we have, like, relatively quickly in NuPlot without too much trouble. But their syntax is quite different, so it's something that I have to think about. Let's see. English teacher said it is for pets, not for people. Who would use it to respond? Like, okay, I feel like, okay, I would never use it to respond, like, for a pet. I feel like that's a bit mean to the pet. Speaking of pets, what do you guys think about birds? Okay, just hear me out. I know it's a ramble. It's a ramble. I'm rambling too much. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I spent all night last night just working on a game I should not have worked on. Question. What is your favorite animal? Cats, dogs, or birds? Because honestly, used to be dogs. Then I kind of started liking, cats. But I've been on a real big bird craze recently. Like, I've started really liking the idea of having a pet bird. I don't know why. Let's see. Some dialects use it for babies. That's probably fair as well. They deserve all the respect. Dogs greater than all greater than cats. Oh, I like cats, though. I love rabbits. We used to have a whole bunch of dwarf hamsters is what we used to have. Let me just open up a new browser and open up this. Bam. Look at that. Wonderful. Okay, I'm just going to move this over here, and we're going to have it up, and we're just going to mess around with it a bit. I realize this is covering our plot. If that bothers anyone, I can move the plot over here. There you go. Problem solved. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to go to, here it is on GitHub, and then anyone coming on the stream, there's just too much going on. Let's see. I'm going to go down to, oh, you know what I could have done? Why did I do that? Move this over here. And then we can move this over here. And that's the actual solution. What were you guys thinking? Like, why didn't you tell me this is what I was supposed to do? There we go. And then I can use the Julia REPL over there to mess around with NuPlot. Perfect. Man, sometimes I'm astounding myself with my own. I'm just dumb. What do we have here? I always feel so nervous around birds. I feel like I might hurt them. Yeah, I guess that's fair as well. Favorite animal is the Roomba. Oh man, I've seen some really good videos about Roomba pets. I mean, they're pretty nice. Birds are very intelligent. Yeah, that's actually why I like them so much. They're super intelligent. They'll start humming things, or like, you know, like, tweeting things, I guess, on the internet or whatever. But like, they're super nice. Like, birds are super smart. I found a website to compare convolution demo and visualization. Yeah, could you post a link? My favorite animal is a Roomba. Did I miss anything? Pets are better. Love rabbits. Birds are intelligent. I always feel so nervous around birds. I feel like I might hurt them. Seriously, I want to get a robot pet at some point. I thought about making an AI pet at some point. I really did. Just like a little robot that would follow you around and tell you what to do, even though it doesn't know what you're supposed to do. It's like, imagine Clippy, like the Clippy from Microsoft Word, but in real life. Like, that's what I wanted. Birds are cooler, but harder to clean up after, unless they're small. I found this website to compare. Let's take a look. In fact, let's look here. Oh, crap. Something like that should do. Paste in there. See what we got. Convolution demo and visualization. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Yeah, okay, nice. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess it would be nice if I could figure out how to use it. But yeah, no, this is good. This is what I want to see. Nice. Okay, let's go back here. Let's just mess around with NewPlot a bit. My mom said birds say water every time they hear the sink. That's probably amazing, right? Like you're going to get a drink of water and they're like, water, water. I'm sorry, I'm so tired. Okay, let's go ahead and mess around with NewPlot a bit. I'm going to Control D, run Julia. And we're just going to be using GNU plot. Aha, right. And GNU plot. Okay. Hi, tired. I'm Gawa. Hey, Gawa. Let me get some water. Oh, no. Now I have the... Now I'm imagining like a little parrot saying water every time I think, I should get some water. Okay. So, what am I going to do next? I'm just going to mess around with the GNU plot. Just see what we can do. You know, what's the worst that could happen? Okay. So, new plot version, test terminal. Okay, let's just do that. So we're going to go over here using GNU plot. Perfect. Give it a second. I should eat some water. Did I say eat some water? I thought I said get some water. That imaginary parrot is your personal Clippy. Maybe. So let's do test terminal. Sure. Yeah, looks good to me. Perfect. Okay, yep, thanks for that. Okay. Simple parabola, that's not exactly what we need. Okay, so let's see, what can we do here? So they say GPX x squared with lines title parabola. So if I have an array, how do I plot said array? That's my question, because I think that's all I really need. Why is it wrong to say eat water? Just because usually it's drink water instead of eat water. I mean, if you're eating water, it's probably a solid, therefore it's probably ice. And look, eating ice is something people do. It's probably not recommended by a dentist, but yeah, you can do it, I suppose. So, okay. So what I'm going to, I'm sorry, I'm just not very good at this. I'm going to create an array. So they have x as rand n, and then they say, how do they plot here? GP set multiplot layer 2, key outside plot top center box horizontal. Sure. Scene lines data, save term, G splot. That must be GNU plot splot. But all I want to do is figure out how to plot an array. So let's just try it really quick. So what's the worst that could happen, right? So we're going to do x is going to be equal to 1 to 10. Something like that should do. And then we're going to do at GP P10. X. At GP X. Is it going to work? There we go. Perfect. And then we do GP with lines. That should do it. How do we do with lines? Okay, so now it's me not understanding. Plot with lines. Oh, with L? With lines? Okay, that's fine. With line. Oh, I see what it is. Perfect. So we need plot X, and then we need this. There we go. So there's our line. Wonderful. So I think we can just set the plot aspects, right? So let me do at GP. This is probably a GNU plot command. And then just save term is equal to PNG Cairo, size 48360, output examples. Okay, this should be easy to do. So let's just mess around and see what we can do. So I'm gonna go back over here and we're just gonna code it up and see what we can do. Okay, so print line I still want that. N1, N2 length, all this is fine. Essentially what we need to fix are these plot commands down here. To be using GNU plot instead of what we had before, which was signal plot. The other thing we need to do is figure out how to like set size square and stuff like that, but we can figure that out in a bit. So we're just gonna go like one step at a time and kind of work through this. Hey Trash Talk, how are you? By the way, guys, again, I've been streaming for about an hour and 20 minutes or so right now. It says an hour 20. I am trying to do like longer streams that are like throughout the day type of thing. And so today is the first time I'm trying that. Nice early stream. I've been working a bit late. Hey, how are you? So yeah, the point is I want to be doing streams that are, you know, maybe I'm going to try. So today I'm going to be trying to do a full 8-hour stream. I don't know if I can do 8 hours every day, but I'm just going to see how tired I am at the end of stream and see if this is something I could do regularly. Otherwise, I will probably start stream around somewhere between 2 and 4 every day. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do like more long streams that are related to like a bunch of different things, you know? So for example, today I'm going to be doing hopefully a 6-hour stream just working on the convolution chapter. And then after that, I'm hoping to spend 2 hours doing the Writing Wednesday bit from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. I realize Trash Talk, that's probably not super good for people in Europe, and I know that you're in Europe, and you're one of the people that definitely have talked or seem interested in that type of content. But at the same time, I think it's a good way to wrap up what would be an overly technical stream. So just letting everyone know, I am going to be trying to do these longer streams. So like for anyone who may not have been able to catch my stream before, for whatever reason, hopefully there will be some time in like this essentially 8-hour block or 6-hour block that is available for people both in Europe and in the US. And that's what I'm hoping. We'll see how it actually goes. Okay, so we have our convolution sum, and we've plot is going to be the real of signal. We have the label. Okay, well, let's just mess around here. So we're going to say using GNU plot up here. Wait, was it? What was it? Capital G, perfect. Okay, so using GNU plot, I was just up there. I'm just dumb. Right there. Okay, so using GNU plot, and now I just want to change the plot attributes a bit. So let me try to do that over here in our terminal. So I'm going to do @gp set size square. That's probably not going to work, so let's try this. Okay, now we're going to try GP X with lines. That does not look square to me, so far as I'm aware. Is that square? No, that's not square. Okay. Let's just see what we got. Oh, I have it up over here. Okay, so let's take a look at their documentation, and let's try to find here. Let's do square. Style guide, sure. Okay, XP with lines, square. Okay, I see. So I see. So we need to do the following. So if we do this, and then we do that, and then we change that to set size square, that should do it. Okay, and then that will just replot what we had before. So now my question is, if I just do the plot here, that's not square. Okay, so how do we add attributes to a single plot? That's my next question. Hey, Sure Shark. I already said hi to you a while ago. Sorry about that. Kronborg, hey, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. Okay, so it looks to me like you plot something, and then you append plot attributes to that plot. Okay, so if I add this to file, so let's see, what do we have here? We want to plot multiple things. So how do we plot multiple things onto the same plot? We do replot. So how do I replot in this? Geez, there's a whole bunch of things that I don't understand. I feel like maybe I should just output all the data to file and just do this in NuPlot like I normally do. Gur888, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. My day was great. How was yours? Just applied for the PhD position. Oh, it sounds super cool. PhD. I'm not gonna ask where, but in what? What are you going to be working on today? But yeah, I hope the PhD position goes well. It should be super fun. Okay, one second. I was checking on notifications and stuff because I got a few that I had to respond to. I think no, I should be good. All those are fine, and yes, should be fine. Okay. So I have to head to MIT tomorrow morning because I gotta drop off my key, but that I should still be here in the afternoon, so I should still be totally fine to do another long stream tomorrow, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. So I just lost everyone. Like no one's watching it. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Simulators just fell off the pedestal I had him on. Wait. But I thought you knew everything. No, I don't know anything. I'm what you might call dumb. How are you, CVC? I hope you're having a great time. L10N is equal to localization. Where is L10N? Sorry about that. He just doesn't know it yet. Oh. I am, and you? I'm doing great. Thanks so much for asking. Okay. So we are gonna just keep going. So how do we replot in this guy? Let's just do that here. And let's just look for replot. Oh, sorry, replot. The new plot REPL, 2D plots, 2D plots, sure. Plot, replot. Are you, what? There's no replot command? Okay, I am probably going to just output the data files and plot the data files, because at this point I'm kind of, I know how to do this in NewPlot, and I'm tired of using Julia to do the plotting here. It's about monitoring of damages in wind turbine blades from measured vibrations. Okay, interesting. I have a question about fractal. Is it somewhat related to statistics? Is a set of data available for statistical analysis, like with large sample size of N70 or so? I think maybe you could use fractals as some sort of analysis pattern, but I don't think that's the stereotypical use of them. So I reckon probably it's not, that might not be the best way to think about it, but I don't really know for sure. So the short answer, I don't know. Sorry about that. Okay. So okay, question. Should we try to do this all in Julia with Julia's new plot, or should we just output data files and plot the data files? Kind of feel like we should just plot the data files right now. So how would that look? So we'd plot the data files as some sort of delimited text file. And I don't know though. I mean, okay, let's try to make this work. Let's just try to make it work. Can we just plot two things on top of each other? So let's do X, and let's do Y is going to be equal to 10 minus 1 to 1. Now we're going to do plot X, and then Y. See if that does anything. No, that's just plotted Y. Can we do X comma Y? How do you replot in? Sorry about that. I think I'm dumb. Plot sine X, plot cosine X. Oh, they have what? Okay, so add GP, and then they do plot X, plot Y. Plot X, plot Y. See what that does. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, so maybe, surely you should output an XLS file in the great XML and then import it into Microsoft Excel and plot it there. No. It'd be easier in other languages to generate the plot data rather than just making a picture like in Julia. I think what we want to do is just output the data and then just plot the data in NewPlot. That's what I'm going to do, because at this point it's just not worth it. Wait, what are you at knowing? What? Okay, so let's go ahead and output the data instead and just do it that way, because it'll be faster and generate better plots in the end. The question is, do we want to output them all as PDFs? We probably don't. I suppose, I need to think about this. Like, literally the only reason we're doing this is because in our visualization over here, we have two labels. and I wanted only one label. I'm looking at your no. A declaration of plotting in Excel. We're not going to do it though. I mean, something basic like in iterative function systems. It would be more complicated than in iterative function systems. Let me just check out some new plot scripts I have. Let me go over here, write and quit, cd backup directory, L is here. I've got a lot of stuff here. Some of them must have new plot. Tree.text. Let's go into vi tree.text. Let's look for GP. Okay, let's look for .gp. Cube plot. Oh, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Cube plot. Plot Easter dates. I don't know how the data looks. It's just lines like this one. It's just a series of lines that look like this. In fact, I could output it all as one big file and then plot different indices within that file. That might be the best way to do it, actually. So we just get one big data file and we just plot index by index within that data file. Yeah. Let's do that, actually. That's what I'm going to do. It's silly, but if we want to remove the plot x and y axis labels, does x label not equals ... not work? It's not that. It's that we have two separate labels. So here we have a convolution as a label, and we have this as a label. And what I want to do is I want to combine convolution and this label together. For some reason in Julia, I'm not allowed to do that, because it makes it so that this label is drawn on top of this label, basically making it so you can't see the word signal or filter, right? I know that sounds really weird, but that's what's happening, and I don't know how to fix that. Everything else with this visualization looks okay. So again, I am being a bit pedantic here. Like, we don't need to make this change, right? It's totally fine not to make this change, because the plot looks fine. It's just, it's bugging me, and I'm never going to come back to this, you know? Is that a legend rather than label? Oh, you're right. Legend, not label. You're right. Sorry. Let me get some water. Yep, legend. My bad. Everything else I think is fine. Yeah, everything else I think is fine. Okay, so it's not just lines, because for lines, the data files would be a series of numbers. 4 numbers per line. That would be easy. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is so we have the convolution, which is the dotted line, the signal, the filter, and then also the area under the curve. Actually, the area under the curve might be a bit tricky. Okay, you know what? Screw it. Maybe this is fine. Again, let's just say it's fine. Is anyone... Okay, let me just do a poll. Okay, let's just do a poll here. All right, because this... I'm being a bit... Okay, straw poll. Okay, let's just see what people actually say about this. Here's a straw poll. It's going to be... Great poll. Do 2 legends bother you? Yes. No. You are wasting time and should be doing something else with your life. Great. Okay, so we're going to do create poll, and we should be able to share that. Yep, here, copy link. Oh, actually, let's just grab that, paste it in here, and that should be available for you guys to take a look at now. Yeah, so the question is, do 2 legends on this plot, does that bother you? Does do 2 legends bother you? I think that's correct. I don't know what's actually the correct English there. Couldn't you make an empty dummy plot the first axis? Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, let's make the area, would make the area a green block in the legend rather than a green line to signify the area as a 2D color. Can I do that in Julia? Is that meant to be final visualization for the algorithm archive? Yeah, I'm trying to make it a final visualization for the algorithm archive, yeah. At 50-50 between yes and wasting time. Let's see, what is this actually saying? You go up to the top here, results. Yes, no, you're wasting time. Okay. um, let's see. Is that meant to be final visualization? I'd say one legend is more professional. Yeah, okay. So here's what I'm going to do. Actually, what Robinstock said, I think makes sense. What I can do is I can actually have a bold dotted line that just runs across the bottom of this plot. I can have a bold dotted line that just goes along the bottom of this plot. And that would solve this issue. Now the other thing is how to make this line like a, how to make that like a square is the question. Okay, so I think it's 50-50 on yes and no. Let me just press refresh. Okay, so it bothers more people than it doesn't bother people. So let's just, that's fine. That's fine. We'll try to fix it. That's okay. Thanks for letting me know. Perfectly fine. Okay, we'll just move this up here. It's fine. Like, what else am I supposed to do, right? Okay, so we have this there, and okay, let's try a simple solution first, and then we'll CD into convolutions. LS here. Know where people aren't bothered. Do two legends bother you? The answer is yes. Two legends bother them. Yes. Nor people... Oh, you're right. Because if you combine yes and you're wasting time, you should be doing something else for your life. If you combine those together, then you're right. More people don't care. The way to do that in your all-time loved language, MATLAB, is to delete the legends and create a custom one. No more people aren't bothered. You're wasting your time means no. Do you need the legend for the green area? It feels like the area under the curve is a bit intuitive. Maybe. Let me think. Let's just... Okay, let's think about that. Let's see. Do you need... Let's see. Would argue that option means he just should leave streaming and go to a bar socially distance. Plus, it's not interesting for the viewers. You're wasting your time means no. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, let's just do something simple and we'll go from there. This is just for the video. It could be done in Julia then. The legend has nothing to do with the algorithm or the language implementation. I want to see the code again. Yeah, so let's just try this first. Let's not use new plot for this. Yeah, let's just try to do it with just plots. And what I'm going to do is the following. So I'm going to make it so we do, what do we have here? We have plot, and I'm going to do, I'm going to say, we have n1, n2, and I'm just going to say, temp is going to be equal to ones of, length n1. And then I'm going to say, 1 second. I want to say negative. I think I can do that. So negative ones of n1. And then I'm just going to plot that. So we're going to do, where are we? Yank paste, and we're going to plot, and we're going to say this is going to be called temp. And then the label is going to be convolution. What was it? It was just convolution. Okay. And then we're going to go here. So that's going to plot under the plot. And then what I want to do is I want to give it a specific line color purple and line style dashed. Line style equals dash. What do we say? You need to have some kind of raw data and then can be used as input in any plotting software. I don't know the standards, but I guess there should be some kind of standard input. Yeah, so that's true. Okay, so that'll create that. And then if we go over here, we can just say the legend, we're just going to say is non-existent. Let's just go here, change that to this, DD, and then we're going to say label is output name. In here it should be label is equal to output name. And then here we're going to say label is just going to equal to this. See what that does. So we're going to do include, And then we're just going to try running main again and see what happens. And that, I think, should put it all in one label, I think, or one legend. I think. And that should solve that issue, I think. Give it a second to precompile plots. Welcome to Simuleos, the stream where we spend most of our time just precompiling plots. That is, in fact, that is the whole stream, in some sense. We do nothing else but just precompile plots the whole time. All right, but hopefully we'll get the visualization. Oh, there's still a few more visualizations. There's a lot more visualizations we have to do for the 1D. Invalid keyword line color equals purple. Maybe that's because I already had a... yes. Try that again. Now we're going to try run main. What does it mean to precompile a plot? It just means that you're waiting for the plots library to build. Okay, we're getting the plots out, so now we can take a look at them. So if we do Mirage out 10, okay, the area under the curve is pink now. But I probably want to keep that green, but it is all on one. It's all on one thing now, which is fine. Okay. Good. So let's make, so that's not pink anymore. So that just means that we need to, grab this guy and paste it down here. And then that should work, I think. And so the next thing I want to do is change it so this guy is on the top right. Oh, you there. 1 second. And in fact, let's just change this back to 1. And this is going to be scale plus 0.1. Try this, and we're going to do include main one more time. And this should be more or less a final visualization that we can put into the algorithm archive. Took a while, but I think we got there. So now we do Mirage, out 10. Okay. That is fine, I think. Okay, so let's take a look at the two visualizations side by side. And we can see what we want to, if we want to move the legend up. I'm just going to ask you guys what you think works best. There's one more thing that we needed to do, but I don't remember what it was. Area under, we have the convolution. We just go ahead and close that browser. And now I'm going to run the last ffmpeg command. Should be up here somewhere. Okay, we're doing out 14. Run that. And now let's take a look at this. So if I do mpv out 14 dot loop 0. Okay, so here's this visualization. Okay, move this up here. So these are two visualizations side by side. You guys are totally and completely right. We need to increase the y-axis so that the legend is on top of the plot or something, because it is very weird that our triangle goes. Yeah, I don't like the fact that the label is going over part of the plot, but we're so close to being done. I think this is better. So there was something else that was bothering me, but I think this is fine. Okay, so now the next thing we need to do is lift it up. Already looks a lot better. I think so as well. But again, I think we just need to lift the label up. The cheap way to lift the label up is doing what I did before by, how do I put this? That's a cool animation either way. Well, at least people are okay with the animation, but that doesn't mean I'm happy with the animation yet. So we're getting there. We're very close. The next thing we need to do is refresh this page. Okay, just checking. So the next thing I'm going to do is Julia legend locations plot. Let's see what we got. How to change the legend place. So I want to place it on top of the plot. I just place it on the bottom right. Yeah, but then we're going to block the bottom part of the triangle, right? So what I want to do is see if I can plot it on the outer top right. So we're going to do convolution right outer, and I'm going to move this down to another line. So $, and we're going to paste here. And put semicolon that we comma. There we go. Include main. See what this does. Okay, and then once we get this done, we should be able to run Mirage. That is not the outer top right. I thought when I was thinking outer top right, I was thinking that it meant on the top part of the plot, like, oh, I see what it's doing. Oh, what? It squeezed the whole plot together. That was not what I wanted to happen. Okay, fine. Screw that. What else is there? There's outer top right, bottom left, top right. Okay, let's just do it my way, because honestly, that looked ugly. So we're going to do top right. And then down here, we're going to say, we're going to multiply this by 1.35. And then down here, we're also going to multiply it by 1.35. Scale. 1 second here, times 1.35. And that should do it. So we're going to go over here, run include main. If you can't move it outside. Can't you put it below the x-axis? I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but I think this is fine enough. So here's my solution. It's just right on top of the triangle. I think that's fine. Right, I think that's fine. Yeah, that'll do. So let's turn that into a video. So we're gonna run, okay, 1 second. Quit here. Run this, yes. And now we need to do this. Okay, so here's our video that we have right now compared to the other one. I think it does look a little bit better, or actually a lot better. There we go, perfect, done. It's basically the same visualization. It's just we put everything into one legend. Wonderful. Okay, meta directive. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So that was a 2-hour adventure into learning about plots in Julia. Great. Okay. Thanks, TVC. You too. Okay, let me get some more water. Oh man. I've literally been streaming for 1 hour and 45 minutes, and I have basically generated the exact same visualization I had yesterday, but like ever so slightly different. Whatever. I'm happy enough with it. I'm done. Okay, so this is one visualization down. Let me go ahead and play that in the upper left-hand corner over here. So let's go ahead and make the next visualization. We have a lot of them to make. So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to go to the algorithm archive, CD projects, algorithm archive, ls here, npm run serve, and then I'm just going to look at it and see what the visuals we actually have to make are, and then we can make those visuals, and hopefully that'll be done in like an hour or so. You know, in principle, I say it's going to be done in an hour, but honestly, it's probably going to take all day, because that is the speed at which I work at nowadays. So let's go here. I'm going to open this up in here. Okay, and we should have convolutions in 1D. Again, I am really hoping to get the 2D chapter done by the end of this week. I think we can do it. But also, I think it's going to be really hard, but I'm going to do my best to get that done. As you can see, the Fractal Flame chapter is for some reason in the algorithm archive right now. That shouldn't be in this branch. I don't know why it's there. So, just hear me out. Before I'm doing anything, before I start working on this chapter, let me just take a step back and move this over here. And we're just going to CD into project, CD. Well, actually, let me open up a new terminal so we don't get too confused. So we're gonna make this huge. Move this over there. Oh, move this over there. Move. Okay, I'm just bad. Okay, do this. Perfect. Okay, so now we're going to CD into projects, algorithm archive, get branch. And do I have a branch for the fractal flame method? I don't know if I do or do not. Hey, I'm trying to remember how to make my algorithm 42,000 times less efficient for demonstration purposes. Have you considered, so there's a command that you can put in most languages. It's called sleep. If you want to make your code incredibly inefficient, just add this to your code. By the way, meta directive, I don't know if I said thanks for following, but thank you so much for following a few minutes ago. If anybody notices that I miss a notification, just let me know. I'm doing what I can, but I've been kind of scattered today. But actually, we did add sleep at some point to some of the code that we were working on. Maybe it was paused. I don't remember. Because there was like a weird issue with how the code was running, and we knew if we just waited for just like a microsecond, all the threads would catch up. So it was like a really dumb way to put a barrier or a synchronization step in there. Can you give little CPU time to your app? You can give very little CPU time to your app. That's cheating. B, encourages sleep in very tight loops, especially N3 or NN. Oh, okay. So you were actually looking for an algorithmic way to. Okay, so you weren't asking. I thought you wanted to like time a lecture or something. Okay, so what is an algorithmic way to make your code incredibly inefficient? Have you considered pushing? To like instead of pre-allocating arrays, you push to the array. So obviously pre-allocating arrays is faster, but if you the original algorithm was n squared and slow AF. If you change the shape of the triangle, does the convolution also change? Yes, it does. Hi, have we solved the mystery of shifted inner products? I don't know. And factorial is worse, backtracking. And when I fixed it a while ago with an ON algorithm, now I'm trying to remember the original. I'm sorry, I can't help you with that one. Okay, so what am I going to do? Let me see. So I don't seem to have a branch for Fractal Flame available, but I do have the chapter for Fractal Flame for some reason with my convolution updates. So let me just go to GitHub really quick. GitHub.com. But I thought you knew everything. I don't know why people think I know anything, honestly, because I really don't. Okay, so let's go to this. Okay, let me just check the forks here and look for my own name. Perfect. Now we're going to go to algorithm archive here. Take a look at the forks and see if I have any for Fractal Flame. I do not have any for Fractal Flame. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a branch for the Fractal Flame method and then go from there. What exactly do you want to make a bad algorithm or simulate the code run slow? Convolution shape is related to the area of the triangle. Yes, it is. So what's happening here with the convolution is you can think of the filter, the triangle that we're adding on top of this, as a metric to kind of figure out which elements of the square we're adding together in what proportion, right? So if I pause this video here, then we're saying that we're going to be adding all of these elements of the square together. So we're integrating this part of the square, but we're going to weight it so that, the first couple elements are much more important than these elements over here. So when we go all the way over here, we're saying that, so these elements are the most important in our sum, and these are the least important in our sum. So again, it's just kind of thinking of it as like, so what you're doing is you're moving the triangle across and we're multiplying every time step. And then the idea is that we sum the product. But essentially by doing that, you're recombining the original distribution, which in this case is just a square wave. So that's kind of what that's one way to think about it. At least your convolution plot seems to be different from the one that was working a few days ago. So I guess the mystery of shifted inner products is probably solved. I guess, I don't remember what the problem was. We're doing literally just demonstration purposes, aka this is how rubbish ON squared can be when you don't think it will be, versus ON for a blog post. Yeah, so like you can do a whole bunch of like weird software engineering things to make it slower. I mean, of course, just pushing to an array instead of pre-allocating the array is one thing. There's a bunch of things like that. Our crib have, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. 1 second. I'm just getting a lot of emails. I've gotten 10 emails in the past, 2 hours. And none of them, they were all things that I did not want to see. So it's fine. I don't have to see any of those. So you need problem solved in 2 ways, ON and ON squared. Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Yeah, probably misunderstanding. I thought the idea would be, I just have the problem. It's literally just playing around until I find the algorithm I originally used. Okay, in that case, I have no idea. I can't help because like you were the one that came up with it to begin with. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do git branch, git checkout, dash B. Right. Git checkout dash B. I should have branched off of master, but I'm not branching off of master. So, I'm old and my memory sucks. I'm sorry. So we're going to create, I don't want to branch off the convolution update. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to branch off the convolution update, delete everything besides the fractal flame method, and then go from there. Is the convolution always smoother than the signal? No, that is not true. The convolution is only smoother if you use a Gaussian filter, for example, or something like that. In some cases, if you're doing specifically like an edge detection or something like that, then you're not really smoothing the filter, or you're not smoothing the image. You're doing other things. I said it's only true in this case, but actually it's true in a lot of cases that it might be a bit smoother. But in general, no. But yeah, I also have to profile and check that Python isn't just doing dumb allocation loops. Yeah, that's something to do. So let's do git checkout dash B, and we're gonna do fractal flame. Okay, and now we have this available. What I'm gonna do now is remove everything, remove all the convolution stuff, and go back to the last master branch update. This is just, I'm creating a new. Of course, git checkout, convolutions. Sorry, conv update. Okay. CD contents, convolutions, ls here, git add dot, git status, git commit, dash m, adding some small scale changes, before adding in visualizations. Perfect. Git push. Okay. Origin, conv updates. Plural? No, singular. Okay. Now we can do git checkout, fractal flame. Again, this is just because for some reason in my development branch, I had both convolutions and fractal flames put together. I don't want them together. I want them in two separate PRs. So what I'm going to do now is go into VI summary, cd backer directory, git rm-r convolutions. There we go. VI summary, and look for convolution. I think it's just this group in here. And that should do. So if I go over here, that should rebuild the algorithm archive, which is here. We have fractal flame. We should be able to refresh. Okay, we cannot refresh. That is because... Which terminal is it? This one? No. I don't know what that one is. Okay. Sometimes you just find random terminals, right? Okay, so it's probably that one. That one. It's probably the one. Okay, right. So if we run npm run serve, it should rebuild, and then we should be able to check. And then I should be able to just rebase back onto master and then push that as a separate branch. So that's what I'm going to do, and then we're going to go back to the convolutions. I missed a lot of stuff here. Omniscient Jon Snow in the frequency sense. Is that a... Oh, okay. In the frequency sense convolution, it multiplies the spectra together. You get smoother results when your kernel is smooth, something with more low frequency than high frequencies. If you don't remember the problem, then how can anyone help you? If you have a smooth filter, the convolution will always be smoother. Right. The problem is not the problem. The problem is not the problem, just the algorithm. But how are we supposed to know what you did? Sorry about that. Anyway, so let's go here. If I refresh now, it should work. Okay, so fractal flame, no convolutions in there. So what I'm going to do now is just commit what we have here. Q, git, commit, add, summary. Oh gosh, why am I bad at this? Summary.md, git commit -m, removing convolution. Updates from, convolution updates from what? What am I doing? Give me a second. I need to just... My English, my brain is breaking, not just my English. Give me a second. So removing convolution updates from fractal flame chapter. All right, that'll do. Okay, so that should be good. So now we do git push origin fractal flame. Okay. And now what I need to do is rebase back onto a previous version of master and squash everything up. So let's do git log. Where's the last? So origin master is back here. Bogo sort in nim. So it looks like I'm going to do git rebase onto this guy. Q. So git rebase minus I here. Should do it. And I should be able to... I should be able to just... Let me just DG here. 1 second. Is that the right... Is that where I want to break off? Small scale... Okay, that is the first commit somehow. I don't understand how, but that is the first commit. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so we want to... I'm just going to squash all of these guys onto that commit. So 4x. And then S. All right. Ready, quit. Sure. I'm just going to remove all this and just say adding fractal flame chapter. Oh, hello there, you. Adding fractal flame chapter. Right, quit. Okay, perfect. So now if we do git, everything should be rebased. Perfect. So git log again. We're back onto master, and so now I just need to push that. So git push origin. Fractal flame. Double dash force. There we go. That should do it for now. Xcoding, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. And also, Git is sorcery. I've been getting better at Git. But how are we supposed to... Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's good to go. Okay, let's click that button, and this should be built. Have you ever done a Git tutorial? I have done a Git tutorial before. Force implies Simuleus is Wicked Witch of the West. Wait. I mean, does it? I mean, we could do a Git tutorial in the same way we could do a terminal tutorial and stuff like that. I mean, like, I'm happy to talk more about the stuff that I do if people have questions on it. Like, you know, how do you do this? What exactly is a rebase? If people have questions like this, I'm more than happy to answer. But on the other hand, you know, if these are questions, if people don't know, or if people already know this stuff, then it's not too big of a deal to just keep going, you know? So let's do git checkout conv updates. Now what I'm going to do is do the opposite on this branch. I'm sorry, Simulators, do you prefer to be called Voldemort than the Wicked Witch of the West? I mean, it's Git, right? Like, some people know it, some people don't, and that's, I mean, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm new here. Could someone explain what's going on? I found you on knowledgefellowship.com. Yeah, so right now we are working on an overall project that will eventually turn images into a set of fractals, which is pretty cool. We're working on a very small part of that, which is the convolution part of that. So the question is, what is a convolution? That's a very good question. Thank you so much for asking. So a convolution is essentially a way, that's very flickery, and I'm sorry about that. A convolution is a way to essentially modify an input signal. So for example, the input signal is this little blue square in here. And what we're doing is we're modifying this signal with some sort of filter. Now the question is, how do we apply that filter to the signal? And the way we do that is basically by moving this filter across all of space. And in doing so, we then multiply the filter by the signal at every point. And we integrate their multiplied output. That integral gives you that area under the curve. And that area on the curve, under the curve, will be the convolution at that step. Now you might be asking, why? You might be asking why anyone would care about this. And it's particularly useful for images, like image convolutions and stuff like that. But it's also useful for integer multiplication and stuff like that. So spam. No, wait, knowledgefellowship.com, I think is an actual website. But so the Knowledge Fellowship is a group of streamers on Twitch that deal with educational content. So, I mean, it could be, potentially, a fake website, but also, like, unless you're talking about something else that I missed. But, yeah, the Knowledge Fellowship is something that I know, so I assume that he's coming from other educational channels on Twitch, or they're coming from other educational channels on Twitch. When I go to the website, I get an advertising landing page. Oh, maybe it's not, maybe like the website that they posted wasn't the right website, but the Knowledge Fellowship is something that I know from Twitch. So I would be surprised if, like, I would be surprised if it wasn't related somehow, you know? Again, I don't know what the website is though. TheKnowledgeFellowship.org. Oh, .org, not .com. Let's go over here. Open. Open. Paste. There we go. Right, yeah. So this is fine. I don't know, actually, where am I on this? So let me go to LEIOS. PhD student. Oh, it still says I'm a PhD student in Okinawa. Interesting. Sorry about that. No, not a big deal at all. I appreciate that you're here from the Knowledge Fellowship. It's actually a pretty good group of people. So if you're interested in doing or watching other educational content on Twitch, I would definitely recommend this site. Now, I thought the site looked different. Let me do yank and open this up in another browser. Paste. What do we have here? Oh, okay. Maybe not. Oh, for some reason I thought the site looked a bit different. That's okay. What is the plot tool you're using called again? I'm just using Julia Plots. It's just plots.jl. It's the standard plotting package in Julia. So, okay, and then I'm just combining all the images into a video at the end. I don't see how the green area has anything to do with that convolution line from looking at this plot video. Well, the green area is what you're integrating. So, you know, if you look at this, then the green area increases greatly at the start, and then starts increasing less and less as the triangle goes further into the square, and then here it stops, because essentially the convolved output, the multiplication of the two outputs, is done. And then it decreases rapidly and then less afterwards. So, Maestran, would be nice. Then again, I hope Adblock stops from making any money at least. Wait, what are we talking about now? I missed something. Someone should make a DNS that filters all advertising landing pages and just returns NX domain for them. I don't know what a DNS is, and I'm sorry about that. Distributed denial of service? No, that's DDoS. So the area is added to some kind of function. The area, if you sum that area, then you get the, if you sum that area, you get the convolution at every point. That's what that is. Yeah, the surface is summed. That's what it is. Server meh? Server service meh. Okay. Let's see. My student Piehole is a project for that. I think I'm caught up on chat, but if I missed something, just paste it again. I may have missed something. I feel like I missed something, but I'm not sure what I missed. A domain name service, the thing that turns google.com into an IP address you can actually send packets to. Ah, fair enough. Okay. I need to learn more about web technology because I know nothing about web technology, and I apologize for that. It's system, whatever. Anyway, so let's move this up to the upper right-hand corner again. And now I'm going to remove everything to do with the fractal flame chapter from our convolution update so that those two are completely decoupled. And then I'm going to go back to the visualization. You see that the green area is very big at the beginning and then goes down, and the tail is triangle small. It's not web technology, it's network technology. You can do that with the pfSense. I have a question. Is it fair to add an axis for t moving from 0 to 1,000 while the triangle moves? You're saying... I need to think. You're saying that's why the convolution grows quickly and then goes back to 0. You were saying that I should have a separate, like, a separate line underneath that's essentially time, and it goes from, like, you know, 1 to 10 seconds or something like that, I suppose. I don't know how to do that. I'm sorry, but I think that might be useful. My convolution goes quickly and then goes back to 0. Okay, so I'm going to do git rm fractal flame. Git rm-r fractal flame cd backup directory vi summary.md, and then let's go to the fractal flame chapter and remove that. Now I believe that this probably broke the build. Yep. Let's run it one more time. You put the MAC address to send over the Ethernet, but then within the Ethernet packet, you put the IP address so your router knows which way to push it next. It would be awesome to actually control that with a mouse. Oh, we're not going to do a control with mouse. I'm sorry. This plot is twisting reality in a way because you have two Ys. I mean, I guess, yeah, but one's for the convolution. The other is for the signal and filter values. So I tried to make those different. I can also explain you all about how to use ARP to broadcast queries on the Ether in order to turn IP addresses into MAC addresses, but let's not go there. If I understand correctly, the area of the intersection of the signal and filter is being plotted as a convolution. It's almost that. It is the area of the triangle and the square multiplied together. It just so happens because our square is precisely equal to 1. It's just, all zeros and then ones where the square is available. It is the overlap in this case, but in the broad sense, it's not just the overlap. It is the multiplied. It's the area of F and G multiplied together, right? So, you're right in this case, but in general, it's the multiplied output of the two of them. So that's why I actually don't like this visualization too much because I think it kind of covers up that fact. Okay, so let's do quit here. Git add summary, git commit -m, removing fractal flame chapter from convolution. All right, git push origin convolution updates. Okay, great. Okay, so that's good. So we have the visualization that's relatively okay. We have the algorithm archive ready to add plots to. I don't really know how to put that, but we are ready to add plots to the algorithm archive. Cool. Okay. Let me take a quick sip of water. How's everyone doing? Are you guys doing all okay? If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, feel free to let me know. We actually had some comments in chat about the difference between network technology and web technology, and I actually don't know what the difference is, and I'm sorry if that's a dumb question, but I'd love to hear more about that. Radu, well, in order to send a DNS request, you first need to do an ARP query for your gateway's IP so you know which Ethernet MAC you send the DNS query. Thosifer, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a look at the algorithm archive article and see which visualizations we actually need to make, and essentially which ones are most important. And I mean, we're going to have to make all of them today. And I've got another 4 hours or so that I could technically keep streaming for this. Web is www, which I think is just the HTTPS protocol. And you're going to say that network. So, right. So the actual thing here was someone was talking about DNS, and they said DNS was network technology, not web technology. So essentially, it's DNS because it's not specifically related to www. Right? Or am I wrong? Okay, so let's go over here and take a look at the fractal flame chapter. What am I doing? Okay, no, there. So I want to look at the data structures, convolutions 1D. Perfect. The web is stuff that is in your browser, and the internet includes all the other stuff as well. Okay, that's fair. So I didn't realize that web was specifically browser. I suppose I should have known that, because for me, it's so far removed. It's like, when... Okay, so I tried to make a terminal-based academia-themed card game a while ago, where you essentially, it's a card game. And your goal is to gain up to a certain impact factor, that impact factor being arbitrarily set to 20 or something like that. And the idea is you hire people in your lab and stuff like that. The reason this is relevant is because in that game, I basically developed it so you have, 3 primary fields: physics, biology, and chemistry, and then mathematics as a 4th field, and then other. And the thing was, other is huge, right? If you're going to make an academic card game, or you're going to talk about academia, other is literally everything else. It's business, it's law, it's health, it's literature, art. It's so many other things. But because I was so in the STEM mindset, I didn't really, education was even in there. All of this was like some big blob that I didn't really see in the distance, right? And so I think that's kind of what I see with web technology and stuff like that. It's just, and internet technology, all this kind of stuff is just, it is something. it is that people know a lot about, but I don't know about it. So for me, it's just this one big blob that I'm all like, I say like all web and internet technology is kind of the same, and network technology is all kind of the same because I don't know it, you know? And it's unfortunate. I should learn more, you know? You can have two computers linked with an Ethernet cable, and they are still able to resolve their names in a few ways. Browser is becoming a looser and looser definition now, like all GUI email clients and Electron. Yeah, I feel like everything's built on Electron nowadays. Do I know anything about Electron? No. Do I know it's useful? Yes, because it's used in pretty much everything. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to notate the visualizations that we have left to do, and what we have to get done. IRSSI isn't built on Electron. That's fair. Everything is built on spyware now. Oh, I mean JavaScript. Why is JavaScript spyware? Okay, so we have convolutions. So we have to do a few visualizations. The first visualization is going to be just a triangle wave that's just 1, 2, 1 on top of a square, I believe. The next one is going to be, and since convolution uses a filter to guide, as a guide to figure out how much of the signal is stir at different points. Now let's extend this example a bit further with a square wave convolved with a relatively sharp Gaussian. Okay, so we need to do square with triangle wave, square with Gaussian. Let me write these down somewhere. I don't know, we'll just bring this over here. Why not? Sure. All right. I'm just going to have it up here so it's somewhere. And then we're just going to put it journal new page before. So 1, we need square with, and then we need triangle. And then we need Gaussian. Okay. Let's see. The next thing we need to do. The next one we already have. So we'll do sawtooth. Okay. Now let's see. What else do we need? I think those are the only visualizations that we had. Now, the big problem with those visualizations is that all of those visualizations are just with the square wave of size 1. And now that doesn't seem like a big problem, but it is in fact a big problem because that means that people will think that the convolution is just the overlap. So I'm going to write down what I know we need to do, and then we're going to kind of figure out if we want to maybe change those visualizations just a little bit. Okay, so we have square wave there. We need visualizations of different boundaries. So we need specifically a simple bound, 2 simple bound. And these actually need to apply to all of these visualizations up here. And then 3, we need periodic with Gaussians. Okay, so these are the visualizations we need. Let me just make this big again. Something like this. Yeah, that should do. Okay, move this over here. Okay, so these are the visualizations we need. We need a square with a triangle, Gaussian, and sawtooth. Okay, I think it is good to do the square wave as a basic visualization background. And it's good to do these as well, but I think I want to normalize the square and normalize the triangle as well, such that, yeah, I want to normalize the square and normalize the triangle such that, oh gosh, I need to think about this. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Before IRSSI, you're pronouncing IRSSI wrong. Before IRSSI as a client existed, the word was used as a sort of Finnish joke pronunciation of IRC. That's fair. I mean, I find like, when it comes to pronunciations, like for example, MySQL, I know it's called like SQL. I know it's pronounced that. But also, if you're going to pronounce SQL as SQL, then if people are going to try to Google SQL, they're going to Google something wrong, right? So it's one of those like, it's one of those things that like, I do 100% understand that. Yeah, I'm probably saying it wrong, but I'm probably going to keep saying it wrong because I think it's more like, it will help people be able to, like, if someone asks, what are you using? I can say IRSSI and people will get me. If I say like URSI or whatever, which is probably what it's actually pronounced, people might not be able to Google that. I mean, I might be wrong. It's just my lame justification for sticking to my old pronunciation, even though I know I'm wrong. Okay. So we have to get the visualization for the simple bounds next is probably the next thing. So let's just kind of work with the visualization we have and And I need to modify this. So right now we're using periodic bounds. That is to say the triangle goes from one side and goes back around. The reason this is bad is because if you naively implement a convolution, you are probably not going to think about periodic boundary conditions as your initial set of boundary conditions. That's probably not going to happen. So you're probably going to want to think of like a simple, almost no bound, where the final convolved output is twice or is the length of the signal and the filter put together. That's probably what you're going to think of to start. So let's think about how to do that visualization justice. Because that visualization is going to be different. What do we have here? Will the convolution of two Gaussians be an interesting visualization? Yeah, so we have that one as well. And I quite like that one. So let me open up this. And if I do MPV, I don't remember which one it is. Out 4 maybe, .mp4. Out 5, 6, let's do. There we go. So here's the visualization of two Gaussians. Let me tell you why I like that one. Loop 0. So here's the convolution of two Gaussian. It's going the opposite direction. Let's do out 8 or something. 7. There we go. So this should be the correct one. Okay, so here's that visualization. Oh, again, this was a while ago. But the reason I like this visualization is that, I'll just make it bigger. Why not? Okay, so the reason I like this visualization is if you look at the Gaussian that is, that we're summing, it's clearly not the overlap between the two Gaussians, right? It's clearly a multiplied Gaussian output, right? And that's the reason I like it, because it clearly identifies to the viewer or whatever that this is more than just the overlap between the two of the functions. But yeah, so that's the two Gaussians. And you'll note another thing as well. Let me just move this a little bit further here. So it is a bit hard to see there. Let me try it again. Here, maybe, you'll note that essentially a convolution of a Gaussian with a Gaussian creates a blurred Gaussian. And so here you can see that this orange Gaussian, which was the original one, the same as the original one in here, has a steeper slope than this other Gaussian in there. So it's kind of nice in that you can see that. By the way, I don't know if I said this a few minutes ago. I'm sorry, I'm doing a very bad job of keeping up with follows today. Thosifer, thank you so much for following. I don't know if I said that, but if I did, I thank you twice. That's totally okay. Let's take a look at irssi.wav. Okay, so let's do this, there, paste that in there. What? Jorsi. Way different than I thought it would be. That's insane. Okay. This is good. This is good. So we're getting there, one step at a time. I'm going to go get a little bit more water. I will be back in just maybe a minute or two. Sorry about that, guys. And then we'll keep working on the visualizations. I said this yesterday, and I said this the day before, and I said this the day before that. I really want to get the 1D chapter done as soon as possible, and I think as soon as possible could be today. And so I'm really hoping to get that done, and then we'll start on 2D tomorrow. There's a lot of stuff still to do with 2D, but in some sense it might be a bit easier. The visualizations are always hard, but that's okay. Maybe you should stay with IRSSI. Yeah. That's fair as well. Okay, so I'll be back in just a minute, guys. I'm going to get a quick sip of water, or just fill up my water bottle a bit. And yeah, so give me 1 minute. I'll be back. So yeah, see you guys in just a second. Okay, guys, back. Sorry about that. Give me just a second. And right. Okay. Did he eat all the waters? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Sorry, I drink like a stupid amount of water, like liters, like 7 liters of water a day or something dumb like that. I don't know why. I just go through an insane amount of water. Let me go and see what I missed in chat. But it's winter there. It doesn't matter if it's winter or summer. It doesn't matter. Drinking water is equal to something embarrassing. Is it? If so, like, I'm one of the most embarrassing people on earth. Okay. So, where was the last time I saw chat? Oh, okay. I see. Because my little screen said doing something embarrassing. Don't look. I missed something. Let me do a page up here. I missed a lot of chat. So, would convolving two Gaussians be interesting? So, I got that. So, the next thing was from Radu. Sorry, because that's what JavaScript is used for mostly now, analytics, big data. It's some code running on your browser that can gather a lot of things about your computer. Also, most people don't care at all about privacy, security, things like that. So most sites you see are just importing JavaScript from all over the web without caring what's going on. Someone could just change the code on the other side, and you download some malicious piece of code. It's not making the web page faster. I didn't know any of that. I'm sorry about that. Cool, now it's clear. Maybe you should say RSI, filling up the water bottle is embarrassing. The thing about JavaScript these days is that most people import crazy amounts of frameworks and nonsense to the simplest of websites. The only good thing that I can think of about JavaScript is the fact that you can do AJAX, asynchronous requests to the web server on just parts of the web page, so the server will... where did that go? So the server will send you less bytes, thus loading the page faster. I do agree with... Back in the old days of the web, you could hit Control F and actually search pages, but now you demand loading on scroll. You first have to scroll down to load the content before you can start searching. Huh, really? I thought you could still Control F. Okay, anyway. The issue is everyone is doing it willingly or without knowledge because they don't have time, don't care, etc. How any company can justify importing code without understanding it is beyond my understanding. What is happening? Water ran out. Did he eat all the water? This is great, but it's winter there. Drinking water is something embarrassing. Also, the modern web UX seems to be completely forgotten subject. You need to scroll up. Excuse me, but isn't 7 liters of water a day harsh on your bladder and kidney? You can search, but you don't have the whole page. Yeah, probably. I'm no doubt 7 liters of water is probably pretty bad, but that doesn't mean I don't drink a lot of water. Also, probably a lot of it is sweat. Okay, this is... I don't know why I'm talking about this, but a lot of it is probably sweat because I do work out regularly. So I do at least an hour of working out every day. I need to eat a little bit less food because I'm still not losing any weight. But, you know, the truth is that I usually go through like a full liter of water in about an hour of gymming just because I get really sweaty. I'm sorry. I know it's super embarrassing, but like it is what it is. Like I will like, you know, I just sweat a lot. So that's what it is. There will be some slightly empty space between the green area and red-blue curve. Yeah, so we can fix that. This was a that was actually that's not so big of an issue with this particular visualization, but that is something that we could fix. You need to lose weight. Hands are sweaty. Code spaghetti. It's intentional. The area is multiplicative of the two curves, not just the area of their overlap. Oh, right. Yeah. So in this case, yeah, correct. So there's supposed to be, so like, for example, this, I meant to pause it, but I didn't because I wasn't on that right there. So the point here is that this here is a multiply of, you know, the overlap of these two guys. So every point where the two functions are overlapping, we're multiplying them to create this separate Gaussian. So it's actually not supposed to go all the way up here or in here. It's supposed to be different. The reason we had to fix it in the other one is in that case it was just the overlap, and so because of that, yeah. So maybe the convolution line should have the same color and form in all the videos. Right. So this is an old video. I agree that this is an old video. So if I were to redo it, in which case I should redo it. In fact, I will redo it next. That's the next visual I should make. That was an old video. I'm sorry about that. That was yesterday's video. We now have this up here. We can fix that. Sorry. We have not made the new visualization yet. We will be making it now. So anyway, what I will say though is, so how many people here are, okay, I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. What I need to do is check up see how many people here know what I'm doing. If you don't know what I'm doing, if there are people here who don't know what I'm doing, I might reintroduce what I'm doing so people understand the full scope of the project, and then we can hop back into it. I do. We have 2 people that do, 3 people that do. Okay, so that's wait. Oh, the question is, do you know what you're drawing? Kind of, in a way. Okay, so there isn't anyone that's almost 10%. That's pretty good. 10% is much higher than my certainty about anyone's subject. Will you marry me? Sorry, I'm already taken. You're drinking water. 1, I do. Okay, so most people know what I'm doing. I won't reintroduce myself, but if somebody here doesn't know what I'm doing, raise your hand. I don't know what you're doing. Oniru. Okay, this is what we're doing. Great, thanks. Someone asked. Okay, perfect. That means everyone has to wait. No, I'm kidding. I'm being a jerk. Okay. So we are working on a big project that will eventually take any image and output a set of fractals for that image. I got my paper published in a Q1 journal. Dude, super sweet. Like, really cool. So I'm going to CD into projects. Flamify here. And now I'm going to do ls and just run mirage check.png. Okay, so what you're seeing here is a fractal, a set of fractals known as a fractal flame. So it's a combination of different fractals put together. To make this image, we had to do a whole bunch of different things. It's, pretty cool. You can make a whole bunch of different fractal patterns. These are just 2 that we had, but you could make a bunch of them. The point is, it's basically generated with a bunch of random numbers and random points. And so in order to make the final product, we have to do some sort of image manipulation to it, like maybe blurring regions like this and regions in here, stuff like that. And so for those reasons, we're kind of going all the way back and we're talking a bit about convolutions, and we're slowly going to be building up the project from the base up. Again, convolutions, iterative function systems, and all this kind of stuff. And eventually what we want to do is be able to insert some sort of image, whatever that image might be, and output a set of fractals that are related to that image. So basically output a set of fractal flames that closely approximate the image, therefore becoming a fractal, right? So if I put my face in there, I want to return a fractal that looks like my face. That's the idea. And so we're, again, going to be building a learning resource. So if anybody wants to figure out how to do this for themselves, they will have all the pieces to put it together. And so that's going to be all in the algorithmarchive.org. And so we're working right now on the convolutions chapter for that. Convolutions are a way for us to manipulate a signal with some sort of thing known as a filter. So here our signal is just a square and our filter is a triangle. And the idea is the triangle is basically telling us which points in the square we add together or we mix together and how exactly we do that mixing. So for example, it's saying we mix this, we heavily weight these elements of the square and don't heavily weight these areas of the square. And the idea is at every single point, we multiply the triangle by the square, wherever the triangle might be in space. And then we integrate that multiplied output, which is this green region in here, in order to create the convolution at this point, and thereby mixing or blending the 2 signals in a somewhat non-trivial way. And so that's kind of that's roughly what we're doing. And again, we're working on visualizations. What do we have here? It was awesome. I'm like, it's super exciting. Also got the news on my birthday. Also super cool. First quartile journal, like top 25. Super cool. Yeah. Also, like, great job. What is the distribution of random numbers then? The distribution of random numbers is useful for figuring out like which function you move along. It's an iterated function system. So the idea is that you basically pick a point and have that point kind of move around in space. And that's how you generated the other fractal. The first distribution is the fractal. Yeah, the one that we showed at first was... I was asking because usually when I hear Q1, it's about the first quarter of the year. Oh, I wouldn't know. I don't pay taxes. I don't do my taxes. Why is the convolution time shifted to the left? It's a matter of where you put the time zero of the kernel. What's an array? I guess that makes sense. Yeah, also it's f of g of x minus t. So because it's f of g of x minus t, and you're subtracting the t, this causes it to shift to the left. You don't pay taxes? Wow, we must listen to you? Oh, right, because the only people that don't pay taxes are people who are too powerful to pay taxes. Question, what is an array? Is that a serious question? If so, an array is a collection of elements in memory. So for example, if you have a 1, 2, 3, and 4, let's say they are stored in memory somehow as maybe floating point numbers or integers, it doesn't really matter. They're just stored in memory somehow. An array is a way to collect those guys together. Now there's a lot of nuance to that. But in the grand scheme of things, we are using an array here as a representation of an image, right? So instead of saying we have, 1, 2, 3, 4 collected together, we're saying we have like a set of pixels collected together, or something like that. So our signal here, which is this little square wave, could represent an image that's just like all black, except for this little white sliver in the middle, and then black everywhere else. And that's kind of what you could imagine this to be. So think of an image, and each pixel is an element in this array, or something like that. Maybe that helped. Let's see. F of x multiplied by g of x minus t. Right. That's why it's shifting to the left. But physically speaking, if a signal goes through a filter, there's no way the output appears before the input. So I had to ask. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying. Okay. I see what you're saying. The convolution itself is shifted a bit. We can fix that as well. It's just a bit hard because, again, it's really dependent on where your triangle starts. So if we make it so the triangle starts somewhere else, that should fix that. So let's do that right now. So let's go into vi-conv.jl, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so our triangle wave, let's just make it so it starts in the middle, and then we'll go from there. Just want to know if people are ready for this question. I think it's a fairly good question to ask. I appreciate that. Roy Bra, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. You'd hear about Q1, 2, 3, 4 in any company that has significant number of employees, if it's on the stock exchange for sure. What you're thinking about is known as casual filter, but when you're working with data you already have, e.g. spatial domain, there's no need to be casual. Yeah. Oh, casual or causal? Causal. I was misreading that. Of course it's causal. Oh man, I'm sorry, I'm dumb. Okay, so we're gonna say, what do we want to do? We want to shift this guy. So y is equal to that. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Just assume that it's easier. Casual filter, Lego. What's a casual filter? I don't know. It's like when you have video games and you're trying to filter out all the filthy casuals, For me, it was fine. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not like English, where your mother language. Look, I'm gonna be honest. My English is getting really bad recently. I've been having a lot of trouble just like reading, let alone speaking. Well, okay, to be fair, speaking is actually easier than reading in my opinion, but it is what it is. Okay, so the issue here is I'm defining y as a filter. Now, we have the convolution with x and y. So, what, I gotta think about this. He's Japanese now. Ah, so. Hi. Would you explain what is the problem with timing of output now? What I don't know. Okay, wait. What is your question? Sorry. Could you reiterate the question? So, is your question? No, actually, what is your question? I'm sorry. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. Okay, so here we have float of I is going to be from... So we're just creating 200 elements, which corresponds to our triangle. You want to fix something, but I don't know what the problem is. Oh, so what I was going to do is I was going to try to fix it so that this is shifted more towards the center of the plot. That was it. I just want to shift it over. And I'm trying to figure out how to do that. So what I was going to do is make it so the triangle starts on the edge and then works its way over or something like that. So the center of the triangle is over here instead of over here is kind of what I was going to do. And see if that would allow us to shift the convolution over a bit just to make it a bit more natural for some people. Okay. So we're doing the convolution. We're doing the convolution linear here. That's fine. And where do we put y on the map? It must be in the convolution linear function, right? So here we're saying it's a sum. So we say n is going to be equal to that. The residual sum. Oh, this is a pain in the butt, isn't it? Because we have periodic boundaries. Okay, so we're saying I plus length of signal 2 is less than length of signal 1. they were saying the R sum is going to be equal to the sum of signal 1 of I to I plus the length of signal 2 times reverse of signal 2. I see. So we're iterating through all of the elements. Okay, I see what we're doing here. So the issue is just how I'm doing this. So what I'm doing in this particular function here is I'm just starting the triangle out in the left-hand corner over here. So I'm just starting it out over here. That's the very first frame, right? So what I want to do is make it start out so it's just a little bit shifted over to the left. And the way I would do that would be selecting, let me think. I could iterate through, this really doesn't matter. Signal 1 minus width of rectangle. Signal 1 minus width of rectangle. Right, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. So we have n, which is the length of the signal. And what I want to do is maybe start, can I just start, let me see what happens if I do the following. So I'm just going to do this. And I'm just going to have I count in the negatives to start with. So let's have it count from width of rectangle. I don't think I have the width of rectangle, but maybe we do length of signal 2 divided by 2, and we'll do the negative there. And then we go from n minus 1 minus length of signal 2 over 2 or something. I don't know, I'm making this up, but maybe something like that should do it. Okay, so let's just do the last include here, and then run main and see what this does. Error access to 1000 element array at index negative 100.5. That's not going to work. That's definitely not going to work. I was hoping it would, but clearly I'm trying to access an array at a negative index, and that's just not going to work. So, what I could say is that, okay, I don't know. I'm actually kind of a bit stumped. I don't know how to do this. The point is that I don't know how to do this at all. I have a question. Is a rectangle... I have a question. The rectangle is unknown in the problem? No, the rectangle is known. What's unknown is the dotted line. We don't know what the convolution looks like. But even so, we do know what the convolution looks like. It's just... There isn't really an unknown in this problem. It's just a visualization of the output. Just leave it at, I think it's fine just to leave it as is as well. I mean, like, I can just mention that the reason that the convolution will be shifted depending on where the output convolution will be shifted depending on where you start the triangle. I think that's fine. Besides, this is only going to be useful for periodic boundary conditions, which we are not going to deal with right now. In fact, we're going to be adding in a new boundary condition that we're going to be doing for this visualization in just a second. Just making sure the x0 point is a matter of definition anyway. Exactly. So let me just go here. Let's run Mirage out. Okay, so this seems to be just fine. Perfect. Okay, so now let's do the Gaussian one. So G down here, and what I'm going to do is the following. And comment this back in, comment these out. Okay, let's do the Gaussian visualization. So we're going to do include main, give that a second to do its thing, and then we should have a Gaussian visualization coming up. So let's do Mirage out. And this looks fine. Look at that. Bam, there's our plot. Okay, so let's, yeah. So let's go ahead and turn that into a video. So we're gonna do FFmpeg, and this is gonna be out 15. And now we have our visualization. So if we run mpv out 15.mp4 loop 0, there's our visualization for the Gaussians. I think that looks good. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Okay. So we'll go ahead and copy that Gaussian visualization over, since we need it for the algorithm archive, and this one's not going to change because it's the one for periodic boundary conditions. Let me get a little bit more water. Man, I can't believe I've been streaming for 3 hours, and like we're still working on these visualizations. It's one of those times when it makes you wonder, like, would I be more efficient working on my own, or would I be less efficient working on my own? You know, like, I have no idea. All right, let me just copy this over to the algorithm archive while we're here. CD contents, convolutions, resources, ls here. We're gonna move, copy. The Gaussian will benefit from shifting the convolution too, but don't do it now. Yeah, it's fine. In fact, that one would be easier to do. Let's do that. If we delay the convolution curve as much as the width of the blue shape, then it overlaps with the triangle. If we delay the convolution curve as much as the width of the blue shape, then it overlaps the triangle. If we delay the convolution curve as much as the width of the blue shape, then it overlaps the triangle. I don't know. It should shift to the right. In fact, let me take a look at this visualization here. You're right. Maybe we should shift the filter signal so it starts on the edge. Let's see what happens if we shift the filter signal. That one's actually easy to do. So let's go here. Let's have that visualization up here. Out 15. Okay. And now we're just going to go into here, vi.conv.jl, go down here. So we have y, and all I'm going to do is say y is going to be equal to, it should just be a combination from y from length of y over 2 plus 1 to end, and then y from 1 to length of y over 2. Something like that, I think. Let's see if that works. Oh my gosh, I have too much open. Include, of course. What's the issue? It doesn't like the fact that I need this. Include main error. Okay, that's because it's a floating point. Because you have to do specifically div in Julia. It's one of those really annoying things. And then div again here. There and there. Try it again. Include main error. No method matching convolution linear of array float 64, array float 64 1, norm factor 125, plot true. Heh? Array float 64 1, array. What? Do you own the algorithm archive? Yeah, in some sense. I mean, it's not really like most of it is Creative Commons under me. So yes, divisions promote to floating point. Yeah, that's what happens with division. It's really weird. What is the issue here? That's a weird design choice. I agree with that one. It's a very weird design choice, specifically because for the most part, you're dealing with indexing, right? So you have to use the ASCII division symbol, this symbol, and I'm just like, I'm not using that. That's stupid. Like, if you're forcing me to use Unicode to write your language, like, I feel like there's something wrong about that. But anyway, whatever. There's a lot of Unicode in Julia. This is not working out, and I'm not sure exactly why. No method comes. Oh, it's array of array. I see. So I want to do the vertical concatenation of this guy. Vertical concatenation. vcat. Try this again. Include main. Okay, now let's see what this one does. So we'll take a look there with the last mirage. Okay, so now we should see it goes up and it goes back down. I actually think that is a better visualization because it shows that the Gaussian has blurred the other Gaussian. Right? I think everyone agrees that is a better visualization. Okay, let's take a look at that one. So we're going to do quit, and we're going to do ffmpeg 16.mp4. I was visiting your website, and then I saw people learn differently. That line made me read the whole article. Yeah, I agree, better this way. Easier to see the results wider. Yep, I agree. So the truth is, again, when it comes to people learning differently and stuff like that, the whole point in the algorithm archive is that, again, I'm one of those people that needs a good textbook that has a whole bunch of numerical methods. Like, I like looking at different languages. It's something that I needed, so I'm like, let's make it. That's why the algorithm archive is so important, because I feel like it's missing, like, yeah, we have numerical recipes, which is kind of okay, but also, like, it's an old book. There's only so many languages that are supported by it, you know, and it's used everywhere. So it's like, well, how about we make a better version of that? And that's kind of the idea behind the algorithm archive. Will it work out in the end? Don't know, but we'll see what happens. So let's just play that guy, because I think that guy's better. So let's do 16.mp4. Okay, so here's that visualization. Looks better, right? Like, I think everyone will agree that is a better visualization than the one that we had before, right? I like to learn by scholar.google.com. I do that too. Like, you might be saying that ironically, but I do that unironically. Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is a decent visualization. Let me get some water. Is the convolution just a line or the area? The convolution is a line, but it is the sum of the area under the curve. Then we're both serious about that. I learn a lot. Like, I really love reading academic papers. It's one of those things that I wish more people did, you know? So the convolution is a line, but every point in the line is the sum of the area under that curve. So that's why the area is an important metric as well. I find the original articles are usually easier than someone's later interpretation of the subject. Agreed there. 100% agreed there. The only difference is that sometimes it is useful to see some visualizations, and it is useful to, like, see algorithm implementations. Why is the vertical line being drawn? The vertical line is, okay, that is a visualization artifact. We don't technically need to have that there. It's just that I pre-allocated the convolution array. And because of that, as the visualization goes forward in time, essentially the convolution is only defined up to, like, for example, this point. But I actually kind of like the line being there because it indicates, you know, like, this is where we've drawn. So I kind of want to keep it in there because I think it actually helps, because it's like, this is how far we've developed the convolution. So this line indicates at what point we are developing the convolution for, right? So for example, like, if we sum the area under this curve, then we are going to develop the point of the convolution here. So that's the next point that we're generating, this point here, by summing this curve, if that makes sense. I suppose I could draw it a separate color, or I could even have, like, a vertical line that just draws at all space. You know, I could do that. That wouldn't be too bad. I mean, there are subjects where you don't need that depth, and Wikipedia or something is fine. But if you truly want to learn something, go for the original articles. Right, so go for the original articles or algorithm implementations. Personally, I need code implementations to learn, which is why I find the papers are only useful for mathematics and stuff like that. Or mathematics, physics, chemistry, math, you know, stuff that doesn't require heavy computer science, or, like, it doesn't require heavy computational reasoning. But you know, the moment they start talking about, like, you know, computer graphics and you know, the area of computer science research, I really need to see code, because otherwise I don't understand it, you know? Okay. So I think Radu has a good point there. I'm going to try to draw a vertical line that just, in fact, let's just mess around with this even more. You're right. Let's do it. So let's do MPV. We're going to have this in the upper corner, and I'm just going to draw a vertical gray line that just kind of moves across the screen. I often like to try to re-implement the abstract description rather than decipher someone's code. It depends. The truth is, I agree with that, but also, like, sometimes they'll be saying, we did a GPU implementation, and you know approximately what they did, but what you're looking for is that little piece. Like, you're just saying, how did you do this part? And that's the part where it's like, I need to look at code for that, you know? But that's true. Everyone's different. Everyone learns differently, and that's the thing, right? Let's go into vi conv. Ooh, that's all caps. Sorry about that. vi conv.jl. Okay, so for the signal plot, what are we going to do? I want to draw a single vertical line that moves itself through the plot. Right. Wikipedia is great to find references to the original articles too. Yeah, that's true. I mean, in my opinion, articles are only really as good as the reference section. I say this a lot, but I do truly mean it. When you're reading a paper, the most important part of that paper is not so much what they're saying, but their ability to explain themselves, right? And the only way to explain yourself academically is by providing the shoulders of the giants whom you are standing upon to create said work, you know? Otherwise, you just need to grab any paper, dig deeper until you find it. The quality of scientific stuff on Wikipedia varies heavily, though. Agreed. Some of it's great, other stuff's just plain wrong. Right, I agree with that as well. Like, for example, the convolution chapter for Wikipedia is actually very much misleading. So that's that's another reason why I wanted an algorithm archive article on it. And in fact, I am thinking about doing a video of this. I think okay, maybe I should make the video on convolutions. What do you guys think? Should I make a convolution video or not? I was going to just save all of the videos until like the end and just make one big video at the end, but maybe I should keep making my little 5-minute videos and saying, look, this is my idea of a convolution. We'll talk about the convolutional theorem later, but this is what we have for the convolution up to this point. I have a question in fractal research. Do you have to prove new mathematical theorems using other mathematical theorems and lemmas, for example, about rate of convergence, or usually these theorems are cited from other papers? It depends on how you're doing the fractal research. If you're doing it entirely via like mathematical means, then probably there's a lot of proofs and stuff that you have to do. But if you are focusing on, like more of the computational reasoning, or like the computer graphics style, or like, you know, like for example, computational image compression or like fractal image compression or something like this, probably you need more benchmarks or something like that. But it really depends. It really does depend. Okay. So here then what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the dotted line. I'm going to add a vertical plot. So we're going to say, here we're plotting real of out, and instead I want to plot real from 1 to I, which should be fine. And then I need to draw a vertical line from the top to bottom. Do you prove, or do you usually do the coding? Sorry, that's my last irrelevant question. No, that's a good question. I do mainly coding. I don't do so much proofs. I need to do more proofs, but my ability to prove things is pretty poor. Let me do vertical line, Julia plots. Okay, what is the syntax for a vline in plots.jl? Vline arguments, vline scatter, vline. Okay. Vline 1, 2, 3, vertical lines at 1, 2, and 3. Okay, great. So I just want to do vline at I. So if I just do, how do I do that? Vline of, oh, okay, let's just go over here and let's just see, question mark vline. Okay, so vline x. How do I do vline of a plot? I guess it's going to be the following. So if I just do vline x here of plt I think is what I want. See what that does. And we're going to do include and main. Okay, that broke a bit. Error attempt 0 element array foot at index 1. Oh, I see. This has to be an array. Okay, include main. Okay, we're getting stuff out, so we'll see what this looks like. And now we're going to do Mirage. Okay, so we should see a vertical line. And okay, I think it does look better with the vertical line, but we want the vertical line, to be, I think bolded, and I probably want to turn it gray. And then I want to make it so the label for the vertical line, should we have a label? I don't think we need a label for the vertical line. So let's remove the label for the vertical line. Okay, so now we're going to say line color is going to be equal to, I think I can just do gray, but I don't know if it's American spelling or British spelling. I'm going to guess it's American spelling. So line color gray, and then we're going to do line width is equal to, what was I using for the other line width? I was using 2. And then I want to do label is equal to this. See what that does. Include main. Okay, give it a second. So we're gonna do this Mirage. Okay. How's this? Is the vertical line useful or not? What do you think? In fact, let's just turn this into a let's turn this into another video and play them side by side. So we're gonna do mpv 16.mp4. What? Oh, it's 17. Okay, so here's the one with the vertical line. We'll play them side by side. I think the vertical line is helpful. It looks better, I think. This is very beautiful. Okay, so vertical line or no vertical line? What do you guys think? Man, I feel like now we're just like talking about the art of plotting. Like that's this entire stream is just plotting things. But that's okay. I mean, this is what I have to do for the algorithm archive anyway, right? It's better to make a nice plot than a bad plot. I vote no. Okay. Let's see. Do you prove? Okay. I like to prove anything involving communications of multiple threads because it's almost always wrong if you don't prove it correct. Interesting. Multiple threads are like parallel programming. I vote no. Everyone's voting no. Interesting. So, right, so I can change the color, if that helps. Everyone's voting no. Everyone says the line is ugly. Ah, no! Okay, that's fine. We can... Okay, how about... Okay, what if we... I vote where is the information about the line. Well, so the line is the point at which we are computing... The line is the point at which we're computing for the convolution. So how about we do something else then? Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I'm gonna do something different, and I think you guys are gonna like this one. All right, just give me a second, because I have an idea how to make everyone happy, and you guys are all gonna be mad, but that's okay. It's an idea. It doesn't have to work out. Okay, just hear me out. So we're gonna remove the v line. All right, you guys are right. We'll remove the v line. We're going to do twin x, like we did before. And on top of this plot, I'm going to do plt. It's going to be equal to, and then I'm just going to grab this very same plot command that we had just a second ago. And all I'm going to do is plot a single element, which is out of I. I think. Can I do this? I to I plus 1. Okay. And then we're going to say, instead of line style dash, it's just going to be a solid line. And then we're just going to remove the convolution output. We don't need any of this, but we do need the line color. So let's add the line color over here. And let's do DD. Write that, go over here, include. And now we're going to do main. And that should, this will be the final visualization. This is the one we want. Pretty sure. Mirage out.png. Okay, so here. What are you doing? Never mind. This is completely wrong. Okay, never mind. I thought that would be correct, but no, it just doesn't. It just decided to plot up. I don't know why. Okay. Okay, that's wrong. What I was trying to do was make it so the line didn't go all the way up. It just kind of went down. Let me try to get this working, because right now it's it didn't work, but maybe it could in principle. So what is this doing? The output, what we want is we want to draw. It's cool, no more vertical convolution line. If you want to show the point of the convolution being a little animated bunny there with a convolution pencil drawing the convolution plot, I mean, it's useful. It's noisy. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to say real of, let's do vcat zeros of I minus 1 real here, okay, u, x, whatever, and let's see how that does. It's a really dumb way to do it, but maybe it'll work. Main, see if this does. Okay, so we're gonna do Mirage, and then why is it just going all the way up like that? What is happening? It is, what are you doing, man? The point was, And it's going back down? What is happening? Wait a minute. What are you doing? Is it just not scaled right? It's probably not scaled right. So we got to divide this by, It's not scaled right. You're not normalizing the convolution, but the indicator line. Yeah, I know. So let me just do divide by scale. Whatever. Okay, so now we're going to do include main. And then Mirage. That should do it. Okay, there we go. I think the line is super helpful. This is why. All right, let me turn that into another output image. So we're going to do ffmpeg out 18. And now we're going to do out 18.mpv. Okay. Solid line better than dotted line. That's my opinion. Solid line is better than the dotted line because the dotted line looks funny. See, it's just kind of doing weird dotted things. So at least as a solid line, it kind of makes sense. I mean, we could like completely remove the indicator, but I kind of like having an indicator line there because the indicator line like tells us if you pause the animation, that indicator line is the exact point of the convolution that we're calculating. So it's kind of useful to have just as you know, an indicator. So I think it's okay. What do you guys opinions? I feel like everyone has their opinions on why I can't plot anything. Okay. Okay. So you guys are happy with this line. That's fine. Just okay, good. So one person is happy. Votes for this line versus the other line. I think the one on the right looks better than the one on the left. If you just look at the two next to each other. Yeah, the one on the right looks better than the one on the left to me. Yeah. It seems that I'm the only happy person in chat. It's okay. As long as one person's happy, no one else matters, right? Okay. So that's our visualization for the Gaussians. We have a few people that says it looks reasonable at least. So I think this is the final visualization that we're putting in the algorithm archive for the convolution. Oh, that's a lot of work. Why did it take so long to make one animation? That's probably because I was rambling about Guild Wars 2. Happy trees. Okay, so we're going to put this visualization in the algorithm archive. We're going to redo the visualization with the triangle and go from there. Solid indicator line is less busy, easier on the eyes. So yes, this is improvement. Right. Okay. I could remove the indicator line entirely, but I think having the indicator line is actually useful. So I think this is good. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm just going to take a look. Let me pause this at any point in time. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Good. Okay, so let me put this into the algorithm archive then. We have done like 18 different like convolution outputs at this stage. We have so many different convolution outputs. Actually more than that because like I didn't save all of them. We just have a lot of different iterations on the same visualization over and over again. CP projects, Simuleos, convolution, 1D, Gaussian animation. Out 18.mp4, 1D, Gaussian animation.mp4. Perfect. There we go. Baka Awful, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay. Let's put that video in the upper left-hand corner, and we're going to redo the video with the triangle. Out 18.mp4. Okay. So let's redo the triangle one. Okay. Slowly but surely getting there. So we're going to do summer. Nope, that's not what I'm doing. I don't. What am I doing? I'm going over here, and we're going to go up to vi conv.jl, move down here, and now we're just going to do the triangle guy. Comment this out. Change the norm factor. Okay, go over here, include, and now we're just going to see what happens. So we're going to run main, give it a go. Visualization of FFT convolution next. Well, we still have to do the 2D visualization for images and stuff like that. So not yet FFT convolution, but we have a lot of visualizations for FFTs coming up. Showing how the signal morphs through the butterflies. Oh, that's one that I want to do. Like, I really want to do, but I haven't quite figured that one out yet. So let's do Mirage. I think that looks good. I think that's clean. It looks clear. I'm happy with that. Again, the only issue here is that I don't care that much. I just need to not care. That feeling when your meeting gets postponed and you haven't done anything anyway. I'm sorry. Okay, so we are going to quit here from the last FFmpeg, and we're going to change this to out 19, and then we're going to copy that over to the algorithm archive. So we want to copy out 19 to 1D triangle animation. 1D triangle animation.mp4. Okay. All right, 2 video visualizations done. You could do the same thing you did with Gaussian and just offset the kernel. Yeah. Let's do it. This is actually a bit more difficult than it sounds, but it's doable. So here's our Y. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Y is going to be equal to VCAT of zeros for 400, Y, and then zeros for 400. And then we're going to do Y is going to be equal to VCAT of Y from, I think I can just do this here. Okay, write that, go over here, include, what did I do? I did something dumb. That's fine, that's not fine. Include main. Okay, see what this one does. Now we're going to do Mirage. So now the triangle is on the other side. And okay, so now it starts drawing at the center of the triangle. I'm not sure, is that actually what we want? Okay, hear me out. So because this is going to be playing on loop, this is probably okay. I mean, at least now the convolution is centered. Okay, let's just do it. It's fine. Who cares? What am I mean, I'm spending too much time on this. Okay. Close that. Quit here. And let's just do it one more time. 20. Okay, now I'm going to... Triangle's now reversed. Let me see. MPV, out 20, MP4. Triangle is reversed. Crap. Why is it reversed? It is reversed because... And also we're missing an element right there in the center. Okay. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't... Okay, correct. It's wrong now. Okay, but why is it wrong? It's wrong because... Actually, I don't know. Why is it wrong? There's a reverse in the... Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to go back to what it was. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm sorry about that. We can probably figure it out, but also, like, I don't care enough to figure that out. Write that, go over here. Include main here. There's a verse in the reverse. What are you trying to do? Nothing, it's okay, we're fine. Just don't worry about it, it's fine. This is the visualization we're sticking with, not gonna worry about it. Okay, so let's go here and let's do MPV 1D triangle animation here. That's fine, who cares, right? I mean, the only thing that's really going to change, like the only reason this is offset is because we have the initial points offset. Okay, good. Man, it just takes forever to make these visualizations. Like, I feel like everyone else is faster than I am at making these, but I know it's not true, but it just feels that way, you know? By the way, Legendary, how are you? Legendary Warrior. Actually, I've never known how to pronounce the name, but hey, I hope you're having a great day. Okay. So again, I've been streaming for like 3 hours and 16 minutes now. Let's think. So I still have a few more visualizations I need to do. It is currently 3:20 in the afternoon. I'm just trying to take stock of where we need to go. My hope was that by 6 o'clock p.m. we have all the visuals for this upcoming chapter done and ready to go. You need to fix the offset now? No, I decided just not to fix the offset. We're going to leave it as it was. For what it's worth, Julia seems a bit complicated with stuff like this. I don't know any system. Okay, so I could, for example, use NewPlot for the plotting here, and that's fine. But in terms of like comparing Julia to like Python, for example, I still think Julia is easier than like Matplotlib for this. So, but again, maybe I'm wrong here. The main issue was just that like, you're right, like the plots.jl library needs to be a bit updated, you know? Probably could have done, like this is why I think I should have used NewPlot in the end. I should have just output the data and done it in NewPlot. I think the plots would have looked nicer. Anyway, but at the same time, fine, whatever. I don't really care that much. Like we have it working. Let's just use the script that we have and just stick with it, you know? But for the most part, I think it's okay. It's a decent enough visualization. Okay, let's go ahead and close this over here. Make this bigger. Yeah, we'll just bring this up over here. Okay. Oh gosh, I am tired. I'm super tired because I spent all night last night just like doodling about a game that I'm never gonna make. I spent like literally like an hour or two on that last night. I was like ready to go to bed, and then I was like, oh, I can make a game. And then I started thinking about like the idea and like how to put it all together. And I was like, I'm never gonna make this game. Like why did I waste 2 hours of the only time I have to sleep? Like it's just I'm super tired. That's okay. Do I want to take a quick 10-minute break doing something different before hopping back onto the next visualizations? That's the question. The answer is I think probably. So maybe I check the algorithm archive, see if there's a quick review that I can do. And then we'll hop back onto the convolution visualization after that. The curse of creative minds. Doing something embarrassing like drinking water. I could do something even more embarrassing and we could I don't know. I don't know what's more embarrassing, honestly. Okay, but honestly the visualization looks like it's going well. I'm pretty happy with this visualization. It's good. Right. Okay. And we have written down what the visualizations we have left to make. So I figure we just do it. So let's I'm going to take like a 5-minute break, check the algorithm archive, see if there's any PRs that I can kind of take a look at. And let's do that. So let's do github.com. And let's just go to the algorithm archive and see what's there. That's the word I was looking for. Contribute. By the way, how do we cooperate with the algorithm archive? Yeah, so the easiest way is just to go to the list of pull requests, which I will give you a link here, and paste it here. And just if there is any language in here that you know, if you could just look at that language, you know, whether that be Racket or Dart or Go or any of these, PowerShell. If you just look at it and you just try to read it, that's all I need. And just say, this code looks good. That's it. And then I can take a look at the algorithm, make sure the algorithm's outputting what it's supposed to do. I just need to make sure that the code is consistent. I don't see MATLAB, sorry. Okay, so first I'm gonna do migrating to GitHub CI. So let's see, it seems to work locally with act, but requires custom Docker image, followed by act. I would like to replace this mess with lifting the CNAME plus git commits bit into the run of this task and just hard code a bunch of variables and then push, let's see. Uses GitHub. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna say I did actually try this. But I was not able to get it quite working. I would be happy for the help, though. Okay. Again, I'm probably just a noob. So essentially what this PR is we're trying to migrate our CI from Travis CI to GitHub CI. So for those of you guys who don't know what CI is, the idea is that it's continuous integration. So I don't actually know what continuous integration means, but essentially, if you have code that you want to submit to your repository, the idea is you want to run that code to make sure it works. And so that's all it is. It's literally just a way to check the code to make sure it's running. And then after the code is submitted, it then pushes that and deploys it to the website. That's all it does. The issue that we have is that our CI right now does require using Travis CI. And Travis CI gives you only a limited number of builds per month. And honestly, it was broken for a bit, but now it seems to be working again. But still, this is just a migration to GitHub CI. And so it's something I spent like 6 or 7 hours on this PR. It doesn't look like it because it's only like 100 or so lines of code, but I spent a long time on this PR trying to get it to work. Okay, let's see if there's any other pull requests I can actually look at for now. Go implementation of iterative function systems. Did I comment on this one? I should have. Because the implementation looks fine. It's just I don't know Go. So let me actually just say that. I'm going to say that this implementation looks fine for me, but I don't know Go. I mean, the only question that I would have would be... So I'm just going to mention that. I'm going to say, here, I think the code... Okay, let's go here. Let's go there. And I'm going to say, I think the code looks clean enough, but I don't know Go. I will say that this builds and has the correct line numbers. Also, Radu, are you a first-time contributor? Let me see. If you are a first-time contributor, feel free to put your name in the contributors.md file as well. No, you're not. Then you're already there. Sorry about that. I'm bad at keeping up with people. Like, clearly. I'm sorry. You check the page to see if it looks all right. It hasn't said... bot hasn't said that in a while. Wait, what's the bot? What's going on? Botulos is broken at the moment. That is something I have learned today. Don't know what to do about that. Let's see, Travis CI email. Great. Don't care. Yeah, okay. What do we have? I think it's no rush. So let me just go back here. Let's do algorithm archive, pull requests. And I'm just going to say, I don't think we have to rush on this. I'm going to say, I don't think there's any rush. I'll check the Travis. Check Travis later. But I believe we have enough credits. Because has not been a huge amount of activity. All right, let's go ahead and comment there. I'm not in the contributors page because I don't see myself as a contributor yet. I need more. That's fair. If that's what you feel, that's totally fair. Also, no more subscriber icons. Subscriber icons? What do you mean subscriber icons? I mean, you have a subscriber icon. I'll find a way to become a contributor. I mean, honestly, just reviewing is a good way to contribute. I've only pushed 2 fixes on an old implementations I've looked at. This is my first implementation. Yeah, I mean, it looks clean, but I don't know Go, so I can't really comment on that. But it does build, so that's kind of the big thing. Let me scroll up to the top of the page. And I'm just going to see if there's any pull requests here that I can actually do. The problem is most of these languages I don't know. Flood fill and node.js. I should do something with that, but I don't know what to do about that one. JavaScript and p5.js. I'm going to open that one because I believe this one was commented on. Oh, right. I didn't know what to do about this one. So I just kind of didn't do anything with that one. There's a lot of these that I just don't know what to do with, so I kind of don't touch. And then there's a lot of the coconut ones from Amorous, which someone needs to review, but no one knows coconut. And then PowerShell as well. Like, who knows PowerShell? So we're kind of just stuck because we don't know. I'm going to say quick sort. What is this one? So this one, what did I say to this one? Right. I never got to do the review either because I'm so far behind on everything. Oh, man. Well, I could do a chapter review. But that's okay. When I saw PowerShell, I laughed a bit. What's next? Implementation, everything in Bash. Honestly, Bash does some pretty interesting things. I would not mind seeing algorithm implementations on Bash. Okay, that's weird. Now I see the badges. Yeah, so the badges work on my end. I don't know why they didn't work on your end. Let me check some notifications over here. Yes, everything seems to be fine. Perfect. Sorry, I just had to make sure that I wasn't missing anything over there. Also, guys, I'm interested here. What do you guys think of the longer streams? Is this something that you guys appreciate, or should I focus more? Like, there are two different strategies to stream. The first strategy is just stream all the time and just see if people enjoy it. The second strategy is prepare the stream very heavily so that the time in which you can stream is pretty good. I think most people choose the former strategy, and this is kind of my attempt to do that former strategy. So if you guys are enjoying a bit of longer streaming content, which I think most people do, but if you are, just let me know. If you feel like, the pace at which we're going is really slow because all we're doing is plotting Julia things, that is correct. We're just doing plotting in Julia. But I'm just interested to hear feedback, Longer streams is better. I assume that's what most people think, but also, like, we're kind of focusing on absolutely enjoying longer streams. Okay, cool. I figured most people would say that, but I thought I wanted to hear people's opinions in case they said other things. I feel like I try to be open to people's opinions and ideas and stuff like that. And so, like, if there was a particular reason why, the downside of the longer streams is that it's hard to watch the whole thing. But the upside is no one's ever going to watch an entire stream. Like, maybe you will, but, like, the intention isn't that, you're going to watch the whole stream from start to finish. The intention is you can come along, you can hang out, we can chat a bit, and then you can go along your merry way and do your own thing, And I think for that reason, the longer streams are kind of effective for that, just as a point of contact, just to kind of hang out, chat, talk, this type of thing. Okay. So again, I will be wrapping up the algorithm visualization at 6 o'clock today because I will be doing a Writing Wednesday stream, which is just doing some creative writing after stream just to see how it goes. And so that will start at 6 o'clock p.m. So I still have another, 2 hours and 30 minutes or so, and I think we can get some visualizations done in that time. So we'll see. Let me go ahead and close some tabs that we don't need. I wasn't able to do really any PRs except for the GitHub one. So let me just go ahead and just close some of these. I don't think we need that anymore. I think we do need that one. So let's just go to 6. Don't need that one. And I don't think we need these guys either. So we shall leave these guys here. Okay, great. That's what we need. Okay, so back to convolution visualizations. Okay. So now we need to think about what the next visualizations are that we need. I already have them over here. One second. Here. So we have the periodic with Gaussians. I think this is fine. We already have this one done. So I'm just going to go ahead and cross that one out. So that's one visualization. And we just need 5 more. Dumb question, but what is a convolution? That's a very good question. Thank you so much for asking. Talk about it in just a second. I also believe the other visualization that we did, which was periodic with, so I think we added another visualization in here. So we had a +1. Okay, so what is a convolution? That's a good question. It's not obvious at all. Like, a lot of people don't know what it is. I didn't know what it was. In fact, I would argue, like, when we were teaching the computational thinking course, right? We talked about convolutions in, like, the first week. And some of the co-lecturers even were confused as to why we would ever teach a convolution, because it's not something that you think about very often. But convolutions actually come up in a number of different places. Like, for example, they appear in image processing, but they also appear in integer multiplication. They appear in solving of partial differential equations. They appear in a bunch of different areas. So if you look at this visualization, we're basically showing what a convolution is. What we're doing is we're taking a filter, which is g of t or g of x, and we're shifting this filter across our image. And at every point, we're multiplying the filter with the signal. And then this creates a new curve, which is this green curve in here. And we integrate that area under the curve to get a particular point in the convolutional domain. So, the idea is that as we move this further, we're basically integrating their multiplied output in order to create the convolution at that point. And in this way, we are kind of, in this case, we are exactly blurring the original signal by combining all of the points around here. So for example, we take this point on the blue curve and we add to it all of these other points around it. And the question is, well, how much of these other points do we add in? Well, that's what this orange signal is telling you. So this kind of red-orange signal here is saying we're going to add this particular point with, we're going to add this particular point weighted as 1.0, but we're going to add this point over here weighted as like 0.25 or something like that. So essentially we're asking, how exactly do we blend that first function up? How do we blend the signal up, the image up, whatever the array is? How do we blend it up? And the answer is we blend it up based on the probabilities or the weighting provided by this additional filter. So in some sense, what we're doing is we are moving the filter across the image and just kind of mixing the image up based on, stirring the image up based on whatever the filter, based on however the filter tells us to stir it up. I realize that's kind of a really weird definition of it. I'm trying to get better. Like basically every time someone asks what a convolution is, I try to give a slightly different answer that is slightly better. I think that one might be slightly worse. So hopefully after a few more of these questions, we can get a good answer out. Let me get a little bit more water. Okay, so, right. What visualizations do we have to do next? So the next visualizations we have to do are actually a little bit about boundary conditions. And I gotta think about how we're gonna do that. So there are a couple bounds that we're considering here. Is it like the image result of some image processing? Right. So for example, this convolution here is literally just blurring the image. So if you do a Gaussian, filter, it will always blur the image to make it just, yeah, that's exactly what it's doing. It's just blurring the image. But you could also do something known as a Sobel filter, and a Sobel filter will do an image derivative in a way. It essentially will show you where the change in the image is. So for example, if you do a square wave, it will highlight the edges of the square wave. So there's a bunch of things you can do with a convolution. And this is just the one that we have right now, the visual that we're looking at right now. We have like 20 other visuals that we've made. Okay, move this up just a little bit. Move this over just a little bit. Okay, so need to think about it. The signal is the starting image, the signal is the kernel, and the convolution is a result, if I understand. Yes, so the signal is the starting image, the filter is a kernel, and the convolution is a result. Right, so how is this a blur? Because it's moving things aside? It's a blur because if you look at it, and you look at the final output here, the original Gaussian was this kind of blue thing, and the resulting convolution is this purple thing in here. And you can see that the purple thing has been smoothed out. Its edges have been moved out. The next visualization I want to do is actually, oops, sorry about that. The next visualization I want to do is going to show more in depth what blurring means exactly. So that's kind of what the next visuals are for. Okay, so now for the next visual. So I have to actually develop a new convolutional method for the next visuals. There are two different things that I've talked about so far. There are different things that I've mentioned in the chapter that I don't really know exactly what to talk about. So let's just talk about them here. So let's do boundary conditions. Boundary conditions. Okay, so right now the boundary conditions that we're using is periodic. That is to say, if this guy goes off the map, it appears on the other side of the map, right? That's totally fine. It works pretty well. But the big problem with that is that, honestly, most people probably don't need periodic boundary conditions. In fact, yeah, it's probably the opposite of what they need. Probably, if they're doing an image, they don't want to add elements from the other side of the image. So imagine that this is an image and it's all noisy all the way across. Well, you probably don't want to start adding elements. Like at this point in time, when the Gaussian appears on the other side, you probably don't want to start to add elements from this side of the image to a point that's being calculated on this side of the image, right? So probably periodic boundary conditions are not what you want for a convolution, but sometimes it is, it just depends. For example, for integer multiplication, it is what you want. So does the filter need to be similar to the signal for the blur effect, right? No, the filter does not need to be similar to the signal. The blur effect is usually, when you're talking about blurs, you usually talk about Gaussian blurs. But you can basically read anything in as a signal. So a good example of this would actually be to put a random number distribution in there. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to do vi summary.md. No. I'm going to go over here. And I'm just going to say x is not going to be equal to zeros. I'm going to say x is going to equal to random. So x is equal to rand of 1000. Write this, and we're going to do include main here. And this should... Oh, oops, I'm doing it with a triangle wave, aren't I? That was a mistake. We'll see what happens. I have no idea what this is going to look like. Mirage out. So this is a triangle wave. I mean, it still does the blurring a bit. So here we have our random number distribution, and essentially what it's doing is it is still smoothing it out because we're combining a whole bunch of things together. But let me try to do this again with the Gaussian. So we're going to do this with the Gaussian now. So here we're going to say y is equal to this, and we're going to say that's commented out. So let's do include, and now we're going to run main one more time. Y is equal to vcat, y not defined. What do you mean y is not defined? Oh, duh. Let's go. Right, so now we're gonna, 1 second, give it a second to run. It's taking a bit longer, I think, because it's random numbers. Maybe procrastinating on my statistics. A lot of this is statistics, actually. So we're gonna do Mirage. Okay, so now what we see here is that we have this kind of Gaussian, and you'll see that if you look at it, the whole thing has been blurred out, right? So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm smoothing out all the random numbers so that we just get this random curve in here. This is actually probably a pretty good visualization to show for the Gaussian blur. Honestly, I think that was a good thing to show. I quite like this one, actually. Yeah, that's a good visualization. Thanks for suggesting that one. Okay, so let's do this. Run the last, run the last FFmpeg, turn this into 21. And let's have that one playing in the upper corner. I quite like that one, actually. Let's do 21. Okay, to be fair, maybe it's not the best visualization because it's too random. Yeah, you're right. It is kind of a bit too much. So let's do, let's fix that then. I'm in the wrong directory. There we go. Let's go conv.jl, move down here. But the Gaussian blur and image isn't just a line visually, or at least that's how I see it. Make the green inside more visible. We could do that as well, I think. I'm not really sure. It's hard to see. Yeah, okay, let's do the following then. Let's make it so this is now rand of 100, and this is only going to be 100 elements big. There, should do it. Include main. Now let's try. Oh, oops. Frame output should be 1. Try that again. So include main. Okay, and now let's try that. This should look a lot better. Raj. Okay, so this is. Okay, well, I realized a bit of a problem with our previous visualizations now, but that's okay. We'll fix that. So this is that convolution. Yeah, so let's fix this thing, because I don't know exactly what's happening there. So here we're going to go up. And let's see. So that has to do with this guy in here. And it's probably because we just want real of I. I is probably what we want. So now we're going to do include main, and see what this one does. Okay, so now we're going to do Mirage. That one looks cleaner. Look at that. That's nice. Okay, so we make this bigger. So here's that visual. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm a fan of this visual. I think it's pretty good. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is I'm just going to go over here. We're going to remove out star PNG. Go over here, and we're just going to do include again, run main, and I'm just going to have that visual ready to go. So now I'm going to run the last FFmpeg and do the following. There. 22. It's probably 0.5D. There we go. And let's have that one playing. All right, 22.mp4. So that's visual. So there. So this is again just showing that what the Gaussian is doing is it's kind of just going through all the elements, adding them together, and it's a way to just kind of blur or smear the image together. So that's kind of the idea with this one. I think the visual is nice. I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, I think that's pretty clear, and I like it a lot. Okay, we'll have that playing in the upper left-hand corner for a bit as we make a new visual. Okay, cool, okay. I'm just kind of looking at it for a bit. I think that's a good visual, I really do. I'm gonna be right back, guys. Sorry about that. I'm gonna just have this kind of playing up here, and I'll be right back in just a second. So, sorry about that. Is it hard to make the green area? I have no clue how to code this. So the green area is just a ribbon plot. So you're just doing a ribbon plot on top of another distribution. It's not so bad, but depending on which plotter you're using, it can be more or less complicated. Again, I'll be right back. Give me just a minute. Sorry about that. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Now we have to think about the other visuals. Now, I've been mentioning that we have to think about these other visuals for a while now. I do quite like this one, though. I think we're going to save this one and use that somehow, but I'm not exactly sure the best way to do it. I feel like... I feel like maybe I like the visual enough that I kind of feel like this is the one that sold me and makes me kind of want to make a video on it. Like, I realize, yeah, okay, there are other videos out there that talk about convolutions, but also, like, doing a quick 5-minute video on convolutions, I think could be really useful for a group of people who are just trying to figure out what it means. And we don't have to do the convolutional theorem. We can talk about the convolutional theorem later. We just talk about convolutions. Convolutional theorem is significantly more complicated. So, I don't know. I mean, I think this looks pretty nice, honestly. Okay. So anyway, guys, again, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know, and I will totally address it as soon as I see it in chat. I'm going to go ahead and copy this over to the algorithm archive because I think I want to keep this visual and put it into the chapter. But yeah, that one looks nice. I had no clue, but got your explanation. Fair enough. There you go. Even though the explanation was probably like the worst explanation I'd given, but that's okay. I need to do better. Okay, so we're going to go into the other. I'm tired, guys. So we're gonna CP. There should be a CP over here. Which one is this? Out 22. It is out 22, and we're just gonna say random periodic. Okay, so we're gonna do 1D random periodic. Animation should do. This will be 22. Okay, nice. Okay, so as far as the chapter is concerned, let me talk about the current strategy that I have for the convolutions in 1D chapter. So right now, the way that this is happening is I talk a bit about the math, right? Fisk and AI, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. And then what I was going to do is I was going to talk about some very basic convolutions. The first one I wanted to talk about was a square wave with a simple signal that's 1, 2, 1. The reason I want to do that is because that's a very simple triangle wave. In fact, I should probably change that to be 0.5, 1, 0.5 instead. And this will create like a very simple blurring animation for a very simple convolution. Right? And then after that, I want to extend that into a Gaussian where we say, oh, this is a blurring operation. And then from there, I want to say, well, okay, not only is it a blurring operation, but also we can just smooth anything, like a random distribution. It all works, right? So that was kind of the idea of where I'm going right now. The issue is specifically with how I'm doing this convolution. This convolution right now is done in a cyclic way. That is to say, it has periodic boundary conditions. G Godga, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. And having a cyclic periodic convolution is not how people would typically think of doing a convolution. So for that reason, we might, I don't know. So if you're seeing this convolution loop, does this bother anybody? Like, let me rephrase that. The problem with cyclic convolution is that at the edge of its domain, right here, we're combining elements for this convolution with elements on this side of the image, right? That's not particularly good, right? Because probably if you're doing an image, you don't want to do that. Now, for just basic descriptions of what a convolution is, I think it's kind of okay. But I'm going to ask you guys what you guys think about this. Should we redo the visualizations? So at this stage, I have two ways to go. The first way to go is to say that, you know, convolution filters aren't typically periodic. I think it looks fine. Yeah, that's the thing. Emrys is right here. Convolution filters are not typically periodic. Convolutional signals are periodic. And that's the difference. I see. Yeah, for general explication, I'm going to say for but needs to be clarified later on. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. So if we just start with the visualizations that are periodic and we say, hey, these are periodic visualizations, and then, you know, we go from there. Like we just say, this is a periodic visualization. And then say later on, we are planning to talk about, you know, I have this whole bit about boundary conditions with simple boundaries and then periodic boundaries. So, and I was planning to show the code for this as well. So I guess that's the question. So right now, what I would probably do is give them a very basic convolution, which is this guy in here, which basically says the output convolutional signal is 2 times or the length of signal 1 plus the length of signal 2. And then we talk about boundary conditions and stuff from there. So, okay, that doesn't seem to work. My father called me to tell me to look at the TV. It seems you have some crazy manifestation going on in Washington. I kind of want to look this up. Do you mind if we take a 15-second detour? Could you wait, Radu? Could you send me a link? What's going on? What are you talking about? Because there's been a lot of crazy stuff going on. And I want to make sure that we're talking about the same crazy stuff and not different crazy stuff. So if you give me a link, I don't mind taking a break, looking at the ring, at the link. Big rally? Big rally for who? Trump? Trump is doing a big rally. That doesn't make any sense. Unless of course, he thinks that he didn't lose. So the reason he's doing a rally is just to, I don't know. BBC, let's see what we got. Over here, open this guy up, paste in here. Trump got inside the Congress. Congress in turmoil as Trump supporters. What the heck is... U.S. Congress in turmoil as Trump supporters breached the building. Trump people got inside Congress? The heck? I'm gonna take a 15-minute detour here and just talk about this for a second because I'm a bit frazzled. What? Okay. Okay, so I don't know where to bring this. I'm lost. I don't know what to say. I didn't expect this to happen. Okay, so okay. Oh. What? There's been videos of potential shootings inside as well. U.S. Congress in turmoil. Oh my word. Can we just talk for a minute? I'm sorry. I'm gonna go into Rambaleos mode for just the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Yeah, it's like an 8-hour stream today, guys. I'm streaming for a super long time. If you don't mind, let me just ramble for just a second. I'm sorry. Just what in the name of sanity is going on in the USA? Yeah, I wanna talk about that for just a second, because I don't know if I'm worried about this or I'm not worried about this. I don't know. I don't even know what to think about this. I'm going to open up a new page. We're going to talk for just a minute about the United States of America. Good old U, capital S of A. Just a minute here. How polarized can the country get? Just a quick ramble session, guys. Real quick. Sorry about that. Right, so, Nairman, we're going to go back to the convolution. Just again, 10 minutes. I just want to, I just need time to just process what's going on here. So, just a recap on what's been happening, guys. And look, I'm not a political activist. I lived in Alabama my entire life, which means that my family is particularly Republican. That's just what it is. So I understand a lot of the claims and the qualms that the right wing says. I also understand a lot of the claims and the qualms that the left wing says. I understand both. Trump came and floored it to 000. That's basically what happened. Okay, let me just... Okay. Again, we're not going to ramble for too long. I just want to kind of decompress. Just decompress for just a second, because this is super scary. And, I don't know what to do about it. Okay. Justin, protesters dressed in Viking clothing occupy the U.S. Capitol. Okay, this is better than I thought. This is better. Fine. If they're dressed in Viking clothing, clearly it's not as bad as it could be, but right, let me just talk. Just for a second. And let's talk about division. So, the next algorithm we're going to talk about is a division algorithm, and that is the division of the United States. Everyone knows there is the right wing, which I'm going to draw over here. And there's a left wing, which I'm going to draw over here. All right? It's not a coup. We're fine. It's not a big deal. But what I will say is that in the past, 4 or 5 years, we've heard a lot of right rhetoric that I don't typically agree with. Now, before the past 4 years, before Trump, I tended to kind of sort of agree with what Republicans said. There were a few things here and there where I was like, I don't agree with that. But for the most part, I consider myself to be downright in the center, right? Just right here, right center line. You know, there were some things I agreed with on this side, some things I agreed with on this side. In the past 4 years, I've noticed I've drifted quite a lot over here. And that has nothing to do with the right. Well, okay, the right over here is now Trump zone. And this guy, I hate this guy so much. Dude, why? So why am I so dumb? You're right. The right should be, you were completely right. I should have put it on the other end of the spectrum. I don't know why I put it that way, but that's just the way I put it. And you guys are going to have to deal with the fact that the right's on the left and the left's on the right. We're in America. That's how it is. Point is the following. Trump has said the following. He has, first of all, said that the election results are invalid. That sucks. Sucks a lot because he is the president of the United States. If he says the election results are invalid, he better have justification to back that up. He said some really stupid things about it, and this led to Republican supporters probably not having faith in the election, therefore not voting in Georgia, which probably led him to losing the Georgian election. Because of all of that, I can understand why Republicans are mad. They've been told that their elections are rigged. They've been told that there's all this fake news out there telling them that they're wrong, and they've been told that they should be listened to, and they're smarter than anyone else in the world, and it's just such a weird thing. And the big thing that pisses me off has nothing to do with, I don't know, I don't know what I'm going to ramble about here. There's nothing really to say. I'm just saying that the reason I've drifted more towards the left is because this side also has a big anti-intellectual root. And it pisses me off. It really pisses me off that there's so many people on the right side that just for some reason believe that they are smarter than scientists who've spent their entire life studying a particular topic. Pisses me off because it takes so much. I know how much time and energy goes into every research paper, and the fact that they just dismiss that and they say that their own common sense is better than that, it just pisses me off. But anyway, my point is the following. We have a lot of division in the United States. We've had a lot of division for the past 4 years. It's gotten worse. It is pretty bad right now. I don't think Biden's going to fix anything. So what just happened as of yesterday is the Georgia runoff election for the 2 extra seats in Georgia happened, and they both went Democrat. I think, if I remember, if what I saw this morning was correct. Which means the Democrats now have a majority in the Senate, and I think a majority in the House as well, and also a Democratic president. So they are sitting pretty for the next few years to kind of do whatever the heck they want, except for in the Supreme Court. Anyway, I'm not going to talk any more about this. I don't even know why I talked about this. I just want to say I just need 2 seconds just to kind of think about what's happening. Let's go delete that. Let's not talk about it anymore. We feel free. We can talk about it, but I'm not going to rant or ramble about it. It is what it is. As long as no one's shooting up the Senate, as long as no one is literally killing people, I think we're okay. It's just people being dumb. And that's fine. People being dumb, that is the heart and soul of America. Stupid people doing stupid things. And that's just how it is. And it's unfortunate, but that's how it is. It's not a coup. It's just that they don't want Congress to not certify the Electoral College results. Yeah. Georgian election, which one called, one still in the recount zone. Fair enough. I read 2 new books about him before the election. You would understand him as a patient and victim of his father's misbehavior if you read it. Too much and never enough. Fair enough. I'm not judging Trump. Maybe if I learned more about him, I'd appreciate him more. What I judge him for is his rhetoric, and his rhetoric is very much anti-intellectual. And anti-intellectual rhetoric is incredibly dangerous. I don't care about climate change. I care about climate change. I care about technology. I care about advancing society. And the thing that makes me mad is not so much. I don't think the root of climate change, right? The problem with climate change isn't climate change. It's happening. We have to deal with it. The problem with climate change is that people don't believe it's happening. And that's the problem. People just generally don't believe scientists, and that's the issue. Now, on the other hand, you shouldn't just believe scientists, right? You should listen to them, and you should respect their opinion, but you shouldn't treat them as deities or gods. You should not go all the way on the other side of things. But what I'm saying is, there's a certain amount of critical thinking that is lacking in a certain group of people, and they tend to not acknowledge that critical thinking is gone. And because of that, we end up going down the wrong path in terms of a lot of policies, wrong path in my opinion, in terms of a lot of policies, and people just generally decide they don't want to listen to things that are clearly going to smack them in the face in the future. Ordinarily, I'd say this is fine. But when they're taking an entire society down with them, then it becomes a problem. And so my argument is that the biggest problem in the US right now is not the left, it's not the right, it's not the fact that people, it is literally the anti-intellectual sentiment in the US, and that needs to be taken down. That's why I think it's super important that I'm doing what I'm doing right here and just doing things, teaching people the best I can online, and facilitating a community of people who enjoy learning and are willing to just, sit down, talk to people, and like just really think things through. And I think that's the most important thing. And being from Alabama with such an open mind is genius. Congratulations. No offense to Alabama, but be factual. You're right. Alabama's not known to have a particularly strong reputation in terms of education. It's just a bit scary right now. Lots of chaos going on. Yeah, lots of chaos. And I wasn't worried 20 minutes ago. A bit worried now, but it'll be figured out. We'll get through it. I mean, it's not like we can have another civil war. Like, that's not going to happen. There's no way. Like, so I reckon we're probably okay. I mean, maybe some states decide to secede from the union. That could happen, I suppose. But like, really? No way. Like, I doubt it. We'll see. Okay, well, that was our 10-minute Ramboleos rant. Let's go back to convolutions. Okay, so I'm sorry, guys. I needed to just think. There will be no war. It hurts the stock market. Yeah, that's probably true. Just getting a bit. 2020 was a rough year. It's 2021 now. Everyone, I feel, naively hoped that we could somehow use it as a turning point and, like, just be better. You mean 2020.2? But, yeah, it is what it is. We'll see. Secession is unconstitutional, right? But I mean, what are you going to do about it? It's beautiful. Did you bring back the vertical line? Yeah, I did. So the vertical line is this line that's kind of moving across the plot here. That's fine. It can be worse. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, everyone back in 2016, people said that this was the worst year ever, and so it was kind of a meme. It's like 2016 is the worst. So I made a video on worst sort, the worst possible sorting algorithm. And I started off by saying 2016 has been a rough year. Blah, 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 blah. And then everyone in the comment section is like, 2020 is like way worse. I'm like, yeah, I get it. 2020 is worse. But like, I didn't know that in 2016. So who knows? 2021 could be even worse. We could be going into, what could be like some of the worst years in modern history. Who knows? We don't know. It could get worse. Yeah, it could get a lot worse. So we'll just see where we're going. Like, I don't know. We'll see how this year goes. I'm hoping it's good. Everyone's hoping it's good. MIT, you can't even see the future. I'm not at MIT anymore. Yesterday was my last day. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting year. 2021 is going to be an interesting year. Okay. So, yeah. Okay, anyway, let's talk about the different visualizations that we can do here, shall we? I'm going to go ahead and remove this. Perfect. There. Okay. So there are 3 different visualizations that we need to make still. So one is going to be no bounds. So here the idea is that we have essentially, for example, let's say we're doing a Gaussian with a square wave. The idea would then just be that we move the Gaussian along, and our final convolution is going to be the size of the Gaussian plus the square wave put together. We could do that. MIT can't even see the future. Hard times make strong men. Strong men make good times. Good times make weak men. Weak men make hard times. It's probably true. Let me take a look at this convolution that we have over here in this chapter. Here, and also I appreciate you guys updating me on what's going on in the US right now. I really do. But I think we're okay. I think let's just keep going. Hey Alexor, how are you? I hope you're having a great time. So we've just been working on convolution visualizations and stuff like that for the past few streams. Honestly, it's taking a lot longer than we thought it would, but that's okay. So we have about 2 hours left in stream. Seeing as how it took literally 4 hours just to get these visualizations working, I think we have a lot. Like, it's gonna be tough. Politics change, math and algorithms last forever. Well, I mean, that's not exactly true, right? Like, in the Middle Ages, we just kind of burned an entire library worth of incredibly important mathematical information, right? Like, we lost a lot of information in the Middle Ages because Christians just decided we're just going to burn everything. Look, I mean, I wasn't there at the time. I have no idea. But you can definitely lose knowledge. There were a lot of things that ancient societies probably knew that we probably know now, but would have been super helpful, if we would have learned them earlier. I have a question. Maybe it's ahead of time before next states of the project. If we have a convolution of an unknown filter, but we know the signal, how do we mathematically reconstruct the filter? I vote for an AI to rule politics. I thought about that. I genuinely thought of like a way in which we could have an AI politician. I thought about not too long ago. I thought about this. So I don't know. Okay, so if you have the convolution, okay, you're asking for something known as a deconvolution. This is something that we should probably do. Actually, let me just Google it right now. Deconvolution. I misspelled it, but I'm sure it'll tell me. Deconvolution. In mathematics, deconvolution is an algorithm-based process used to enhance signals from recorded data, where the recorded data can be modeled as pure signal that is distorted by a filter. Deconvolution can be used to restore the original signal. The concept of deconvolution is widely used in techniques of signal processing and image processing. So you're saying it's something like a deconvolution. Here, the idea is we have a filter and we have the convolution and we want to get the image back out, right? So again, for deconvolution, we have the filter, we have the convolution, and we want to get the image back out. What you have is the convolution, the image, and you want the filter back out. And I think that's a similar thing. If you have enough points, you can throw some ML at it. I feel like I need to learn deconvolution. I don't fully understand it. I mean, I know it exists, but that's about as far as I am. And how an AI will solve a problem. The human politician is biased, and the person who will write the AI will also be biased. Look, I agree with you. I was just imagining, right? Like, to me, again, as I said before, the biggest problem in society is not so much, the crises that we're facing, but the fact that people are not acknowledging the crises exist, right? So the question is, how do you prove to someone who doesn't believe the Earth is round that the Earth is actually round? Like, how do you do that? And so, like, for some reason, I thought maybe an AI could do it, because then they have, I don't know. Like, it's not so much about the biases as it is about just having an unpaid actor. But again, the programmer would then be a paid actor. I don't know. It's tough. Anyway, strap them to a rocket, send him his face, one-way ticket. I feel like that's a bit too harsh. Like, the problem is I've got these two ideologies kind of stuck in my head. On the one hand, I do fully understand that there is this concept of truth, right? There is something that is true in the world, right? Now, the question is, what exactly is true, right? Like, I would argue that there is some relativity to truth, right? Like, something that's true for me is not necessarily true for everyone else. But in general, our perceptions together should be able to find something that we can both agree on as true, right? So, when people deny something that is so obviously true, something that I just 100% believe is accurate, and there's nothing that could convince me otherwise, it's very difficult to talk to this person because they genuinely live in a different reality. And if you live in a different reality than I live in, it's very hard to talk, because I now have to travel to your world in order to have a conversation. And so that's kind of the philosophies that I know that there is some element of truth, but I also know that truth is relative, and these kind of two philosophies, like, don't work well together, So, I don't know, it's such a weird thing. You basically can't without sending them to space, but even if you send them to space, I'm sure they'll say the windows are LCD displays and not actually displaying what it actually looks like. Or you send them out and then they'll say, well, the LCD display is on my spacesuit or something. Well, normally the principle of consensus in scientific sense should be enough to convince anyone, but I suppose that's not easy. You can only sow doubt by pointing out inconsistencies in their way of thinking. But see, I think that's not right. Yeah, okay, you're right. Pointing out inconsistencies, but not arguing. Just saying, walking with them, being on their side, and instead of saying, I think you're wrong for these reasons, ask them, like, hey, why does this work this way? How does that work? What about this? And eventually, yeah, they'll get pissed off because you're asking so many questions, but you have to make sure that you're a friend, because I think only friends can convince other people. Like, yeah, I don't think just having someone tell you you're right or wrong is going to work. You have to literally walk with them, prove to them that you are on their side and you're trying to help them through it. And through that, you can then maybe convince them otherwise. I don't know. FAK, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Is second one more practical? We throw our signal at a filter, like a cluster of cancer cells that is unknown. Then we want to analyze the size and depth of that cluster. I've seen a similar thing in an inversion problem. Oh yeah, it is actually similar to an inverse problem. We talked about spacesuit. I was just saying that, like, if you sent someone who didn't believe the Earth was round to space, and then they saw that the Earth was round, they could still deny it, because they would find ways to deny it. They'd find ways to justify it. I'm actually a statistician, and I like that approach better, but sometimes we do not have large sample size. He told me we usually do not have large sample size in fractal research. I don't think so. You convince someone, to convince somebody you need to be a body of authority, close friend, respect to the person, eye of the subject. Right, that's the thing. Yeah, so you don't necessarily need to prove you're you are an authority, right? Because I'm an authority in a number of different things, but people don't believe me no matter what I say, right? Like, okay, people do, in general, I think people trust me a bit too much, actually. But, what I'm trying to say is, just because you have a degree, that doesn't mean you should believe that person, right? And this mentality that world-leading experts should only be listened to if they listen to you back is fine, but also they're world-leading experts, they know what they're talking about, I don't know, it's kind of a very weird, it's hard. It's a weird world that we live in, and I feel like that is the thing we actually need to tackle. Like, forget about all this other stuff. The number one thing that we have to tackle is the ability to have conversations with people who are radically different than you, and the ability to transform their thought into something that actually makes sense. I'm rambling again. Let's go back here. Okay, so here's our linear convolution. Let me make this a bit bigger. Oh, it's a bit too big. Maybe a bit smaller. Okay. Gonna scroll down here. So here is our code for the linear convolution. I am having a lot of trouble highlighting things. Okay. So in this case, what I'm doing is I'm creating two signals. I'm creating an output convolution. I'm reading in two signals. One is a, whatever. One is the input signal, the other is the filter, and I'm saying that the output array is going to be of size n, which is the size of signal 1 plus signal 2. Then I'm saying that for I is equal to 1 to n minus 1, for j is equal to 1 to I minus 1, we're then just going to say if j is less than the length of the signal, we're then going to say the sum is going to be plus equal to signal 1 times signal 2. Sure, because that output I is equal to sum. That seems fine. So the idea here is that our convolution will actually be twice the length, essentially, like twice the length of any input signal. Zader, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. There's this newfangled thing called street epistemology. There we go. Which is really interesting. Basically, it's just asking a person a bunch of probing questions about certain belief without trying to change their mind. More often than not, it leads to people becoming less confident in their beliefs. Right. Yeah, I believe that's true as well. Problem: people can't bear being wrong. Is a human phenomenon, but a really annoying one. I wonder where that manifests. Like, I'm going full ramble mode, aren't I? Anyway, the point is, at what stage are you no longer happy being wrong? At what stage? Why? Why are people unhappy being wrong? You can't make most agree that they might be wrong. Right, exactly, but why? Like, if people, multiple times even on this stream today, people have corrected me, and I'm like, yeah, you're correct. Every now and again I get a bit, if you correct me on something that I know super well, I'm probably going to be adamant that I was correct. But if you correct me on something that I don't know super well, yeah, okay, you're probably right. I'm probably wrong. I don't know you. You're probably a 13-year-old kid who's watching my stream. I'm just saying, you probably don't know any better about this thing than I do. But the fact that you corrected me is important, right? Because like I don't know any of you. Like I know some of you guys, but the point is I don't know your backgrounds, right? Not really. I know some of the backgrounds, but not all of them. And so you guys might not know what you're talking about. And in principle, I should know what I'm talking about, right? Like I have a PhD, like I should know a lot. But even so, I listen to what you guys have to say, and if you guys have to correct me, you correct me. That's totally fine. I don't mind that. But yeah, why is it such a big deal to be corrected? What's wrong with that? Cognitive dissonance is a powerful force. It does not feel a bit naturally bad to learn we were wrong. Because when you are wrong, you're secluded from the others that are correct. The black sheep, the odd one. I guess it's at the instinctive level. Is it though? Like, maybe you might be right. You guys are right. I think you guys are completely right. In saying that it probably is instinctual, and probably the learned behavior is not to get angry when you're corrected. I think that's probably the learned behavior. Yeah, you guys are probably right. It takes critical thinking, I think, to realize you're wrong and to move beyond that. And that might be why it's difficult, why it's learned, right? It's just fight or flight. Yeah, I think so as well. Wait, so somehow being wrong is an assault on you. I don't know. Anyway, if someone built their life around a specific ideology and you're telling them that they're wrong, their whole life means it was wasted, worthless. Yeah, okay, well, hear me out here. You just hear me out. I know I'm rambling. I'm sorry I'm rambling. Let me just put the Rambaleo screen on because who knows? I'm just rambling anyway. Here's the thing. At the very start of stream yesterday, I started talking about this thing that I did that I shouldn't have done, but I did. And I talked to a bunch of Guild Wars 2 people. I said that their game was grindy. They got pissed off. They got super pissed off. But no matter what I do, I could not justify, like, I could not see the game as anything but a continual grind, and I explained it. I was like, hey, this is why. This is everything that I think is true. But that was the thing. You know, I have 600 hours in the game, so it's not like I'm new to the game. But that's the thing. It's just something small. A very small thing that I said, I think this is true. And it's different than the mainstream opinion. But because of that, people were significantly pissed off. And so if people can't even accept something as basic as that, you know, as just... Or like people can't even like talk about something that's, who cares about a game? Games don't matter. But if people can't even talk about it and accept that other people might have this opinion, then I feel like there's something wrong, you know? Let's see, what do we have here? If some build their life, people strive for an internal consistency. That might happen by changing your ideas or fighting the opposite side. Well, doesn't PhD mean that you are an expert in one extremely specific area? That's true. I would argue having a PhD is particularly useful in that it teaches you how to be wrong gracefully, because you're going to be wrong about a whole bunch of stuff. And the truth is, you have to learn how to accept that and move on. I think there is this idea when you are wrong about something, it is permanent. Like you will always be known for being wrong about one thing, even though humans' ideologies change rapidly. You should really add a U to Rambaleos. Ah, you're right. You're totally right. It should be Ramble. Well, the thing is, Ramble is spelled R-A-M-B-L-E, right? Am I wrong about that? Ramble. Right. So, because that's Ramble, it's Rambaleos, right? That's the idea. So, like, Ramble wouldn't make any sense. So Rambleos is the idea. It's kind of like Scribbleos, you know? So like the idea is like, or Simuleos. I'm just combining words that end in an LE and turning that into a Leos at the end. So like Simuleos, Scribbleos, Rambleos, like they're all just things that like, they're normal words. I just end them with Leos now. So that was kind of the idea. Okay, back to convolutions, because honestly, I want to get at least one more visual out before I have an hour and 30 minutes left in stream before I move on to some creative writing today. And yeah, I do want to get at least this next visualization kind of sussed out. I think it has to do with our evolution as human being that made our brain addicted to social activities and other approval. We literally get hormones in our brain if we are approved, and that makes us feel better. And we feel we will not get them if we are corrected because we were wrong. Do you also get these? Do you think correcting other people makes you feel good about yourself? Usually cognitive dissonance feels like stress. Right, I think that's true. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think yes as well. Interesting. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, we're kind of rambling at this point. Again, let's just get back to the visualizations here. Okay. Let's go back over here. Okay, so this is the last visualization we made for convolutions. Again, I think it looks pretty good. I'm happy with this visualization. Took a while to get, but I'm happy with it. So the next visual we need to make is going to be something else, and I'm not sure what that something else is. The something else is going to be a visualization that is super long. So the convolution is now twice the size of the input filters. What was the question? Wait. I think my question was, do you feel happy when you correct other people? That was the question I think I asked. I was interested. I don't know what... Are people happy when they correct others? I don't actually know myself. Am I? If someone says something wrong, am I happy to tell them that they're wrong? I don't think I am when I think about it, right? Like if someone says the earth is flat, I'm not happy to tell them the earth is round, right? Instead, what I want to do is, me personally, what I want to do is I want to take a second and be like, hey, like I don't saying you're wrong or saying no. These are very hard for me to do. Like I just don't have the social, like I'm not able to do that. But going up to someone and saying, you know, if someone tells me the earth is flat, I'm like, hey, I might be able to say, I don't necessarily believe that as well, but I'm happy to hear you out. Like that, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to start a conversation, but I'm really unhappy to say no, because no ends that conversation. When you say no, when you say you're wrong, when you say something like that, these are words that will end that conversation and will force the other person to leave. And you don't want to do that. You want to be friends with the person. And I think that's the truth. So yeah, I think that's why I don't feel so happy saying no, or I don't feel so happy saying, you know, things like that. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what this visual is actually doing here. So I'm gonna have to visualize this function in code. So we have for I is equal to 1 to n minus 1. N is the length of signal 1 plus signal 2. So we're going through each element. So that outer for loop is a convolution. We're then going to say for j is equal to 1 to I minus 1. So that means we're just going from 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, something like that. And we're going to say if j is less than the length of signal 1, which is a signal that we are convolving with, we're then going to say print line j. Okay, print line j, and we're going to say sum is going to be plus equal to signal 1 times signal 2 of I minus j. Does that make sense? I need to like think about this code. What is actually happening? So we're iterating through I. So we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in I. Then we're iterating through j. We're going up. Okay. So I think the j is what we're using to... Why am I so bad at this? So this inner loop is essentially a sum of the signal 1 times the reverse of signal 2. And then we're essentially grabbing the elements. Is this correct? I was dating a Russian girl. His dad saw me for the first time. He said, "So you're getting PhD. My name is Victor. Victor drinks drink sometimes. Victor can convince you by showing you YouTube videos that Earth is flat and we never went to the moon." Interesting. Yeah, you know, actually, NVIDIA did a video a long time ago using their diffusive light technology that they had in their most recent GPUs, and showed that the moon landing was not, in fact, faked. Because usually when people say the moon landing is faked, the reason they say it's faked is because of the lighting in the image. They say that it is impossible for the lighting of the image, that the typical moon rover image where Buzz Aldrin is leaving the spaceship. You know, they say it's impossible for the lighting to look like that because it seemed like there was an extra light from somewhere being shined at Buzz. And they're like, well, that is impossible unless you're staging it. And what NVIDIA showed was that, hey, actually, it's not impossible. If you just add an additional diffusive source over here, and that diffusive source being Neil's suit, who's already on the moon, it actually recreates the image pretty well. And so for that reason, it makes sense. I was like, I'm actually completely convinced that the moon landing could not have been faked. And yet the comment section was completely, entirely filled with people who are pissed off at this thing, saying it's only a simulation, it's not real, you know, they're just trying to prove to us. And they were like, there was one particular comment that got me. It was some guy who was so arrogant in his belief that the moon landing was faked that he said, lol, LOL, you're trying to convince us that the moon landing is real by showing us fake results from a simulation. Don't you see how this is illogical? And it was upvoted like 500 times. And I'm like, I was looking at this and I was like, wow. Like, how can you be so incredibly different? Like, how can your brain work so incredibly differently than mine? You know, when I see a simulation, I'm like, great, I'm happy to see this because this gives me a mathematical or a more concrete understanding of the topic that I'm looking at. When they look at it, they're like, oh, this is just fake. You know, simulations aren't real. I'm like, well, you're kind of right. Simulations aren't real, but at the same time, like, they give us a close approximation. And this one was pretty dang close. Anyway, whatever. I just got, it was such a weird thing. And so going off that Victor comment, I'm just rambling now. Okay, let me just grab this code. Put it into, you might hear like a noise. Sorry about that. I'm doing desktop audio. Okay, so let me just grab this, paste it. Oop, not what I meant to do. Paste it in ZeneralPP, and I'm just going to kind of annotate the code and try to figure out what's happening because I'm dumb. So let's go in here, and we're just going to grab this one. Bam, look at that. Close that, move this over here. Perfect. Okay. So what's actually happening here? We are going through iterations I. So we are iterating through I, and then we're iterating through j. So I goes from 1 to n, where n is going to be equal to, again, signal 1. So we'll say n1. I don't know what to call this, but I'm going to say n is going to be equal to n1 plus n2, which is the length of the two signals. I is going from 1 to n, minus 1, sure. And then j is going to be equal to 1 to I minus 1. Okay, so here's the thing that I'm trying to figure out here. So we're iterating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's going to be our I. I'm just going to do this. So if I is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just deal with this. Give me a second. J is going to be equal to the lists, the following lists. So J is going to be equal to 1. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's going to be your J's in here. Here's our I's, here's our J's. So now what I'm trying to do is figure out what's happening here. So now we're saying the sum is going to, so first we're going to say it's going to be signal 1 times signal 2. And we're only doing the first element. And so it's going to be signal 1. So it's going to be signal 1 of 1, 2 times signal 2 of 3 minus 1. So 2, 1. Okay, so then the next one should be signal 1 of 1, 2, 3 times signal 2 of 3, 2, 1. That's what I'm guessing it is. So 1, 2, 3 is going to be signal 1. Signal 2 is going to be I, which is 4. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to be multiplying. So it's going to be signal 1 of, oh, sorry about that, I, and then the next one's signal 2 of j, I minus j. And this is basically the reverse of that. So this is reverse. So what is this actually doing then? So let's take a look at that journal new page before. So if we have two arrays, here's one array, and then we're just going to draw another signal here. Okay. Question is, where do we place those signals on our graph so they can kind of move past each other? The problem of not knowing the scientific meaning of the words simulation, model, and theory. That's actually a fair point. I mean, maybe the issue is that we are just not integrating people appropriately with, we're just not integrating people appropriately with like scientific ideologies and stuff. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3 is going to be convolved with 3, 2, 1. Then the next one will be 1, 2, 3, 4 is going to be multiplied by 4, 3, 2, 1. So does that make sense? I don't know if that actually makes sense. I feel like what should be happening is, I feel like there should be an extra end in there. I don't want to derail the conversation, but if you looked at the news, we did. We already looked at it. I'm sorry about that. I don't really have anything to say. That's actually why we're kind of talking a bit about anti-intellectualism in chat and stuff like that, just because it's just rough. I don't really know what to say about it at this stage. But yeah, we looked at it, and there isn't really much I can say about it at this stage. Yeah, how are you, Trash Talk? I hope you're having a great time. Oh man, I just don't know what's going on. Anyway, it's fine. It is what it is. We have to deal with it and just not worry about it. It's fine. So how am I going to do this visualization? I think what I actually want to do, and I think this is correct. I think what I want to do is, I think this code is actually wrong. So I think this code should be the end minus, so we should be, okay, so let me just try to do this again. So we have signal 1 and signal 2. Let me just erase these and let's just think about it. So we have signal 1. Signal 1 is this one. And then we have signal 2 as this one. Clearly, signal 1, we're just counting up. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what we should be doing is counting back on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. But for some reason, this code is not counting back. 1 second. This code is counting forward in a weird way. And my question is that actually correct? And I think it's not. I think actually what we want to do here is say this is end, the end of it, minus. This is where I need to think about it. So it is going 4, 3, 2, 1. It was counting back as it should. 4, 3, 2, 1 going back. That was fine. So should this be... Oh gosh. Why don't I just do the sum of the reverse and just do it that way and just not worry about it? Like, the point here is that we have two signals that are passing each other. Yeah, we have two signals that are passing each other. Let me take a look at the... I'm sorry, I'm really behind here. I'm taking a look at the chapter here. I almost feel, and just hear me out here, I almost feel like if I just do animations here of the cyclic boundary conditions, and I just don't mention the bounds at all, I say nothing about the boundary conditions, would people be upset at this stage? At this point, I don't think we're showing any code. We're just showing the mathematically what's happening. And then when we talk about boundaries, we then start talking about codes. So we talk about the codes. We talk about simple boundaries, where we do this visualization without boundaries, where we have the two of them passing each other. And then we do a simple bound where we just cut off the signal at the ends of the, like instead of being periodic, we just cut it off if it hits the edge. And I think that's fine for a simple bound. So I think in fact, we actually want to do 3 visualizations: no bounds, simple bounds, and periodic bounds. Now, the reason I think it is a bit funny to start with periodic bounds is because, again, that's not the typical case for convolutions. People typically start with more of like a simple boundary of some sort. But I am... but maybe it's fine. I like the periodic bound visualizations. I think they're nice because it kind of wraps around. Have to leave. See, Redu, thank you so much for coming in and all of the help throughout the stream. Good luck with everything. Be sure to check out the news like your dad told you to. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let me get some water. Right. On the upside, we do have these visualizations and they look quite good. So let me just try to implement a new boundary, and let's just do the visualization with the new boundary, and let's just not worry about it. Okay? So let's just add the new boundary to our code, and then we're going to do that visualization, and then we're going to do the no bounded visualization probably tomorrow. Let's just get the visualizations with like a simple bound today, and then we're going to do the unbounded one tomorrow, because apparently it's taking me forever to do the visualizations. Again, though, big fan of this visual. I think it looks really good. Okay, so let's do the no boundary condition, or the simple boundary condition. So I'm just going to move this up a bit into this space over here, and let's just go. So we're going to go over here via convolution.jl. Okay, so we have this stupid, annoying signal plot function. I'm just going to do d3d over here. Now, for convolution linear, okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add bound type. Go down here, I'm just going to say bound type. Actually, should we have it is periodic? Or should it just be bound type? Maybe it's bound type. It's going to be equal to periodic. Should be fine. So it's a symbol for periodic. And I think if I just go down here, and we say bounds type is equal to periodic, I think this will work. Now we say bounds type equals periodic. I think that'll do. Perfect. Okay, so here we have these boundary conditions. Clearly, if the length of signal, if I plus the length of signal 2 is less than the length of signal 1, we can just do this. The question is what we do for the boundary conditions. So else if bounds type is going to be equal to periodic, we do the following. And then we just need an else on top of that, and we'll fill that in later. Print line, simple bounds. Non-periodic. Sure, that'll do. For now, let's just go ahead and include and run main again. This is line 51. Bounds type periodic. Aha, I forgot that. Okay, so let's go here. Let's just run bounds type. Now we're gonna run include, and then we're gonna run main. Cool. Okay, it's working. Should be fine. Check the visualization. Make sure it's exactly what we expect, and then we'll go from there. Also, guys, I've been streaming for, what, 4 hours and 30 minutes now? I was planning to stream until 8 p.m. I will probably still stream until 8 p.m., but after we do this simple bounds visualization, I'm going to take a step back from the technical content for just a bit. In fact, probably for the rest of the stream tonight. I was planning to do a 2-hour stream at 6 o'clock p.m. On just doing creative writing, you know, doing the Writing Wednesday stuff. I don't know. It's not that I'm burnt out or anything. I'm actually pretty excited. Like I think we're doing some good work here. It's just taking a while to get these visuals done. And I'm just tired, you know, because I've been streaming for a while. So I thought it might be nice just to take a step back, do some non-technical content for a bit. So what I might do is whenever we get these visualizations done, whether that be in the next 20 minutes or the next hour or whatever, we can go from there. 6 o'clock p.m. So that's in an hour and 20 minutes. So again, in an hour and 20 minutes, I was thinking about doing Writing Wednesdays. So the question is, essentially, I'm going to start doing that the moment that I finish this visualization. I don't know how long it's going to take to do the visualization because apparently I suck at making visualizations. But the plan was I finish up this upcoming visualization and then I do some Writing Wednesday. I'll still be awake then. Cool. I'm happy to hear that. So yeah, it's in an hour, but I might do it a bit earlier depending on how things go. I do realize that not everyone here, in fact, most people here are probably not going to be super into creative writing. I get that. It's a different stream with different content, all that kind of stuff. So if you're not into it, totally understand if you want to go. Get that. But also, I think it's kind of fun to do some non-technical stuff every now and again. And this is my attempt at doing non-technical stuff. Okay, let's take a look at Mirage. Out 10. So this visualization looks great. Man, I like this visualization so much. It's just a pretty visualization. Okay. So now what are we going to do? We are going to make it so, over here, we're going to add, we're going to do something else. So if the bounds type is equal to periodic, so else, and I'm just going to add an if here, and we're going to say bounds type is going to be equal to, and we're going to say simple, I guess is what I'm going to call it. We're just going to say rsum is equal to 0 and see what that does. Okay, now the other thing too is we have to read the bounds type into the signal plot. So first let's see what's happening with rsum. And so we're going to run include, and we're going to run main. And then we're going to take a look at that visualization. So mirage. Okay, so here it starts here, goes around, and then it should be... that looks the same, doesn't it? Doesn't look any different. I suspected it would... Okay, this might take a bit longer than I thought. So... what was I expecting to see? I'm not exactly sure. Let me make it so these are not just like, it's not just a random distribution. Let's make this so it's like all ones so I can kind of take a look at this a bit better. So let's do, instead of rand of 100, we're going to yank and paste this guy and we're going to take it, turn it into ones. And also I'm just going to add some spaces here just because I feel like it. Okay, so this is going to be ones of 100 divided by 2. Okay, so over here we're going to include, then we're going to run main. Okay, see what this guy gives us, and then we'll go from there. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, let's just see what this looks like. Yeah, so we just have a straight line. What I was hoping to see is at any point where we're going off of the bounds. So like, for example, at this point here, for the convolution output to drop a bit, and the reason I was expecting to see that was because I basically, clipped the bounds. I said anytime we're off of the map, we're just not going to sum that that part. So let's just keep messing around with this a bit. So what is going on over here? So this is saying, we have the offset here. So if the bounds type is, oh, that's because I didn't change the bounds type. Perfect. Okay, so let's change the bounds type here. And we're going to say bounds type. Is going to be equal to simple. And now we're going to do include main. Okay, right. So that broke. That's good. Bounds type. Convolution linear. Bound type. Great. Include main. Give it a second. You shouldn't. Oh, I see. Okay, let's change it to bounds plural type because I think it's a bit better. Again, guys, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, feel free to let me know and I'll totally address it as soon as I see it in chat. Over here, we're going to include, run main. Okay, so this should be a crappy image. So we're going to do main. Oh, I did it again. I'm sorry. I pressed the wrong button. It's okay. Mirage. Okay, so the convolution is all identically 0. And the reason for that is because our signal is the same size as the our signal is the same size as the filter. Therefore, we're always technically off the map. And so because of that, it's all 0. So what I'm going to try to do next is I'm going to try to change the, let's actually make it so X now is ones of 1,000 instead of ones of 100. Okay, so over here we're going to do include. Now we're going to run main, and we're going to see what this one outputs. Okay. Oh, this is, crap. I did the same thing I did before. Control C. Over here, quit, remove out, star PNG. Open this up, pull it down here, and I'm going to say change the frame output to be every 10 frames. Over here, we're going to include. Now we're going to run main. Give it a second. Cool. Okay, so we're going to take a look at that. Mirage. Okay, so here we have, right? Of course, that's what we have. Okay, so that's what I expected to see to some extent. Okay, so 2 things here. One, our Gaussian was kind of split up. And 2, basically what's happening here is whenever we leave the zone, what's happening is everything turns to 0, which is what the simple bound did. It was just a super simple attempt. So let's make the simple bound slightly less simple. Okay, so here we say if the bounds type is equal to simple. So here we say if the length of signal 2 is less than the length of signal 1. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to say rsum is going to be equal to sum of The same thing up here. And then it's just going to be the reverse of signal 2, but I'm only going to grab it from the difference. So it's going to be from 1 to diff. Something like that should do. And now what's diff? Diff is going to be equal to the difference. This code is not particularly clean, but that's okay. We'll clean it up before we put it in the algorithm archive. So diff is going to be equal to, it should be the difference between the two up there. So it should be the length. So in this case, the length of signal. So the length is going to be length I plus length of signal 2. And then we're going to subtract out length of signal 1. Go over here, include, run main, see what this does. Bounds, attempt to access a 1,000 element array at index 902 to 101. That was not what I expected. Okay, that's cool. Let me actually go back up here and let's not split the Y anymore. Sorry, we're just trying a bunch of different things here. Okay. So what's the issue here? The issue here is that the R sum, I don't know why I called it R sum. I don't remember what R stands for. I keep saying residual, but I really don't know why I called it R sum. I just called it R sum, and that's okay. Okay, so we say difference is going to be I plus length of signal 2 minus length of signal 1. So what is the difference? Let's go ahead and print that out. Print line diff. And also, so we don't have to wait through the whole simulation, I'm actually going to do yank and paste in here, and we're going to go for I is equal to n minus 1. In iterations of -1 back to 1, and this will mean that we get the error immediately. So we're going to include here, and then we're just run main. Okay, so the error here is the difference is 99. It says attempt to access the 1,000 element array at index 999 to 1098. Okay, so clearly we're doing something wrong. Let's see. So it should be 1 to difference. Okay, I see what's happening here. So the idea is what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to grab the last n elements of the visualization. So the filter is moving along. It's past the edge of the screen, and we know how much it's past the edge of the screen by. It's going to be I plus the length of signal 2 minus signal 1. So it's 100 elements too many, which is true. It's 100 elements too many. So what I want to do is I want to grab. Okay, it should be end minus diff is what it should be. I think that's what it should be. I'm going to move this down to the next line because I just want to. Is that where it's supposed to be? Let's just write that, see what happens if we include, and we run main. Okay, we're still wrong in this very same way we were wrong before. So the end of the array is going to be 100 minus diff. If diff is 99, then that should be 100 minus 99, which gives you 1. So you should just be grabbing one element from 1 to 1. Oh, I see. Well, also, this is the wrong place. So this should be here. Okay, great. So signal 2. Attempt to access. Wait, which array are we trying? Oh, it's attempt to access a 1,000 element array. I see. At index. Okay, I see. Right. Wait, I need to think about this. So the convolution then is going to be, how many elements are in the convolution? So signal 1. Oh gosh, I need to think of it. I'm not doing a good job of thinking about this at all because my brain is fried. So we're doing signal 1 is going to be I plus I2, I plus length of signal 2 minus 1. So the length of signal 2 minus 1. That is actually going to be not the length of signal 2 minus 1. That is only going to go from I to, and then we have to subtract out diff. Again, this is pretty ugly code. It's running. Fine, it's running. So now let's see what happens if we run Mirage. Here we have our Gaussian, it's moving forward. And then I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Okay, let me just take a look here. Our convolution at the end is, for some reason, all zeros, but weird. Okay, obviously the visualization isn't quite working, but, you know, that line seems correct. So line seems correct because we have the Gaussian, it starts here, it moves all the way across the image, and so this little dashed line here that's moving up there seems like that is the correct visualization, because it also goes down over here, and that's exactly what I expected to see. So to some extent, this is correct, but also that line is completely incorrect. So this should output, main should output the convolution. So let's say conv result is going to be equal to main here, and let's just see what that is. So, oh, maybe that's the reason. Maybe because we're going the other way through the array, maybe. So let's comment that out. Let's do include, and let's do main. Again, we're going to do convolution result is equal to main. Okay, take a look at that, see what happens. And hopefully it'll turn out pretty well. Okay, so now we have conv result is all 0.5s. That looks good to me. So let's take a look at Mirage. Ah, perfect. There's our visualization we wanted. And then it drops down to the bottom, and that is, I think, exactly what we would expect. It kind of goes down. Oh, but it's offset by a little bit, isn't it? So why are we offset there? You see what I'm saying? Like, I would have expected... Oh, we're offset because of the same... Yeah, okay, we're offset for the same reason. Okay, I understand now. The whole visualization is slightly offset. Okay, and I tried to fix that visualization offset earlier, but I wasn't able to do it. So I figure maybe I just don't fix it. No, I have to fix it, don't I? But actually, if I do fix it, then we don't see the... Okay, let's see what happens if we do this with a square wave, and we're just gonna see what happens. So let's do it with a square wave. Delay should be with the width of the blue line plus half the width of the red curve. Yes. Hey, TS Jost, how are you? Okay, so let's go down here and let's just do it really quick. What's going on? There we go. So we're gonna say x is gonna be equal to zeros. This is actually what I want to do up here. And let's DD there. Go over here, include convolution, and now we're gonna do that. Good news. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. Delay should be with the blue line. Yeah. So let's do this. So this should be a decent visualization. Yeah. So here you see that what's happening here is we get the square, and it's up and then down. I really do need to fix that offset. Gosh, I just don't know how to fix the offset. So the bounds are probably working. I have to do something for the left bound as well. So let me get the visualization of this bound working, because see, it's still periodic here, and it shouldn't be periodic. So what I need to do is get the bound visualization is wrong, but like the results are fine. Like it's close to what we want. Dang. Okay, that's okay. You fixed the legend? Yeah, we fixed a lot of stuff. It's been a pretty good stream. We've gotten pretty far. We have maybe another hour of working on this stuff. I'm not really sure how far we're gonna get. There's two big problems. I'm actually gonna put them as to-do statements at the top because I'm quite tired and I'm having some trouble keeping focused. So to do, the one thing we're gonna do is fix offset and visualization, and then the next thing we want to do is fix visualization for different browns. Okay, so let's move down here. I'm also going to do something really quick just to reorganize everything. I'm going to say Gaussian, Gaussian signals. Here we're going to say just really quickly. Well, okay, let's leave that there. I think that'll be fine. So down here, what I want to do is, 1 second, I got to think about this. I want to say square wave. Okay, this is random, obviously. Okay, and here we have triangle, or a sawtooth. Okay, and then normalization routines. Okay, now I realize I probably didn't have to say normalization because it says normalize right there. I get that. But also I'd commented everything else out. It's fine. And I do think these other guys are important because like just at a glance, I now know this is a set for Gaussian signals and stuff like that. And I think that's important. Okay, so let me get some water. Let's do the visualization of different bounds first because it's just a visualization. We can fix that. The other problem is a little bit more challenging to fix, and I'm not entirely sure how we want to go about doing that. So again, visualization is what we're going to fix first. And so up here, we're going to say convolution linear, and for the signal plot, we're also going to read in another guy in here, which is going to be bounds type equals bounds type. Something like that should do. And so now we have to read in the bounds type in here. So here we have the signal plot there, and I'm going to just have an optional argument that is bounds type is equal to periodic. Now these functions are getting really annoying really quickly. So where do we actually need the periodic function? It's going to be down here. So what I'm going to say is we have the convolution output. Wait, where's the y? Ah, I see. There's a y label. So we have the plot there. Hello, how are you? What exactly are we working on? So we're working on a part of the algorithm archive for essentially convolutional visualization. So if you look up here, we have a visualization of a convolution with a Gaussian filter on a set of random noise. And so the idea is the Gaussian filter is this thing that is known to blur the image. And so what you're seeing here is exactly that blurring effect. It's kind of just averaging everything in a way and creating this smooth curve, right? So what is a convolution actually doing? Very good question. I don't know if that was your question. I figured like that is probably not your question. You probably already know. Maybe you don't. I don't know. I'm just going to say, if anyone is asking what a convolution is, essentially what we're doing is we're taking our filter and we're just moving it across all of space. And at every point, we're multiplying that filter that's moving along by the signal. After doing that multiplication, we then are integrating under the green curve, the output of the two signals multiplied together. And then that integral is giving us the convolution. This is a way for us to kind of mix around a signal in a particular fashion, depending on what our filter is. So if our filter is a triangle wave, then we kind of mix some elements more importantly than other elements. If it's a square wave, then we just pick those particular elements that we're looking for and mix those together in a standard sum and stuff like that. So there's a lot of different ways in which you can change filters up and do all this kind of stuff. And I think it's kind of cool. I'm a big fan of this kind of stuff. So I'm hoping that the convolution 1D stuff is done soon. Like I've been spending a lot of time on this. I was originally not going to do a video on convolutions, but actually I kind of like this plot. I think it looks really cool. And I kind of want to just make a video with this plot in it. So maybe I do make a video on convolutions after all, just a quick 5-minute video. This is a convolution for those of you guys who don't know. Why is it useful? Here's how it's useful. There you go. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. So I don't know anything about convolutions, so thanks for the TLDR. Yeah, thanks so much for sticking along. I mean, I realize, again, some of the stuff we do is quite complicated. I feel a lot of people come in and they just don't ask questions. But the question, what are we working on? If someone comes in and asks that question, and I haven't just talked about it in the past 30 minutes or so, it's usually a good idea just to reintroduce kind of what we're doing. So people who maybe also came in, also, also can... Wait, what am I saying? So people who are also coming in and they just came in can also learn a little bit as well. And I realize that there might be a lot of people in chat who've heard this description of what a convolution is multiple times. My hope is that every time I describe it, it gets slightly better. This is also a way for me to practice like ways in order to teach the topic in like the algorithm archive and stuff like that. But yeah, I really quite like this visualization. I wasn't expecting to like it. I think Radu or someone came in and was like, hey, what happens if you do, or was saying that like, had some misconception about how convolutions worked. And I was like, no, let's just do it with a random distribution. I was like, oh, that's quite cool. I like it. Okay. So yeah, let's keep going then. Let me get some water. Okay, we are plotting. So this dotted line is a convolution. That's totally fine. What we need to change is this filter. Oops, sorry about that. So if we're using a periodic bound, then the shift signal is totally fine. Ah, I see. So shift signal is what we need to fix. Perfect. So we're going to say if bounds type is equal to periodic. All right, go down here and there. And now the other bounds type is going to be simple. Else if bounds type equals simple. And I forgot to do something below, but else print line bound type not found. There we go, should do. Okay, so let's grab this. And I'm going to fill this in just a second. So let me just yank and paste this up here. And then grab these 2 lines and move them down here. I got a cool button. Let me make a coat for it. In some sense, that's what we're doing. But also, like, I think it's cool enough. Let's just, I mean, it's simple. People know what it is. A lot of people already know what it is. People have seen it before. But even so, like, there's some merit in doing these quick 5-minute introductions to things that people already know. What am I doing with my life? 1 second. Ah, down here. That's what I was looking for. Paste here. Oh, you. The graph is cool. Right. I don't know. Like, I've been trying to move away, like, on my YouTube channel, I've been kind of trying to move away from these, like, videos that are, like, 5-minute introductions to a mathematical topic that, you know, I've been trying to move away from that. But on the other hand, maybe I shouldn't be shying away from those, and maybe I should be, maybe I should be, like, keeping up with the 5-minute introductions, and then when I do the big videos in the end, I can just link to all the videos that we've already talked about. And then that way it's like a Leo cinematic universe that has like all of the videos, you know, kind of put together into one, like if I make a big video, it's a bunch of smaller videos put together, and that way I don't have to go into too much depth in the big video because people already know kind of all the topics, and I can say, you know, here's this type of stuff. Because honestly, for me, I love watching really technical content. The problem with technical content on YouTube is that it only gets just a little bit technical, right? So like the super technical stuff is buried in a 20-minute video that takes forever to get through. But I was thinking, hey, why don't we just, you know, why don't we flip that on the end, flip that on the head, and we do 5-minute videos. And then if we have other topics, like this is a convolution, this is this, we don't have to go in depth about that. We just say this is what a convolution is, and we go on, you know? And that way we don't have to talk about it or go into depth about it. That way, like if I'm really interested in a particular technical bit, and that technical bit is buried in a 20-minute video, I don't have to give the rest of the 20-minute video. Like I won't be angry about that, because as a viewer, I don't like sitting through a 20-minute video. But if there was a 5-minute video that's sufficiently technical, with references to other videos, I think that's good. That's what I'm going to try to do. I don't know. Do you upload the Twitch VOD on YouTube after streaming? I do actually upload the Twitch VOD, but it's not to my main channel. It's to youtube.com. It is to my secondary channel. Isn't there... Where's... Okay, it's down here. Feature channel. Simulators. It's to this channel here. Yank. Pair. So it's to that channel. So, for example, it's a few days behind. So that was becoming a fractal day n, because I had forgotten how many fractal sagas we'd done before it. So now it's n+1. So I'm going to be putting n+2 up this afternoon after stream. It's basically 2 days delayed or something like that. Okay. Cool. So let's get this boundary stuff done. So here we have this guy. Yeah, this is what we have to do. $. Let me go ahead and put a space there, put a space there, and let's add this in here. So shift signal is going to be equal to, okay, so here we have the real of n1. Oh, this is super complicated. I'd completely forgotten about the indexing here. So real of signal 2 of n1 minus I. So it should go, it should, how does this work? Okay, so n1 is the length of signal 1, minus I is going to be the iteration that we're on. n1 minus 1 is going to be, so we're grabbing the second half of the signal there. That's what we're doing. And we're moving it to the front. Because the second half of the signal, in this case, is going to be a bunch of white space. Right, so we're moving a bunch of white space to the front. That's totally fine. And then we're going to grab signal 2 from 1 to n1 minus I. Okay, and I think what I want here is to say, instead of 1 to n1 minus I, okay. Why? Who wrote this code? Whoever wrote this code clearly doesn't know how to program. Like, just for Pete's sake, like, this guy's an idiot. Okay, let's figure this out. Okay. So it is real of signal 2 of n1 minus I. So I think here we want to do... So again, we're appending a bunch of white space. And what I'm trying to do... Oh, wait. I got it. I understand now. We're going to do something different. vcat of zeros. We're just trying to append white space, right? That's all we're trying to do. So it'll be zeros of I to signal 2. To signal 2. D $. Okay, and it's going to be signal 2 of the following. It'll be signal 2 for I to... Wait, it's going to be the first few elements of signal 2. So it should be 1, 2, and end minus I. Making this up as I go along, and hopefully it's okay. So let's go ahead and do include. And now we're going to do main. Give that a second to run, see where it breaks. It's probably going to break somewhere, right? It did not break. So now we're going to do Mirage. And I'm going to take a look at this visualization. Right. So, okay. I mean, look. I have good news and bad news. One, I don't know why. This is a dumb thing to convolve, but the visualization seems to work okay. That is to say, it doesn't wrap back around. And again, this is just the visualization. The math is checking out no matter what. So yeah, I'm happy enough with that. Plus, we got a cool little weird convolve thing in the end. Okay, so this visualization seems to be checking out. The only thing that we have to figure out now is how to shift this signal. And then in principle, we're good to go. So the question is, how do we shift that signal? And that's actually more complicated than it sounds. Because the way that we start these visualizations, we actually start the filter. Here, let me just go back here at this location. So we start it on the far left of the plot, and then we move it across the plot, which is fine, except for the fact that the convolutional output is, right. What if, for example, this signal starts over here, right? In which case, we're missing part of the convolution. So what should probably happen, if we weren't doing periodic domains, what should happen is we should give a little bit of white space on the left part of the plot that allows our filter to move through. So what we should do is we should have a signal on one side and a signal on the other side, and we should move the signals across so that, you know, there are array elements on either side. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go up to the top here, and I'm going to say fix visualization for different bounds. These are not done, but I'm also adding another to-do here, and add simple bounds. Bounds also requires no bounds. And that's what I'm going to say. For those who are watching stream, you probably know what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say that, like, an unbounded convolution is kind of just moving the two signals past each other and just letting the output of the convolution be 2 times the size of the... Oh, we can do this differently. Wait. Maybe we can do this differently. Let me think about this. So if we're using simple bounds, So for periodic bounds, I think we're fine. But for simple bounds, I think what we want to do is we want to say the difference is equal to that. And so we're going to say this isn't 1 to the end minus the difference. This should be, oh gosh, so there are two bounds. There's the right bound and the left bound, right? And so what we're asking ourselves are which elements of signal 1 are we moving over? And it's going to be I to I plus length of signal 2 minus 1 minus diff. Oh gosh. I just don't know if I'm in the mental space to be able to do this right now. I might just be a bit shot because again, I've been streaming for like 5 hours for this point. So, okay, you know, I wanted to get the 1D visualizations done by the end of the day, but yeah, it's 5 o'clock p.m. Maybe what I do is I take a break, and we do something non-technical for a bit, and we go from there. What do you guys say? Is that dumb? That might be dumb, but also like, you know, I'm not used to the super long streams. I need to get used to it. So maybe it's okay to just take a second and do some non-technical content for a bit. So let me just remove some of the plot lines, print lines here. So print lines. There is one there. That's fine. There's one there. I should remove that one. There's one there. One here. That should be removed. Print line bounds type. Oh, actually, there was one that I kind of wanted. Let me do print I up here. I kind of wanted that one. Print line of I. Are you doing signal filtering? Is this a low pass filter? It's not quite a low pass filter. In some sense, we are doing signal filtering, but it's more signal processing. So what you see here is just a basic convolution, a blurring operation on a bunch of random numbers. So that's what we're looking at right now. I still need more time to do the next visualization. I did not expect that these visualizations would take so long. I thought that the process was basically done at the end of last stream, but I was clearly wrong. Beta Soft Cologne, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. But yeah, I've been working on these visualizations for the past 5 hours. We made like 10 or so different visualizations up to this point. So I think, I don't know, we still have more to do, but I know what visualizations we have to do. And I think now is maybe a good place to stop doing the convolutions. So I'm going to go grab a quick sip of water, like just fill up my water bottle. I'll be back in like a minute or two. We'll chat for a bit, and then we might move on to some non-technical content. We'll see. So again, I'll be right back, guys. Sorry about that. So see you guys in, what, a minute or so. Anyway, be back in a bit. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Okay, so I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Again, I was gonna be doing some of this, some of the programming until basically 6, which is in 40 minutes my time. But I got the visualization part that I wanted to get done. So I'm gonna add one more to-do statement to the code that we were looking at. I might commit it. It might take just a quick 10 minutes just to kind of chat, decompress a bit, and then do some non-technical content. So I might move over to just chatting for a bit. We'll see where we go. Again, guys, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know. I'm also going to wrap up what we talked about today. I'm just going to explain where we started, where we got, what 5 hours of programming will do when you're also chatting with Twitch chat, and where we go from there. Actually, it's probably going to be closer to 5 hours and 30 minutes. So let me move up here. So the two to-do statements that we have right here is fix the offset in the visualization, the fix visualization for different bounds, and then I also wrote to do simple bounds also require no bounds. So essentially tomorrow, what we have to do is a new visualization that is not periodic, with some more straightforward bounds. Essentially, we need to fix left bound. So fix left simple bound is what I'm going to write. I'll know what that means tomorrow, I hope. Sometimes I write things and I forget what they mean, but that's okay. So let's do get status here. Oh, that didn't help at all. Get add convolution.jl, get commit -m. Hey, Marco Dev, how are you? Adding, let's see. We'll say, I don't know what to call this, but it's not like, okay. Adding small scale changes. We'll say just small scale changes again. For simple bounds, a few more bounds left. Adding stuffed. Okay, git push, origin, master. Okay. In some sense, it's not so much signal processing. I mean, it is signal processing, but it's not signal noise analysis. We were just dealing with convolutions, and someone asked about how convolutions work, and I was like, well, you know, for example, the Gaussian is a blurring operation, so this is just an example of that blurring operation. I'm a noob. I'm wondering if there is a good first issues on the project, or any simple tasks for beginners. I assume you're talking about the algorithm archive, and that's a good question. Let me just go here to the github.com. github.com. There we go. And let me go to the algorithm archive here. So what I typically tell people is that we're miserably behind on reviews. So if you see a language here that you know, that I don't know, PowerShell, JavaScript, I know Python, Racket, Rust, Coconut, OCaml, P5.js, any of these guys, please do what you can to just review it, you know? You don't have to know the algorithm as long as you know the language, as long as you just look at the language and you're like, ah, yeah, I can read that code. That's basically all I need. I don't need, you know, you to, you know, rigorously study the algorithm. Just kind of, let me know that you can read it. That's all that I need for that. The WebKit browser, I'm actually using, Qt browser, Qt. The Qt browser, it's quite nice. It has Linux key bindings. I've actually always been a fan of the WebKit browsers, but I usually didn't use them because, quite frankly, Twitch ad blocking, Twitch with ads sucks. But so I usually used Firefox because at least then I could block the ads. But oh well. What is this quick marks thing? Looks nice. It's the Qt browser, but yeah, it's pretty nice. What is HonKit? Web browser. Oh, HonKit is the thing that we're using to kind of build the book. So HonKit is like the engine by which we're using to build the algorithm archive. Let's see. Cool. So I think I'm caught up on chat. So again, guys, I just spent the past 5 hours and 30 minutes doing visualizations for convolutions. So let's talk about where we started and where we're going. So, okay, here, let me just go to MPV, out. You guys are going to be miserably disappointed in how far we've gotten because it doesn't look like we've gotten very far, but just hear me out, okay? So out, we'll just do 9.mp4. So this was the visualization we kind of left on yesterday. Let me do, oh, well, actually, we had a bunch of iterations here. So as of yesterday, out, loop 0. So as of yesterday, we tried to do a visualization that looks something like this. Let me just move this up here, where essentially we have the convolution down here, and we have the image up here, right? And this worked okay. It's nice, but in the end, after modifying a bit, we decided it should all be on the single plot. So after that, we did, I think, out 10 would be the next one. So this is what we started with today, which was kind of putting them all on a single plot. So let me make this a bit smaller. And we did a lot of things today, and now look, it doesn't look like we made a lot of changes, but hear me out. This is actually a lot of work, like 5 hours of work, and like we got nowhere. It blows my mind how difficult plotting is. So, okay, if you're looking at the two, one thing that you'll notice is that we only have one legend now. Now look, I know what you're thinking. One legend. Oh, how hard could that have been? It was actually a pain in the butt. So thank you for asking. Also, we made it so the convolution itself now has a solid bar associated with it. And that's almost basically it. It took 5 hours. And how did this take 5 hours? To go from one plot to the other plot? Like, look, I realize the plot on the left looks way nicer than the plot on the right. But also, like, it's not that much nicer. For 5 hours of work? Man. Anyway, we still have a few more visualizations left to do. And we'll get to those tomorrow. I'm sorry, guys. I feel like I've disappointed everyone. Like, I feel like I've disappointed everyone because it's Julia. Yeah, maybe, but also like, I think no matter what plotter I used, I'd have a similar issue. I know I would have a similar issue with pyplot. Like matplotlib is harder to use than plot.jl for me, but that's fine. Okay, so. We'll be, I did consider using NuPlot as the plotter for a bit, but we ended up just deciding to stick with Julia. So there's a few visualizations that we have left to do. It's fine, I understand, I'm trolling back. So one visualization is having the signal start all the way on the left of the plot. So all of these visualizations, the signal kind of starts here, like on the plot itself or on the little, like on the signal. So the filter starts on the signal. So tomorrow we have to do a visualization where the filter starts off of the signal. And yeah, that's what we have to do. We have to do that visualization. And then after that's done, we should be able to fix the simple bounds and stuff like that. I think we can get it all done in like an hour or two, but quite frankly, I'm super burnt out. Well, not burnt out, but super tired. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 30 minutes. Today was a big day. Lots of stuff happened politically. So, like, it's fine. I think for a first stream coming back, or a first long stream, I think this was pretty good. Okay, so we know where we are. We know where we need to go. We still know that we have to work on the 2D animations and visualizations. This is taking significantly longer than I thought it would, but in some sense, I think that's okay, because it taking a while means that probably we're making a pretty good product in the end. And I do think that I'd like the convolution chapter to be pretty good in the algorithm archive. So for the 2D animations, we're going to have to do, I have an idea of how I want to do that. So I think we can just kind of do it, and we shouldn't have to worry, like, it shouldn't take as long as the 1D animations. I know that sounds kind of weird. 2D animations usually take a bit longer, but we already have all the code ready to go. And really, it's just going to be messing around with images instead of messing around with weird plotting techniques. So because of that, I can just directly edit the RGB code and all that kind of stuff. I'm actually from this point forward, going to be changing tact. And so I mentioned at the start of stream, and I've mentioned throughout streams, that I am going to try to do more creative content on Twitch and stuff, just because I'm interested in doing more creative content, telling stories, this type of stuff. So I'm actually going to be moving from science and tech into another category. Probably, I'm not sure if it should be just chatting or art, where we're just going to do our Writing Wednesday like we normally do. I'd like to start normally doing. For the next 2 hours, we're just going to talk about short stories. We're going to talk about all this kind of stuff. If that sounds interesting for you, stay online. If that doesn't sound interesting for you, please feel free to check out any other streamer you want. Totally fine. Lots of really cool streamers on Twitch. I realize that switching topics into more creative stuff is not everyone's cup of tea, specifically when you just sat and watched a programming stream for a few hours. So totally understand if you want to drop off. What do you guys think? Should we move to art or just... I'm going to move to just chatting, actually. There's a reason for that, because I don't know if people in art would like this either. So I'm going to talk about where we're going in just a second. So reading Writing some fiction. Math fan fiction. All right. Writing time. Okay. I'm gonna change it to just chatting. Okay. Hear me out. I just changed the stream title. You guys might have realized I just changed the stream title. Let me go ahead, and maybe not. You might have to refresh. I'm not telling you to refresh because you might get an ad. Don't do that. But I changed the stream title. Let me go ahead and close some of the terminals that we don't need anymore, like this one. We don't need. This one we'll keep up, but we'll leave the Julia shell. We'll remove that one. Oh, this one up here. I believe there's another terminal just lurking around back there. There it is. All right, and we'll remove that one as well. Okay, so by the way, we are now switching topics. So Arlop79, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. If you guys are interested in more mathematical visualizations, again, we are going to do that tomorrow. Now, I just wanted to take an hour or two to do some non-technical content. And again, that's what we're doing today with our Writing Wednesday. So what is the goal? What is the point of Writing Wednesday? Well, quite frankly, I like writing. And the plan is to do writing with you guys on stream. That's the point. Sweth95, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. What distro and Windows Manager is this? I am about to dump Ubuntu for reasons. I'm currently using Arch and OpenBox. So I'll type that in chat just for Arch and OpenBox. Okay. So, I have recently changed this title of the stream to Writing Some Math Fanfiction. Let me change that really quick. I specifically want it to be bad math fan fiction. So I'm writing bad math fan fiction. That's part of what I wanted to kind of talk about today. So let me just go ahead and open up, I don't know, like I was doing this in Google Docs before because it's kind of nice to have a Google Doc where like everyone can kind of see what we're reading and look at the history of it. So that might be what I do. Actually, in fact, let's do it that way. So let me just open up a Google Doc over here. And then I'll give you guys a link in the chat. 1 second. And we'll just kind of. Oh no, you can't see it. So this will just be called Writing Wednesday. Yeah, let's just call it Writing Wednesday. 1 second. Oh, hello. Okay, so we're going to share that, and I should be able to give you guys a link. Let's go here. It's getting late, my brain is pretty fried right now. So yeah, thank you so much for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. And yeah, so right, let's talk about what we're doing. In fact, I also need to, 1 second, I just need to do this really quick. I just realized I had to open up one more thing that I didn't have open yet. Google Sheets. I misspelled Google Sheets, but you know, DuckDuckGo knew what I meant. So here we're going to do writing prompt challenges. Perfect. Okay. So now we should be good to go. Okay. And I will give you guys this link. I think I can just do share and then go copy link. Can I paste the link here? Okay. Maybe I go here, paste the link, grab that and paste it over here. Okay. So that's the link to the Google Doc. We'll talk about what the point is in just a second. Okay, so, and let me make this a bit bigger. Did that work? How do I, there we go, perfect. That should work okay. Sure. Move this over a bit. There we go, okay. So, again, let's talk about what the point of Writing Wednesdays is. So, I have recently been realizing that I don't really have too much like non-technical content specifically that I show you guys. I personally very much enjoy writing, and I was hoping that some people in stream might also enjoy writing. Is this a good idea to share this writing on stream? Probably not, but that's okay. So what I'm doing right here is I am providing a Google Doc for any writings that we do during Writing Wednesday. And the goal isn't that, you guys can access it and edit with me. The goal is just that if you guys are trying to like read up on part of the story that is not on the page or something like that, that's okay, because you can just like like scroll up on your own and stuff like that. So as the title says, it's this particular stream is kind of about writing bad math and fan fiction. And kind of the idea was the following. So someone in chat a long time ago mentioned that the phrase Gaussian elimination sounds like a really bad novel. Sounds like a really bad novel related to Gauss like eliminating mathematicians or something like that. Nuffly, thank you so much for that. Reviewed PR on merge sort in JavaScript. Let me take a look. Here we'll go to github.com. Algorithm archive, and should be pull requests. And you said Java. Wait, you said merge sort in JavaScript. Oh, okay, nice. Where is merge? Cool. Okay, thanks for that. So let me see. Oh, actually, that's super nice. Yep, thanks for that. So let's do files changed. Good. Okay, thanks so much for the review. Really appreciate it. I'll take a look at it more in a bit. So again, in terms of non-technical content, someone said, Gauss is a serial killer or something like that. So I was like, well, okay, let's if we were to start writing this book, what would it look like? And I said the following. I said, okay, so it is said that all progress is made by standing on the shoulders of giants. One giant stands taller than the rest. And he's out for vengeance. One second. In this novel, Gauss will do. He does best. Gaussian elimination. So that was my start for the book. It is said that all progress is made by standing on the shoulders of giants. One giant stands taller than the rest, and he's out for vengeance. In this novel, Gauss will do what he does best, Gaussian elimination. As that was the idea, I just was thinking maybe we could flesh out the idea. So I was thinking okay, the idea here is that we have a whole bunch of mathematicians that are hidden and are going to be trapped by their own ideas, or mathematicians and scientists or something like that. So for example, Faraday is trapped in his cage, right? And Maxwell Maxwell has a demon, of course, but also there were other people that had demons as well. So Conway has the doomsday algorithm. Laplace has the demon. This type of thing. So that was kind of what I was thinking of there. I kind of liked the idea of just having all of these just kind of ways in which mathematicians are trapped by their own creation type of thing. It's really stupid. It's supposed to be this weird type of cringy thing. I don't really know. It's not supposed to be particular. It's not supposed to be taken seriously. It's supposed to be this is a weird type of cringy humor, and I don't know. I wasn't sure if we should go for it or not. So here I said available April 1st, 2021 would be the plan. It's getting late here. Glad I found your Twitch through Introduction to Computational Thinking and my MIT blog. I'll be back. Yeah, see you around. Thank you so much for coming in. Again, non-technical content right now. We'll get back to the technical content tomorrow. Just trying to think of ways in which, we might do other stuff besides programming on my stream, and we'll see what people like and what people don't like. We've also considered doing gaming, maybe doing some shogi, for example, playing some Guild Wars, something like that. The other thing that I've been doing recently in terms of writing is I've actually been doing this thing that I call the Writing Prompt Challenge. And it's just basically doing a bunch of writing prompts. It's been a while. I don't know when the last time I read this out for you guys. So, this one needs to be unpublished. I misspelled that one. So I was thinking, what we could do today is we could just read through some of these writing prompts that I have that I haven't shared before with you guys. And then we can go from there. So what do you guys think? Is this worth doing, or should we maybe move on to something else? I actually feel like I might be getting some cold feet right now talking about this though. So maybe I don't know. I'm getting some cold feet here, but we'll see. So I wrote a couple of these. So I guess we can just take a look at these if you guys are interested. So let's do there. 1 second. There. I feel like okay, anyway, it's fine. Here, one second. I don't remember all of these, so I'm gonna have to go through them like one step at a time. Here, I actually don't remember them all. This one, and finally this one over here. So I've been just answering writing prompts on Reddit. The truth is, like, if you guys are interested in writing, like, honestly, the way I see it, like, how do I put this? I feel like a lot of people need a creative outlet. And so for me, a lot of the creative outlet for me has been writing. But I figure, you know, a lot of people probably have different outlets, you know, if you like gaming, you like whatever, it's just, sometimes you just have to do something that's non-technical. And this has been my non-technical thing for the past few years, honestly. So that's kind of what I do. My creative outlet is code, I guess. I mean, I also play a lot of games. Hey, Kark, how are you? I see you're back. Did you get any sleep, actually? Because you were up 5 hours ago. So I'm somewhat surprised that you were still up. Or maybe you got like a few hours of sleep. So. Okay, so I have a bunch of these writing prompts. I figure we kind of go through them. I talk about what I think we did well, what I did well, what I think I didn't do well. But today I couldn't for some reason. I usually get roughly 6. I'm really sorry to hear that you didn't get any sleep, man. Like, that sounds, yeah. Last night was kind of similar to me. I didn't get nearly as much sleep as I wanted to. So, I don't know. I'm hoping to get some sleep tonight, but we'll see. What with the coup in DC, maybe it's going to be a bit hard. It's fine. I'm not very tired. I slept a lot in the afternoon, so there's that. Yeah, that's fair, I guess. Okay, so I guess what I'll do is I'll just kind of start reading these. Some of them are good, some of them are not so good. In fact, I think this batch might not be some of my favorite. Oh, actually, this one's not so bad. This batch I kind of ended up being a bit rambly for this one. Yeah, I ended up being like really rambly in this one. Sorry about that. But I think it's okay. Like, some of them are good, some of them are bad. Okay, so I figured let's just read through them. If this is interesting to you guys, stick along. If it's not interesting, you know, totally also understand. So I'm just gonna go up here. So this one, the writing prompt was, it's your first day as a superhero, and it's going to be great if mom ever stops calling. Okay, so I usually just go through the writing prompts, and I just write. That's what I do. And the idea with this one, I guess you'll see it, but yeah, so mom stops calling, and so when I started thinking about how to answer this writing prompt, I was like, okay, well, like, you know, obviously it's supposed to be super embarrassing, and I was like, well, let's just use that to actually make the superhero better, you know? So I'm gonna go ahead and read it. We'll see. I mean, this is the first one. I'm doing them in order. It's not my favorite one I wrote of the past bunch, but I think it's pretty good. I mean, it's okay. And again, guys, if you guys have any writing that you want to share, feel free to go to Discord. In fact, I will give you guys a Discord link right now. Let me just do create invite, copy, and then I guess I'm going to have to paste it over here. Paste it over here, and then I'm going to have to do this. There. So if you are interested in doing writing, we do have a writing channel on Discord, so feel free to go there if you're interested. Yes, I use light mode. You know, look. If you're having trouble watching my stream because of the light mode, there's a very simple solution. And again, I think I said this yesterday. They're called sunglasses. You just wear sunglasses when watching the stream. Totally fine. Like, it's a totally valid way to watch stream. I'm not judging. You know? In fact, I can wear sunglasses right now if you want. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, actually, it's kind of hard because, you know. Anyway, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and read it. And again, don't know if this is interesting to you guys. If it's not interesting, totally understand. Feel free to do your own stuff. Sunglasses and watching the stream. Okay, so yeah. I don't remember. I don't remember I liked this one or not. But anyway, I'm just going to read it. I did this one, how long ago was it? This was 2 weeks ago. So I haven't been doing as much writing as I used to do. Okay, so throughout the past few millennia, humanity has undergone an evolution of sorts. It began with ancient Greek heroes performing legendary feats. Those heroes then bred with other heroes and honed their abilities until eventually their kin developed full-on superpowers. By 2020, nearly a quarter of the world's population were supers, and I was one of them. My identity is Shy Gal, and my nemesis is Dr. Professor Piggly Wiggly. Let me explain. Because superpowers are hereditary, most supers know what kinds of powers they will receive long before they actually develop them. If their mom could shoot ice beams and their dad could breathe fire, then they would have some combination of the two. My problem was that neither of my parents were supers. In fact, no one in my family was super. We had come from a long line of normal people doing normal things. Because of this, no one expected anything from me. I didn't have to save the world. I didn't even need to make straight A's. As long as I was passing my classes and having a good time, my parents were happy enough. That's why my powers came as a complete surprise. See, there was this boy, Jake. He had jet black hair, but sharp blue eyes and a face dotted with freckles. He was quick-witted and smart, but not too smart that he forgot how to listen. Every time I talked to him, I felt myself lean in, completely absorbed in conversation. Kind of embarrassing. Anyway, simply put, I was crushing on him, hard. Worse, there was a dance coming up, and I had to go with him. So, one day, I put on a little makeup, spritzed on some perfume, and during class, I wrote a note and passed it to him. Meet me on the roof after school, 3:15. He handed it back to me with a single word. Sure. In that moment, time froze. I could feel my heart beat faster than ever before, and my whole body tingled. My breathing became irregular, and I couldn't think about anything else but Jake and our eventual meeting that afternoon. I tried to take a deep breath and focus on the lecture, but the teacher was moving too slowly for me to follow. I ended up trying to scribble a bit in my notebook, but somehow broke my pencil in two as I began to write. Eventually, I calmed down and managed to get through class. As the bell rang, I ran upstairs and waited on the roof for what seemed like hours. I kept looking at my watch, and it kept reading the same time, 3:14:32. At first, I thought it was broken, so I took another deep breath and sat down. When I had looked at my watch again, the time had changed to 3:14:56. It seemed to be ticking at an irregular rate, so I didn't worry too much about it. At 3:17:23, the door to the roof opened up, and Jake slowly appeared. If I'm honest, I had never really seen anyone move so slowly. Was he okay? Why was he so late? Did he not want to see me? As questions raced through my mind, I leapt up and ran to him before saying, "Hey Jake, how are you?" He didn't even look up. In fact, he didn't even shut the door behind him. He just stood there, frozen. "Jake," I asked again, this time concerned, "are you okay?" Suddenly he jumped and gasped slightly. "Whoa, you scared me. Where did you come from?" Just over there," I pointed to where I was sitting. "Do you have time to talk? I know it's late." "Late? What do you mean?" He shut the door before looking at me and saying slowly, "Didn't class just end?" Maybe," I said. "Look, there's something I need to tell you." Again, time froze. I could feel my head throbbing and my body tingling. I had never been so nervous before. Jake was completely still, not moving at all. "Jake?" I asked again, waving my hand in front of his face. "Are you okay?" He said nothing. His eyes did not even track my movement. What was going on? I looked around a bit and saw a bird struggling to fly against the harsh wind. It seemed as if it wasn't moving at all. It was then that I realized there was no wind either. The world itself had frozen, except for me. Soon, the bird began to move a bit, and I saw Jake shake his head. "What was that?" he asked. "I didn't quite catch you." Sorry." Again, I could feel my heart start to beat and breathing become shallow. I could do this. I closed my eyes, lowered my head. "Jake, I like you. Do you want to go to the dance with me?" I didn't look up, but Jake didn't say anything either. After a few minutes of silence, my body began trembling in shame. I felt like I'd ruined everything. Of course, he didn't want to go out with me. I was the most normal person imaginable. I couldn't play any sports. My grades were mediocre at best. I spent all my time watching Tom and Jerry on repeat because I didn't want to grow up. No one would ever want to date me. I could feel tears well up in my eyes. That was it. I ruined our friendship, and I could, in a single sentence. So I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. I was such an emotional wreck that the door's handle felt like Play-Doh. I couldn't face any of my classmates, so I rushed through the crowd and ran towards my house. I knew it was several miles away, but I didn't care. I wanted to be as far away from that school as possible. In what seemed like an instant, I was home, in my bed, crying into a pillow. After an hour or so, I'd calmed down. I looked at my phone, only to see a text from Jake. "Is everything okay? I don't know what happened, but the door to the roof is broken. Where did you go?" I didn't know what to say, so I left the text alone and turned my phone on silent. A few minutes later, I heard a knock at my door. "Go away, Mom," I said. "I don't want to talk to you right now." "Mom?" I heard a gruff, older gentleman's voice. "I'm not your mom." My eyes shot open. "Who the are you?" "Look, I'm not here to harm you. Your mom let me in. I know better than to enter a teenager's room without permission." "Who the are you?" I repeated. "I'm Agent Skarn of the Super Persons Federation, also called SPF. The world's protection against evil's radiation." There was a brief pause. "We need you. The world needs you." Me? What do you mean? You're a super. With the right training, you could be one of the best. I thought back to the events throughout the day and realized that that time only seemed to freeze when I was filled with adrenaline. So wait, Jake froze today. That was me? Yes, we don't really know the source of your power, but you seem to be able to stop time and have super strength. It was a lot to process, but after several months of testing, we found the source of my power. Shame. The more embarrassed I was about a situation, the more time would stop and the stronger I would become. That's why the league gave me the skimpiest possible outfit, complete with pink cat ears and slightly mismatched leg warmers. They also said my catchphrase would be Pride Power and paired me with a villain with the silliest name, Dr. Professor Piggly Wiggly. This brings us to today, my first day of work, where I was strapped into a rocket with my new nemesis monologuing, ready to send me into space when my belt began to buzz. I shifted slightly, causing it to pick up on speakerphone. Hey, hun, it was my mother. Just calling to check on you. How's the day going? Shut it, Mom, you're embarrassing me. I felt my face flush red and a familiar flight sensation tingle throughout my body. Wait, on second thought, stay on the line a bit longer. I then ripped through my restraints and used them to tie up Dr. Professor Piggly Wiggly before he finished explaining how he was going to take over the tri-state area. I then ran home as quickly as possible and gave my mom a hug. She might be the most embarrassing woman in history, but she had saved my life. Sorry, it's kind of long. That one was kind of long. I do apologize for that one. This is really believable. The pencil snap part also, nice touch of detail. Oof, it's a bit weird how she didn't think she got a superpower in World Full of Supers. Maybe it's so rare to develop your own superpower that it's unbelievable. That was what I was trying to hint at the start. Man, that one was super long. I apologize for that one. But yeah, that was what I was trying to hint at the start when I said that supers, if you don't come from a line of supers, it's very unusual for you to get a power because it's hereditary, right? Now, things that I think I didn't do very well, I don't think I did a justice, the interaction between Jake and Shy Gal. I didn't know how to make that believable in any way, shape, or form. Like, I tried, but like talking from the perspective of a female girl or of a young girl in high school is super hard. However, the concept of this like really shy girl who gets her power from shame, getting a call from her mom constantly, and that being the source of her power is actually, I think, kind of fun. So to some extent, I thought that was, an interesting way to take the story. Again, in some sense, I didn't like the way I wrote this though, because it was too long. Like, it was just for a short story I wrote in an hour. Like, the way I see it is, I feel like if you're going to write a short story, like, you probably want to put more time into each sentence, and I didn't do that here. But how did the first supers get at them? For sure not hereditary. That's why, from a reader, it doesn't seem too weird, but maybe the initial hint was needed to be a bit stronger. I think so as well. So that's why I wrote up here, humanity has undergone an evolution of sorts. It began with ancient Greek heroes performing legendary feats. Those heroes then bred with other heroes and honed their abilities until eventually their kin developed full-on superpowers. So you're right, I should have been more like specific and said, it's super unusual for this to happen. And the way that you're right, that was a key that needed to be said. This idea of we'd come from a long line of normal people doing normal things was kind of implying that, but it really should have been a stronger hit. Right, well, yeah, like it's kind of like Greek heroes and something like that. So, also, I did a very bad job narrating that one because I was super embarrassed to narrate that one. Like, as ironic as that is, it's a story about like a little high school girl. It's just like, I was super embarrassed to narrate it because we just went from like a super technical stream where we were talking about convolutions and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, the first thing I'm going to read is a story about a super shy girl who's like crushing on this boy named Jake. Oh, it's like super embarrassing. Anyway. Okay, well that one's done. Let's move on to the next one, which is slightly less embarrassing, and I like the story slightly more. Okay, so this one, here's the prompt for this one. You're a wizard. Your magic becomes more powerful if you explain your magic to your opponent when you cast it. Okay, obviously, this gives wizards a reason to monologue. That was kind of the entire point of the prompt. It was just supposed to make it so you have a wizard who's explaining incredibly technical magic. That was the point. I don't really like taking writing prompts in the direction that you're supposed to take writing prompts. I like to kind of twist it just a bit. And this is one of those that I twisted just a bit. There's another one later that I also twisted, but I don't remember where that one comes up. So, this one... Okay. The goal with this one is for you to dislike the main character at the start, but then understand the reasoning at the end. Also, I don't think it's a problem if it's long. I like long a lot. I mean, I read light novels with thousands of chapters. I didn't think it was that long. I didn't think it was stagnating or getting slow. Fair, I suppose. Villains talking for 10 minutes instead of shooting suddenly makes sense with this prompt. That's exactly kind of the point, right? There were two ways for me to take this. I was going to take this prompt down the direction of exactly that. A villain monologuing in order to take over the world. But he takes a full 4 hours to explain his plan. And has a whiteboard and everything. It's dude, do you understand this? You need to understand this. You're going to be quizzed on this. And you're not going to be defeated by me unless you understand this. You know? There was a way to take it that way. But I didn't. I tried to take it more of an emotional route. I didn't do a very good job with the emotion of this piece. Is this, you like the Reddit old interface? Oh, I didn't know there was a new interface. Oh, there is a new interface. I haven't used the new interface for a while. I think I didn't like it because it was hard to put Markdown into it. And so I just didn't use it. Okay. So I see Kark is on the edge of the old one too. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and start reading this one too. Okay. So again, the prompt is, you're a wizard. Your magic becomes more powerful if you explain your magic to your opponent when you cast it. Okay, just bear with me. I want you to dislike the main character at the start, but I think you're going to like him at the end. That's the hope. Okay. So, most people don't realize that magic is the natural evolution of hypnosis, I said as I began scribbling the lecture notes on the board. That is to say, magic is most effective when both the magician and their audience believe in the magic's effect. I paused for a second and looked to my classroom, where dozens of desks were positioned next to each other in separate rows. All of them were empty except one, which was occupied by a bewitching young woman who went by the name of Nadine. At the time, she was running her hand through her long, dark hair while scribbling silently in her notebook. She was my only student, so I waited for her to finish before continuing. When she looked up, I took a moment to search her eyes to see if she was comfortable with the course material. I then asked, Nadine, what do you remember from last year? She shook her head. I wasn't here last year. Of course not. I grimaced slightly and said, you're a freshman, after all. As we continued the lecture, Nadine would interject regularly with well-posed questions. She was clearly more intelligent than other students her age. When the hour was up, I tapped my notes on the desk and said, well, that's all for now. I'll see you tomorrow to talk about the theory of ether. Yep, she nodded vigorously before closing her book with a distant clap. I can't wait. I took a deep breath to clear my mind and said, great, looking forward to it. I then ushered her out of the room. As we went our separate ways, she turned around and said, thanks for all of the tutoring. I'm really learning a lot. At the time, I was mesmerized by how the light kissed her cheek and lit up her blue eyes. I unconsciously took a step forward, intending to grab her arm and pull her towards me, but stopped myself at the last moment. I then nodded and turned around so she didn't see my eyes as they began to water, and said, no problem. I'm a professor. It's what I do. As I sat down in my office that afternoon, I felt a wave of emotion rush over me and buried my head in my hands. I couldn't do this. Nadine was only a freshman. What was I doing? I looked up to a picture on my desk where my wife and I proudly held up our doctorate degrees from almost 2 decades before. At the time, I was clean-shaven and had short, spiky hair, which was starkly contrasting how I looked today with a scraggly beard and unkempt hair. In the image, I was not looking at the camera, but instead at my wife, who was just as bewitchingly beautiful as ever. Long, dark hair, pastel blue eyes. As magic researchers, our greatest strength was our unfailing belief in and understanding of each other's magic. Together, we revolutionized the wizarding world, creating more spells than anyone else at the time. As we got older, our bodies could no longer keep up. Every morning, we'd wake up to aches and pains in places we didn't know could even ache or pain. Though we would make fun of each other for this, my wife became increasingly worried. One day, over dinner, she looked me in the eyes and said, I have a solution to all of our problems. What do you mean? I asked while trying to pierce a pea with a fork. We're getting older. We can fix that with a spell. I began to stroke my beard while staring into her eyes. An age regression spell? It's theoretically possible, I suppose. I took a deep breath and nodded. Yeah, if we use the spells you made last year mixed with some of my own stasis magic, we could at least stop ourselves from aging. No, she waved her hand in the air. I mean, I think I found a way to reduce our ages to be young again. After a few hours of discussion, we went to the blackboard and started scribbling away, trying to create the first ever age regression spell. After a huge amount of work and trial and error, we were both happy with the results and believed it would work. About a week later, we were ready for the first test. Okay, babe, how young do you want to be? I laughed as I began scribbling the magic circles on the board. I don't know, she began to feel the wrinkles on her face. 18, maybe? 18? I don't want to be married to a teenager. Don't worry, we'll send you back too. She giggled slightly before poking my chest. You had more muscles back then. I'd like to see that. We then hugged and kissed before finishing the preparation. I took a step back and nodded at the blackboard before saying, okay, I'm ready on my end. Okay, I'm ready here as well, she said. Shall we begin? I guess so. As she began chanting, the circle on the board began to glow a brilliant blue. Soon, my wife began to glow as well. I could see her wrinkles fade and her lips shrink as her hair darkened to its original color. After an instant that felt like an eternity, she fell to the floor, limp. Nadine, I called her name and ran to embrace her. I couldn't feel her heart beat, and she did not seem to be breathing. A lump formed in my stomach as I began crying. Oh, no, what have I done? We should have just tried this on an animal first, a mouse, or... I stopped speaking as I felt her begin to breathe again. She slowly opened her eyes, but was visibly confused. What happened? She asked. Nadine, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried. I held her tightly as tears of relief flowed down my cheeks. She didn't move or hug me back. I pushed her away slightly and looked into her eyes. Nadine, are you okay? I'm fine. Her eyes scanned my face. Who are you? In that instant, I realized our mistake. We'd reversed her age to before she went to university, before she learned magic, before she met me. I cried and held her tight. The next day, I told her that I was her professor for the university she would be attending in the fall, and that her spell went awry, causing her to lose her memory. Luckily, she believed me, so I gave her accommodation in the dorms and asked her to meet me for special lectures. Every day, I would teach her what she forgot, hoping that one day she would learn enough to get her memories back. Even though she was right before my eyes, I was desperate to see her again, wrinkles and all. So that's the story. I know it's kind of weird. What do we have here? I missed a lot of chat here. How do you feel about comment separators for large pieces of code? I guess it's fine. Let's see. Grooming. So I don't think it's so much grooming. So his goal is to get her to learn age progression magic, so to like get her to be old again, so that she can remember who he is. Like that's his goal. But like the goal was at the very start of this to kind of like make it sound like he might be cheating on his wife. Like I don't know if that came out or not, but I was hoping to make it sound kind of like that, you know. In fact, I'm going to change the stream title one more time. I'm just going to change it to yeah, we're just going to do that. I'm going to change it to reading, writing some stories because we're not doing the math fanfiction yet. You're funny. I like the story time. Yeah, I mean, I hope you enjoy it. I'm doing my best, but also I'm quite tired today, so I'm not doing a very good job of narrating. But yeah, so the idea here was, again, because magic works better when you understand. When do you play to the end of stream? You gonna write on stream? Wait, when do you plan to end the stream? I think I was just gonna plan to end the stream whenever we finish reading through this. We might do some writing or not. It just kind of depends on where we want to go. I'm not really sure. So it kind of depends. I've been streaming for 6 hours now, so I'm quite tired. I don't usually stream for this long. But I was hoping to try to do some non-technical content. That's what this is. But yeah, so the thing about this was, the two of them were magic researchers, right? So the idea was that, because they were professors, they really understood each other and they could really make big progress in the field. And so, this idea of having like a magic school makes just a lot of sense, right? Because if you explain magic to people, it just makes more sense, So to have some sort of magic school there. Okay. This one is also a bit long. Why do I have them so long? This one's really weird as well. Okay. I don't know what was wrong, but I wrote a lot of weird stories in the past 2 weeks. So this one is, you've just been possessed by a demon. Fortunately, it did so with the intent to help you rather than harm. Simple prompt, simple idea. However, hear me out here. If you have ever been depressed or suicidal in any way, shape, or form, please hear me out. This does have a kind of note of suicide in it. In fact, a big note of suicide. My biggest qualm with this particular story is that I have too much backstory in it. I should not have started where I started, but I think maybe it is worthwhile to read the whole thing for you to understand the person's mindset. So we'll see. I'm actually interested to hear first of all, I'm interested to hear if you guys are interested in doing more writing Wednesdays. I do enjoy doing writing Wednesdays, but also it's one of those things that doesn't tend to it doesn't tend to be used too much. Is the account dedicated to writing prompts? Not necessarily. It's just whatever I have on Reddit, but I don't think I have anything embarrassing on Reddit, so I think it's totally fine. Maybe I do have something embarrassing. I don't know. There could be something embarrassing on there, but I think it's fine. It's mostly all I do is writing prompts. So, okay. So again, writing prompt. You've just been possessed by a demon. Fortunately, it did so with the intent to help you rather than harm. Note, suicide trigger warning. Okay. So I closed the door to my car and looked up at the schoolyard. At this time in the morning, there were a few people standing about, chatting before their first class. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes before imagining myself walking through the crowd and entering class without talking to a single person. It would be easy. Everyone can do that, right? I just needed to do it. Don't think, just act. When I opened my eyes again and analyzed the scene, my heart and mind began racing. There's no way I can walk through a crowd without attracting attention, and I could feel their eyes drilling into me. Women would casually glance at me before giggling to themselves among their cliques. Men would look down on me for being too fat. Acquaintances would see me and try to use me like they always did. The longer I looked, the more nauseous I felt, until I had to open the door again and sit back down. I couldn't do it. I knew I should have woken up earlier. If I'd managed to arrive at 6 o'clock, I could have avoided the situation entirely. From the safety of my car, I scanned for alternative paths. At this time of the morning, I knew the janitor would have opened up a side door, and if I jogged around campus, I could make it into class without people seeing me. I silently nodded and took another deep breath before opening the door again and quickly walking away from the entrance of the school. Once I was definitely out of view, I began jogging a bit to make sure I could make it into class on time. As I approached the side door, I saw a student walking in from the distance. They didn't seem to notice me at the time, but I unconsciously hugged a wall to avoid them. What was I supposed to do? The student was approaching, and they would see me soon, no matter what I did. What was I supposed to say when they saw me just standing there? As the student approached, a knot tightened in the pit of my stomach, and I began to breathe quickly. I then noticed a small hatch to my right that would lead me to the roof. Without thinking, I scaled the ladder to avoid being seen. I then rolled on my back and stared into the sky. After a few seconds of rest, I stood up and looked over the edge to see if the student had made it past, and once they did, I let out another sigh of relief. It was then that I realized I was 2 stories off the ground. I still had to make it back down to get to my class by 8 o'clock. What time was it now? As I fumbled for my phone to check the time, I heard the bell ring. No matter what I did, I would not make it in time. I shuddered as I tried to envision myself walking into class late. What would the teacher think? Would they call me out for it? Would the students laugh among themselves and make fun of me for sleeping in? I couldn't do it. I would have to wait until the next class started. At the time, I didn't know what to do, so I sat there on the roof, alone, left to my own thoughts. What was I doing? I was so socially anxious that I couldn't stand being seen by anyone. I didn't have any friends. My family hated me being around me. I was the worst of the worst. What could I do? I was already doing the best I could, and I was so incredibly tired. I was tired of skipping meals due to my own inability to eat food with people around me. I was tired of puking every morning when people gave me a sideways glance. I was tired of just living. 1 second. Oh, am I streaming games? I don't think I'm streaming a game. 1 second. No, I think I'm not. I don't think I am. Anyway, as I looked over the edge again, I realized that there was one thing I could do. I could jump. A wave of euphoria spread over me with that thought. I could end it all right here, right now. No more people, just me alone for eternity. I'd always chickened out on previous attempts, but not this time. There was no one stopping me. I could finally sleep for good. I stood up. I took a deep breath, leaving my bag on the rooftop. This was it. I couldn't look back. I charged to the edge of the roof and jumped, headfirst, towards the ground. My heart fluttered in the air, but I wasn't nervous. No, I was excited. This was the first time I ever felt truly alive. Time seemed to slow down as I fell, and My own miserable life began flashing through my mind. All of the people that made fun of me for simply existing, all the eyes that stared at me for no reason, all the secret conversations and giggling behind my back, they would all end now, in this instant. As I hit the ground, I heard and felt a distinct crack, like the breaking of glass, and felt my body fall through the earth. When I opened my eyes again, I was sitting on a flat surface, but was covered in complete darkness. Suddenly, a small rectangular light glowed in the distance, followed by another and then another. More and more rectangles began glowing, forming a type of staircase that led directly to me. Then, the platform under me began to glow, reflecting the sky and the school's wall where I had jumped. An androgynous voice then called out, "Hello, I'm glad I don't know how to do an androgynous voice. It is rather depressing. I'm sorry about that. Hello, I'm glad I finally found you." I could hear footsteps slowly descending the stairs from the distance. "Hello?" I called back. "Who are you?" An angel? A demon? By now I could see a figure in the distance. A guardian of sorts? A guardian? What the heck is a guardian? Why am I still alive? "You're alive because I want you to be alive. Without you, I die too." By now I could see the silhouette of a girl who appeared to be exactly the same age as me. Her hair was long and white, and as if she had never cut it once in her life, and her eyes were a deep glowing red. She wore no clothes, and her body was so white that it seemed to reflect light. I rolled on my back and stared into the darkness. I then sighed and quietly asked, "Can we just die together then?" "No can do," she said. "I've lived through countless lives before, and I'm not going to die now, not in this way." I felt her body climbing on me, but I didn't move. I then saw her face appear in front of me and stare directly into my eyes. I looked away, and as I always did, before saying, "Look, I don't know who you are, but I'm not obligated to protect you. You said you are a guardian. Respect my wishes. Let me die in peace." She then moved away so her head was resting on my chest. "How about we tag team instead? Anytime you feel worried or stressed, I can take over and control your body in your absence. Whenever you feel up to it again, you can kick me out and live life as you normally would." Somehow her words were comforting to me. I couldn't think of the last time someone offered a helping hand when I was struggling. I unconsciously wrapped my arms around her and began crying silently. We lay there for what felt like hours before I had calmed down enough to say anything. I then said, "I don't know who you are or why you're helping me, but please take over for a bit." She then sat up and rolled over, pulling me forward. "Don't worry, life is hard. We'll get through this together." She stood up and stretched a bit before taking a deep breath. "Okay, my turn. Let me know when you want to swap out again." "Wait," I grabbed her hand. "Before you go, I just want to say thanks." "No problem. Again, we'll get through this." She then dove headfirst into the platform beneath us, creating a small ripple that propagated throughout. From the platform, I could see the world through my eyes as I picked myself up and brushed off the dirt before scaling the ladder again and collecting my bag. I heard the bell ring, dismissing the first class, and saw myself enter the doorway into the school. "What room are we going in?" I heard the guardian's voice echoing throughout the chamber. 202, I called back. "It's geometry, so it should be easy." "Thanks," she called back. I then took a deep breath, rolled on my back, and stared off into space. For the first time in forever, I felt comfortable, happy even. As I drifted off into sleep, I touched the screen on the floor. We'd get through it together. So that's that story. Viking Coder, hey, how are you? So we're doing some non-technical, so we just did like a 6-hour, 5.5 hour stream where we talked about convolutions and all this kind of stuff. And so I decided, let's do some creative writing. It's Wednesday, so kind of theming it after a writing Wednesday. So I just finished reading a super depressing story about someone being possessed by a demon with the intent to help instead of harm. Ghost 101, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. But yeah, let me see. When did you start streaming games? I have not streamed games, but I thought that maybe we could do games or something as non-technical content. We'll see. Let's see. Because I do want to read them, but at my pace, so it'd be nice to be able to check them at some other time. Yeah, they're all my writing prompts are there. Also, all the writing prompts are available here. I can just share the link with you guys, I think. Copy link. I think this will be fine. So I just copy it and paste it for you guys. Sorry. That should be right, I think. So this is also all of the writing prompts that I've done so far. So, I mean, again, some of them are better than others. It kind of just depends on the day. So, what I liked about this one, so this one, again, I feel like I was super rambly. Like, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, there are very few people who are as socially anxious as I am. So, like, the backstory made sense for me, probably doesn't make sense for other people. So it's one of those things that, like, I can personally distinctly remember, like, a few times in junior high where I was just so, like, or high school that I was just so like pent up with emotion that I literally would like run away from people. Like this has happened. The top part of this has happened to me, not the bottom part where you're possessed by a demon, but the top part has happened to me. But I thought it was just too much. Like honestly, I could have started this like a few paragraphs later, and it would have worked just fine. And honestly, the whole like schoolyard thing, I don't know. It's not. It doesn't really make too much sense. Oh, never mind. What about playing programming games on stream? If we're not planning any tech stuff, we'll be doing tech stuff again tomorrow. Like we're gonna do a super long tech stream tomorrow. I just thought, just for some non-technical content that I enjoy, let's do some writing as well. So that was kind of the idea here. Okay, so this one, oh, I like that one. Okay, that one's not so good. Hunting partner. Okay, so this one's also, I don't know why, but I just got super weird with these writing prompts, man. Like something happened, like just in my brain, I just suddenly got super weird with these prompts. So like for some reason, 2 of the prompts that I wrote back to back were like related to like high school stories. It's like, why was I thinking about high school story? So like that was weird. I like writing, so I'm down with that. Also, for the record, again, I mentioned this before, if you're on Discord, feel free to check out the writing channel where you can post writing, you can talk about writing and stuff like that. It's significantly different than the rest of the archive content, but I think writing is an important part. Okay, so here, after acquiring a certain amount of wealth, it can be exchanged for an extra life. So, right, this one, again, is a weird one. I don't know what the deal is. I think I wrote 3 stories back to back that I'm kind of not entirely into. Like they were good, but not great type of thing. And this is another one that's like, nah, it's okay. Like, I feel like there was a reason why it wasn't great, but I don't remember what the reason was. So anyway, clearly this one is, how do I put it? Okay, you will clearly see the direction I took this. Like I didn't have much creativity in answering this prompt at all. Okay, so here it is. So one thing is certain, money cannot buy happiness, but it can fund research into new fundamental ways to achieve happiness. I sat across a table with roughly a dozen empty chairs while a young scientist presented her work on a projector. Traditionally, this room was used for meetings with the most prestigious members of the board, and because the room was designed for a very specific elite purpose, very few people would enter without permission. For this reason, I would also regularly use the room for meetings I did not want others to know about, meetings like this one. While she was speaking, I found myself drifting off a bit and inspecting her features. A strong jaw, stunning blue eyes, dark wavy hair that seemed to bounce whenever she pointed to the board. She was smart, charming, and kind. Nothing short of a perfect woman. As a computational scientist, what is your opinion on deep learning trends? I don't typically do anything with machine learning, so the answer is not really in my wheelhouse. Sorry about that. I think it's fine. Like I should learn more about it is what I should do. Sorry, I don't really have a good answer for you. She suddenly became quiet before asking, Did you hear me? I shook myself out of whatever trance I'd fallen into before responding. I think so. You're saying that with the right equipment, you could monitor an embryo and ensure that its brain develops neural connections that mimic another individual. Yes, effectively making the baby remember everything from their past life, if you want to put it that way. She then paused for a moment before moving on to the next slide. The issue is with the concept of individual perception. It's unclear if you could transfer your consciousness onto the new individual or not. I nodded slightly. I see. Going back to a previous point, you mentioned that you could also modify the genome so the baby would be entirely customizable. Yes, but you're missing the point. Right now, the new person would simply be a carbon copy of the old one put into a new body. It would not be reincarnation. Without the ability to also perceive the world from that new body. More than that, there is a huge ethical dilemma with this concept because we would be effectively killing a child and taking over the body. I tapped my finger on the table. If the child is modified since their birth to be a shell for a new person, then there's no ethical issue so far as I'm concerned. Maybe. The researcher took a deep breath before continuing. What I'm trying to say is that we're close, but not there yet. We need more funding for this last step. I knew this was coming and saved up for it. How much more funding? At least enough for another decade of research. She tried to look me in the eye, but failed and instead looked down on the table. So 100 million USD, I asked. About that, I believe. And how much would the procedure cost? I don't know. Ballpark estimate? Probably $1 billion? $1 billion? I took a deep breath and sighed. I didn't have the money yet, but I might in 10 years at the current rate of business. I'll pay it, I said. I saw a wave of relief wash over the researcher's face. Thank you. We won't let you down. You better not. I still needed time to get the funding myself. 20 years later, I woke up in a rather small bedroom. The walls were a soft lavender color, and my sheets were a subtle blue. Across from me was a large vanity. I jumped out of bed and looked at myself in the mirror. I was a small girl with a strong jaw, clear skin, and dazzling blue eyes. I engineered myself to be as smart, athletic, and beautiful as I could, using my old research lead as a model. I had to sell everything I owned, including my old business, but it was worth it. For the first time, I was excited to wake up in the morning and live my best life. Money couldn't buy happiness, but it could buy me a new life and a new chance to be happy. So that was that story. Sorry, I know it's weird. But eventually, for your algorithm archive, you would include ML. Yeah, ML will be in the algorithm archive eventually. So again, the reason I don't like this one, I just, again, went through 3 stories in a row that I just don't like. I don't know what the deal was. My writing just got bad. But the reason I don't like this one is it just got too technical, right? The story here, I mean, who cares about the sci-fi reasons for how you could possibly modify a genome so that it thinks about a certain thing? It's just, didn't like that part. I thought I did a bad job of describing that. So, I don't know. I don't want to interrupt, but only update you. One person is shot, both Democratic candidates. Oh, shoot. You kidding me? One person is shot. Someone shot someone? It's a day. It's a day. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. There isn't really anything we can do, honestly. Meanwhile, I'm reading depressing stories on Twitch. It feels like there are some awkward ethical questions the story leaves unanswered. Oh, definitely. Definitely. That's why I don't like that story. Because it leaves like a whole bunch of weird questions behind. It's like, what, like, did you kill the kid? Like, I don't know. It's a bunch of weird things. I don't know. So probably for today, I'm just going to get through the stories and then I think maybe that's what we'll do. We'll just read through the stories and maybe call it for the Writing Wednesday. I'm kind of depressed about this whole like situation. I don't know what to do. I kind of want to catch up on the news. So I don't know. Yeah. So this one, okay, I'm gonna be honest, I did actually kind of like this one. So this one I thought was pretty good. We'll see. Exactly, it's just bad. I just don't know what to do about it. Like, it's kind of like, should we talk about it? Like, we already talked about it earlier on stream and I just didn't have anything to say. Maybe, I don't know. Can I get an opinion on my story? Yeah. Feel free. The one that you posted on GitHub, or did you add more to it? If you added more, I didn't see it. Let's go here and let's do, should be writing. Oh, sure. Algorithm archivist and then writing. Algorithm archivist and then writing. There. Okay. And then we should have slightly significant event. This one, right? Chapter 1, and then you had Chapter 2, which was in a PR, I believe. So, there's nothing to do about the news. I think we just have to go on, like, deal with it, you know? Okay, so, for those of you guys who don't know, again, you can post writing in the writing channel for our Discord channel. So, if you want to, feel free to go to Discord and post some writing that you're interested in getting feedback on in the writing channel. Looks like they got the situation. It looks like they got the situation under control. Yeah, but the fact that we had to get into the situation to begin with is what sucks. You know? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know at all. They cleared the building. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so as far as the story is concerned, so Trashrock submitted code to the writing repository. A slightly significant event is what it was called. Yeah, so if you mind, I could talk about it if you want, or not. I don't have to. It's up to you. But I thought it was pretty well written. I like the idea of it. I can give you like guys a Cliff Note summary of something that's already quite short. But the idea here is that like how do I put this? So there's like a, how do I put this? It's like there's a magic club, essentially, is what there is. Now, what I wasn't sure of, and maybe I'm unclear. I think this is what came in the second chapter. I'm unclear of how magic actually exists in this world. That was something I wasn't clear about. Like, I might actually ask you about. Oh, also, it seems like there's more to it. Ah, okay, I have not read through this yet. Actually, there's a lot I haven't read through yet. I think. Because I think, or maybe I did. No, I think I read through it. Yeah, but okay, so as far as like how it goes, it's quite a good story. I could read it here, but also I'm doing a very bad job of narration today. So I'm not sure if this is the best time to do to read through it. But what I will say is the following. I like the idea of the story. So far, it's pretty good. Like, the idea is that, you know, you have a magic group. I think the character development is actually quite good as well. See, like, you have, like, a bunch of different... Like, the cast is pretty broad in some sense. What I will say, though, is there was, like, some motivation. Oh, where is it? There was something to do with a truck. And this, like, something to do with driving and how... I think it was Alicia would drive because Aaron wasn't able to... like, Aaron's father didn't want him to drive for some reason. Yeah, so this is what got me. Like, this bit here. Oh, I had no license. I might have missed that. Okay, sorry about that. But so, this guy here, right, so the first year was the year of levitation. One of the meerkats, Sarah, was levitated 10 inches above the podium that oversaw the auditorium. Aaron, who else, presented the spectacle in a manner that only he could get away with. He indeed used a cape, but because of Aaron's complete disregard for fashion, the show went all right. Sarah floated in place for a good 5 minutes while Aaron talked about something to do with chakras and thinking lightly. They managed to borrow a smoke machine for that extra bit of drama. So, okay, my question was, and this is my stupid question, this seems to be like a standard, like high school story. Does magic actually exist in this universe, or did I miss that? I didn't read this yet. Let's actually read it aloud. Why not? This seems fun. Okay. So, do you mind if we read it aloud? Would you be pissed off if I mispronounce something? I feel like I could read it aloud. There's no real magic. Okay, good. That's what I thought. I thought it was just like them pretending to be magic. Yeah, right. Yeah. So no, don't read it aloud, or no, read it aloud. Would you mind if... Okay, so the answer is you don't mind if I read it aloud. Okay. So this is written by Trash Talk, a slightly significant event. And Chapter 1, Magic Meerkats. There were many reasons to leave the town Alicia grew up in, but her friends were not among them. The club was started years ago by Aaron, who was, in his words, an aficionado de la mystique. He had gotten a magician set for his 8th birthday, and since the whole magician persona was kind of his thing, he had gotten a magician set for his 8th birthday, and since then, the whole magician persona was kind of his thing. In the beginning, this meant a lot of card tricks to the annoyance of all involved. Later, he graduated to sleight of hand tricks and impossible games. Games that seemed impossible to win, except if you used a very specific strategy, which of course Aaron memorized. He went on to do some mind reading when he was 15, but more importantly, he started a club. The Magic Meerkats, as the club came to be known after a very serious meeting in which they decided thusly, was a club devoted to magic tricks. And Alicia was invited for the first session. She had been friends with Aaron since primary school. When they both went to the same high school, they stayed close. One second. I'll make this a bit bigger because I'm having trouble following the lines. 1 second. Alicia was invited to the first session. She'd been friends with Aaron since primary school, and when they both went to the same high school, they stayed close. Arguably not very close. A lot of girls in her class thought boys to be icky, and Aaron especially to be weird, and the problem was that Alicia liked a lot of those girls and was friends with quite a few of them. But Alicia stayed close enough to get the invitation. When she arrived at the first meeting of the still unnamed Magic Club, she felt pretty good about herself. She also felt slightly nervous, as she had never really gone to this part of the school. Aaron was good friends with janitors of the building and managed to get an unused space. This unused space was tucked away in one of the far corners of the high school, far from everything and close to very little. But there was no use in standing around. So Alicia stepped forward and knocked on the door. Password? Aaron asked from the other side of the door. He sounded muffled, a fun reminder that the winters could get very cold and the doors were part of the insulation. There is no password, shouted Alicia, annoyed. She looked around if anyone could hear her, but the school had been out for about 15 minutes, and as stated previously, this place didn't get much traffic. It's open, Aaron shouted through the door. Of course the door had been open. It was a semi-official club, not a secret society. Alicia pushed down the handle and entered a place that had never seen the light of utilization. The walls were bare and the floor's tiling came straight out of the 70s. A small window provided the room with the slightest bit of natural light, which was handy as the room didn't have any lighting installed, just a couple of lonely wires hanging from the ceiling. It was the size of a small office, but probably only meant to house one administrative worker, maybe two if you were to really cram them in. But when Alicia entered the room, it was filled with 8 people, including her. They sat around a white plastic table, the ones you usually see in the gardens, on folding plastic seats. Aaron had probably borrowed from one of the storage rooms nearby. One chair was still vacant, and after Alicia sat down, the first meeting of the Magic Meerkats was official. The meetings were shrouded in mystery, no secretary, no bullet points, and the members generally didn't tell outsiders. Never spoil a trick, that's the first rule of magic, but they didn't completely operate in secret because very early on they decided to hold a yearly stunt. At the end of the school year, they performed a magic trick for everyone in the building. And while Alicia first viewed this idea with a healthy dose of I'm not sure if we can pull this off, doubt. When that day came, she truly knew that it was going to be something special. The first year was the year of levitation. One of the meerkats, Sarah, was levitated 10 inches above the podium that oversaw the auditorium. Aaron, who else, presented the spectacle in a manner only he could get away with. He indeed used a cape. But besides Aaron's complete disregard for fashion, the show went all right. Sarah floated in place for a good 5 minutes while Aaron talked about something to do with chakras and thinking lightly. They managed to borrow a smoke machine for that extra bit of drama, and Aaron even did the hoop thing to show that there were no wires involved. The hoop thing. The shows were something special, and Alicia was glad to be part of it, even though she mostly worked in the background. Because the club meant way more to Alicia and the Meerkats than just those yearly shows, then they met weekly. The friendships they made were probably the most special thing to her to come out of the club, and then high school ended. So, after reading this first bit, I remember I was trying to figure out if the very next chapter would be about what happens after high school. Like, clearly they build like a bunch of, they build like an understanding of each other and stuff like that through the high school. What I will say though is that if they're in high school, a lot of the girls thought boys to be icky. I feel like that's not high school. Like, I feel like that's elementary school. Not that that's bad. I'm just saying that, or maybe, okay, wait, maybe I misunderstood this. Maybe the point of this wasn't, a lot of girls thought he was icky. It's just that they fell apart. They were no longer friends during this time of their life. So when they were like in high school or like junior high and younger and stuff like that. What I will say is that I also thought that so at this stage, I wasn't sure if he was actually levitating them. At some point, what I was thinking was that like, they actually could do magic, but just like a very limited form of magic or something like that. And that no one believed them that they could do magic. And so they tried to make it even more showman-y to make it like they were actually doing magic, to make people believe that they were doing magic, but still everyone thought it was a trick. And so the more showmanship they put into it, the less magical it seemed. That's where I thought it was going. And I was like, that's kind of cool. I like that idea. So then the next chapter, I think, is the one with the driving in it. Yeah, chapter 2. It's down here. Gotcha. Can I just view the raw of this? View file? There we go. Perfect. Hey, Eva301, how are you? I've recently gone to high school, and the boys and girls do tend to separate themselves. I think that's fair. Eva, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. Okay. So this one's also written by Trash Talk, because this is chapter 2. I remember, so this one, there was a question I had while I was reading it, and I didn't know if it was fully answered. Yeah, let me see what we have. Okay, so this one's written by Trash Talk 217. The sedan, I think that's how it's pronounced, actually, but it's like a type of car, so sedan airlift. It may have seemed It may have seemed like that was that, but in reality, there were a lot of preparations they had to do. First things first, it wasn't just Alicia and Aaron. Sarah and Dan also accepted Aaron's invitation. Peter was also briefly considered. I think I missed part of it because you added a lot to the end of the previous chapter. Give me a second. Yep, because I missed that bit. I just noticed that. I'm sorry. Chotomate. Pull requests. And then we go here, files changed. Sorry, I realized that after I started reading that one. View file. Okay, so where did we finish? So the last one is there. Okay, let me make this a bit bigger. Perfect. So Alicia, Sarah, and another boy called Dennis were the first members to finish high school. Alicia took a gap year, Sarah went to a local community college, and Dennis signed up for 200 reality TV programs and spent his time doing that. Alicia was also surprised when she heard about that. It turns out to be a well-paying job once you get in. It certainly paid better than whatever Alicia was earning at the local bistro she worked at. Aaron had to redo a year as calculus turned out to be too arcane even for him. It did mean that he was able to present one extra show, the year of teleportation. Yes, it was exactly as cool as it sounds, and Alicia was there. She had helped with part of the setup and knew some of the behind the scenes. Yet presentation is key with these things. After the performance concluded, she was left with an overwhelming feeling of wonder, excitement, and disappointment. Disappointment because it almost started to look like she had peaked in high school, which is objectively one of the saddest fates anyone can experience. She talked to Aaron about this after the show, when the Magic Meerkats were left alone to clean up. What are you doing after this? She asked. I've been looking for magician schools, and there aren't that many, Aaron replied. Have you tried Hogwarts? Alicia replied. No, but I did join a magician ring. Oh yeah, you told me about that. The International Brotherhood of Magicians, she said. It's an excellent name. It sure is, but I don't think I can stay here. This is not exactly the place where I can get my big break, Aaron said, broadly gesturing at the auditorium, which was demystified by the bright fluorescent tubes. I suppose so. How far are you going? I was thinking Las Vegas, but that might be short-sighted, he said. Many people would call his career path short-sighted in its entirety, but Alicia appreciated its non-conventionalness. If it's stupid and works, it isn't stupid. Chicago? Probably. I'm still figuring it out. What are you doing this summer? I honestly got no clue. Maybe just work, she said, neglecting to tell Aaron about the promotion she recently received. It didn't feel very important. Aaron simply hummed in confirmation, which paused the conversation for a while. They needed to help the others with disassembling the big teleportation box, which was ridiculously heavy for being mostly empty. The cleaning was mostly uneventful after that. Dan and Regio didn't seem to stop throwing cards, but when the janitors came to do a final checkup, everything was clutter-free. They left the school and headed for a local pizzeria. There was plenty of time to celebrate, and Aaron wasn't done with Alicia yet. Hey, Alicia, what about that vacation of yours? He began eyeing the kitchen as they were waiting for their food. The non-existent one, she said. Yeah, that one. What's your opinion on road trips? You don't have a license, she noted as she had an idea of where this is going. You do, he smiled. Do you have a car you can borrow for a week? Believe it or not, I actually do. My dad's car is due for a replacement, and I think I can borrow his old one before he sells it off, he said. Should be fine as long as you don't total it. Alicia thought for a moment she liked the idea of an adventure, but wasn't sure if she'd like the actual thing. Still, it felt like something she could do. Like it was something expected, like it'd be worth something. It sounds uncomfortable and tiresome, but I think I want to do it, she said eventually. Then let's do it. Okay, so for this part of the chapter, so things that I like the idea. So like this was quite nice. It was a bit of characterization. Like I understand a bit more about Alicia's character, the fact that she left this out. On the technical side, I will say that like certain things you started here, it wasn't clear that this was being said by Alan, right? I mean, probably should have been, but just the way I was reading it, some of this wasn't clear who was saying what. So like, and this is clear because he says after that. Yeah, dialogue's hard, like no doubt. Okay, sedan airlift. Sedan. I'm bad at words. Okay. So it may have seemed like that was that, but in reality, there was a lot of preparations they had to do. First things first, it wasn't just Alicia and Aaron. Sarah and Dan also accepted Aaron's invitation. Peter also briefly considered, as he was one of the oldest Meerkat members, but he would be competing in Big Brother that summer and wouldn't be available. Dan was a good friend of Aaron and also graduated high school that year. But with the crew, But with the crew assembled, there was still the small problem in the form of parental supervision. There were, of course, the usual promises to call, to look after each other, promises to be very careful. No drunk driving, no drugs, no splitting up. You get the gist. This placated most parents, but not all of them. After this Herculean effort, there were still two problems: Dan's parents and the car. 2 weeks before the trip, Alicia got a message from Aaron. Aaron, I need your help. Alicia, what? My dad doesn't like the idea of me borrowing his old car for a week. As it goes with planned trips, Alicia had gotten invested. She wanted to do it now. She'd been looking forward to it ever since Aaron suggested it. F, can we get another car? I've got another thing I want to try first. Can you just come over? Sure, what is it? The explanation was repeated when Aaron intercepted her as she walked to his front door. So glad you can make it. This is going to work. I can feel it. My parents really like you, so you should be able to convince them, he said excitedly. Slow down. Why don't your parents want to lend us a car in the first place? Alicia replied while standing in the grass of a nicely trimmed lawn. It's mostly my dad. He needs the money from the old car to finance the new one. He fears that if we wreck the old car, he can't afford the down payment on his new car. That sounds like a very reasonable and adult thing to worry about, Alicia said. Have you considered getting some other car or truck or whatever? But we won't wreck his car. Come on, Aaron said. I'll try, but mostly because I don't know of any other options off the top of my head, she eventually concluded. They headed in. Aaron lived in a standard suburban home, 2 parents, 2 kids, and a basketball hoop bolted to the top of the garage. They weren't rich, but not by any stretch of the imagination, but they did consider themselves wealthy. There's a world of difference between those two concepts. When Alicia entered, she noticed her objective almost immediately. Aaron's dad sat on a comfy chair in the corner of the living room, where he was reading the local newspaper. Good afternoon, Mr. Miller, she said after she sat down on the couch. That almost swallowed her whole. He put down his newspaper and straightened his back. Right. Do you two want anything to drink? No, we're not thirsty, Aaron said while sitting down on the armrest next to Alicia. We actually want to talk to you about something. Is it the car again? He asked, rolling his eyes. We won't crash it, Aaron said reflexively. Alicia, who was actually a bit thirsty, decided that she should probably de-escalate. If it makes you feel any better, Mr. Miller, I'll be the one driving. Aaron's dad looked at Alicia and then back to Aaron. That makes me feel slightly better, but you have to do more to convince me. An idea came to Alicia, something to tip the scale. I could practice with your car, Mr. Miller, to show that I can drive safely. And he agreed. What followed was one of the most stressful car rides of Alicia's life. Aaron's dad continually looked over her shoulder while she carefully handled his precious 10-year-old sedan. Aaron also didn't help, since he seemed incapable of sitting still, but Alicia managed. After she removed the keys from contact, Miller gave them permission. Fine, you two can have the car, just one last thing. Alicia visibly loosened after hearing that. Would there be a catch? If you do end up crashing the car, you're going to pay for the damages, or more likely the down payment of a new car. Good luck, he finished. He left the car and went back to his newspaper. An awkward silence followed. We could have promised him that whole time, couldn't we? Aaron broke the silence. I think we could have, Alicia said, as it slowly dawned on her that the last hour, which was more stressful than her driver's exam, was completely unnecessary. And that's how the car problem was solved. Sadly, the Dan problem was orders of magnitude harder. His parents were insane, and they weren't fond of the road trip. They weren't fond of many things. Not his friends, not his preferred study, not his tendency to do many extracurricular activities. His mom was the Apache gunship of helicopter parents. Right, I think there is a lot of foreshadowing here. And his dad was arguably worse than his simultaneous hyperfocus on academic achievement and complete disregard for anything other than his son. For every other thing his son does. Sorry about that. They weren't anti-vax. That was perhaps something. It was the Wednesday before the Saturday they would leave. Alicia managed to get off early from work and meet up with the other 3 meerkats destined for the road trip. So there they were, brought together in a small park late in the afternoon. After the initial greetings, Aaron made a hand signal towards Dan while silently mouthing a question. Alicia didn't have a clue what was going on, but Dan did and quickly responded, "It's off, don't worry." What was that about? Sarah asked. She was wholly unaware of Dan's predicament, as he didn't speak about his home life often or at all. As a recent development, Dan said, my mom installed an app on my phone that keeps track of my location and can eavesdrop on things I say. That's insane, Sarah has said, voicing what Alicia thought and Aaron already knew. My phone is off, so we're safe, Dan said. I forgot to charge my phone last night, so I have an excuse. Alicia realized that Dan's problem was way bigger than expected. She'd assumed that it would simply take some sweet words and well-delivered promises to convince his parents. But yeah, my parents, they won't let me go, he continued. I've been thinking this over for a while, and I wasn't able to come up with a good solution, Aaron said. That's why I want to meet up in the first place. That's why I wanted to meet up in the first place. The picnic table they sat around suddenly turned into a war room. Oh yeah, no, I know that people do this, no doubt. I'm not sure that this problem has a solution, Aaron. People aren't puzzle boxes, Sarah said. She turned to Dan. Your mom seems intense. We're not going to leave Dan behind. I've been trying to get him away from his parents for 2 years now, Aaron interjected. If I were to give up and, bring my brother instead, we wouldn't be here. Those were the stakes. It would be a rescue mission. After a short hour, they decided on the plan. Alicia had provided the initial idea for the plan, while Sarah and Dan critiqued it mercilessly until it seemed feasible. Wait 1 second. The only thing that they hadn't decided on was the person responsible for the delivery, the execution. Aaron would have done it in a heartbeat if it weren't for the fact that he was too well known in Dan's household. Dan couldn't do it for obvious reasons, leaving only Sarah and Alicia. The method with which they made the final decision was highly scientific, rock, paper, scissors, and the winner got to choose. Sarah came out on top with paper. Dang it, I hope you'd win. I hoped you'd win, she said. I don't want to unload this onto you. Don't worry, I can take it, Alicia said. The shadows were lengthening and Dan's mom could come to pick him up at any time. You're not helping, Sarah said. She sighed. Fine, I'll do it. Aaron fist bumped the air in celebration. Dan smiled silently. He didn't look so confident, but he was thoroughly enjoying the moment. Friday, 3 p.m., Aaron said. When Aaron has his piano lessons, if you need any help practicing, you can call me. There was one last idea that afternoon, a small one, but it might have made the big difference. Dress conservatively, Dan finally said before walking over to his mom, who was waiting in the car. So, there's bits that I quite like about this. So, you kind of did set up that there is going to be a big confrontation coming up, which is quite cool. I have a feeling, just because foreshadowing, that the car is almost certainly going to be totaled. That's what it feels like. It would actually be kind of a twist if it wasn't totaled in some sense, just because of the other stuff up there. Again, there are certain sentences here and there that I thought were really good at characterizing the certain characters. Specifically, Alicia, I feel, has more characterization than the other characters. And I think the motives are clear. Yeah, so that's the other thing too. I might be doing a poor job of reading it aloud. I'm not very good at reading aloud. I need to get better, which is why I sometimes am a bit... I'm not very good at reading aloud, so I feel a bit bad. But on the other hand, again, the characterization was great. There was some bits where I wasn't sure who was saying what. Sarah's character, I felt, was not particularly well developed. I wasn't sure who she was, really. But, outside of that, I thought that you've got a good cast going. And I think, that's why I was saying I think I'm actually pretty excited to see where it goes in the future. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good overall. Great cast, great. The characterization of Alicia, Aaron, and Dan was pretty good. Sarah, I didn't quite understand her motives, but also, it's the start of the book. You probably figure it out later. And yeah, I think that's where I'd leave it. So it does have the least characterization. Yeah, so I think that was what I'd say. The only other thing is a few of the sentences, for example, you started a sentence with "and" a lot, which is fine, but also, it does break it up in terms of me reading it. It's kind of hard to, the pacing was a bit weird with some sentences, because it was kind of like a bunch of short sentences put together and then maybe a long one. So it was kind of a bit, hard to read through in some of that sense. But yeah, overall, I think it's positive. I'm pretty happy to see, or I'm excited to see where you take it in some sense. So, overall, good job. I think I do like the characterization a lot here. I think, again, Alicia has some good development. So, and I like the idea too. I'm actually kind of excited to see, do they find magic on the... I don't know what's going to happen, but I can imagine they go, they try to take the truck into like some sort of field or something like that, and they find magic there. The truck is blown up, and then it ends up being that their magic club actually has real magic. Like I could imagine it going down that route, and that sounds super cool. But it's also completely up to you what direction you take it. And in some sense, you probably don't want to take it down directions that readers can see it going in, you know? So again, it's set up quite nicely. So I'm interested to see where it goes. Okay. I've got a few more of my own writings to get through, if you guys don't mind. And then, you know, so I've got 3 more writings, and maybe that will be it for Writing Wednesday this week. I'm still trying to figure out how to do actual writing on stream. And that we'll think about that maybe next week. So, and we might do some actual math fan fiction, and we'll see where it goes. Okay. So this writing prompt was the following. You've just woken up hungover from last night's celebrations. However, your world is much changed and confusing because everyone looks and is acting like their favorite fictional, non-fictional character. Okay, hear me out. I misread this prompt. I only just now realized I misread the prompt. I didn't realize that people could be non-fictional characters. I thought they could only be fictional characters. Doesn't change my prompt too much, but that is something I didn't notice. Also, I don't know why I chose this prompt. I just decided to go for it. Now, clearly, when you read this prompt, most people are probably thinking you're going to have a bunch of Harry Potters, a bunch of Hermione Grangers, a bunch of like Dr. Houses and all this kind of stuff running about. I didn't go that direction. I took another direction, as I like to do with these prompts. So here's where it starts. I was a miserable child. I would cry for no reason and lash out at people emotionally. In middle school, I became suicidal and acted on those impulses by jumping off my school's roof a few years later. Kind of the same character from before. Physically, I only suffered from a few minor scrapes and bruises, but I had died inside that day. When I returned home, for some reason or another, I picked up a pen and started scribbling in a diary. The only problem was that I didn't know what to write. I didn't know why I was depressed. I just was. I ended up writing almost a dozen pages of crossed out sentences before finally changing tact. As her eyes opened that morning, Seth struggled to find the motivation to leave her bed. She was already exhausted from months of constant fighting, and neither her body nor soul could stand another day. Even though I couldn't figure out why I was feeling the way I did, I managed to create a character who could overcome similar challenges, and in doing so, I could figure out how to overcome them myself. For the next decade, I wrote short stories every day, all of them featuring Seth as the main character. In many ways, Seth was the embodiment of perfection, and I was slowly adopting her mannerisms in my daily life. She was bold, so I tried to fix my social phobias. She was intelligent, so I studied as hard as I could. She was strong, so I kept my body fit. As time went on, people started to notice and compliment me on who I had become. But I was not who they thought I was. I was still the miserable, depressed child. I was just masquerading as a fictional character I had invented. This meant that every compliment I received pierced at my soul, causing me to feel physically ill. Every night after writing my short story for the day, I would lay in bed and stare at the ceiling, trying to piece together how to tell the world that I was living a lie, and in fact, an imposter. Last night was New Year's Eve, and as I closed my eyes and fell asleep to a familiar knot in my stomach, I found myself whispering something surprising out loud. God, if you exist, just please let me be Seth. When I woke up, the world was in chaos. I rolled over and picked up my phone before reading the headline, "Identity Crisis, Everyone is an Idol." Confused, I read the article further. Apparently, everyone had woken up this morning as their favorite fictional character. There were multiple Harry Potters and Sherlock Holmes. Anime lovers suddenly became their favorite waifus. It was pure, unadulterated chaos. I rubbed at my temples trying to figure out who my favorite fictional character was. Min from The Wheel of Time, Shoko from Koe no Katachi, Gwenpool. Slightly nervous. I took a deep breath and walked to my bathroom mirror. When I looked up, I saw my own reflection staring back at me. I didn't change. I looked outside and saw endless copies of famous characters from shows I'd seen and books I had read. Why was I the only one to remain the same? In that moment, it dawned on me. I was never an imposter. I had already become the exact person I wanted to be. So that's that one. I actually quite like this one because, like, you know, it has the potential to be really gimmicky. And I was like, well, let's make it kind of I'm hoping a somewhat heartwarming story, you know, about someone who's like constantly afraid of, you know, like, imposter syndrome sucks. I've mentioned it before on stream. Imposter syndrome sucks. It when you feel like you're presenting someone else to the world that isn't you, it just hurts. And so I was like, well, maybe let's just go from there. It's pretty all right. Anyway, it's fine. I thought it was pretty okay. So even if it is you, right? Exactly. That's the thing. Like when you're suffering from imposter syndrome, 9 times out of 10, the person you are imposturing, like you're masquerading as, is actually you. It ends a bit abruptly. Yeah, maybe I was a bit short. So because I was so long with the previous ones, I was trying to be a bit short with the other ones, and then I do a long one again afterwards. Okay. So this upcoming one is also kind of short. It's really short, actually. It's meant to be short. I tried to write this one as short as possible, and it didn't work out. I did a lot of bad writing. I tried my best to do good writing, but this time it just didn't work out as well. So this one is, everyone gets a poem when they're born, and the quality and length of the poem decides the quality and length of their life. Your poem was only 2 lines long and didn't even rhyme. Yet you managed to become the world's richest person and are still living well past your 100th year. I probably do read fast. Sorry about that. That's fair. I probably do. I could probably read shorter. I'll try to read this one shorter. So with this particular writing prompt, I kind of ignored the length of the poem, meaning the length of their life. I just kind of said, the poem matters, and like the quality of the poem matters the most. So it starts out like this. So, a little known fact the artist once knew: there's more than 5 shades to the color blue, and with every failed adventure of yours comes 7 more knocking at the doors of yet an open world for you to see, if only you knew of what they could be. This was my mother's poem, her guiding principle bestowed upon her by God himself. Because of it, she found success in her creative passions, writing, art, music, etc. Though she was a single mother, she managed to self-publish a best-selling line of books that was later turned into one of the greatest movie franchises of the century. Anytime she was asked about her success, she would repeat the poem and say that she was blessed by God to have been given both meter and rhyme. For millennia, humanity has used their guiding poems to achieve greatness. After the end of kindergarten, all children were asked to read their poems to a review panel who would then decide their fate, depending on the contents of the poem itself. If it mentioned advancement of human civilization, the child would be driven towards science and technology. If it mentioned creating something new, the child would be taught art or music. If it could not be fully understood, the child would be sent to the miscellaneous school until they discovered their talent and could proceed down the appropriate track. If a student were to remain miscellaneous until high school, they were generally considered to be purposeless, the lowest type of human. I was one such individual. Even so, I managed to open a huge number of businesses and am now one of the richest people in the world. So here's my poem. You are unbound from the world's rules. Do as you please. Sometimes the best way to succeed is by breaking tradition. So I'm gonna be honest. I probably, I don't know if I should have posted this one or not. Looking at it now, I literally just posted the writing prompt again. I thought it'd be an interesting perspective coming from the mother's point of view and talking about the son, but I just did not want to write the story about a boy who's just king of the world and stuff like that. It didn't seem like a fun story to write, and I was like, let's just not do that. So I was like, let's just write a poem. I kind of just wanted to write a quick poem, and that's what I did. It's cool. But if I had that poem, I'd feel OP, right? I don't know. I didn't know how to write this one. I couldn't piece it together correctly. So I got I just couldn't piece it together correctly, this one. I wish, I think the idea is cool, right? Start with the mother's poem, and go from there. I've been impressed with the breadth of the different works. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, this, again, I wanted to start with the mother's poem and then go to the son's poem and end on his poem and end with the line, sometimes the best way to succeed is by breaking tradition. I just had no idea how to get from point A to point B. This one seems to be a similar theme to the previous one. You can make your own fate in a self-fulfilling prophecy. Oh, wait, which one is that one? You can make your own fate in self... Oh, right. Yeah, it is similar to that in a way. Yeah, I tend to do that trope a lot. I probably shouldn't do that trope. The next one is not tropey. Well, okay, maybe it is tropey. I don't really know what a trope is. So this one is... so when you said you could take a hunting partner with you, we meant another person or a bloodhound or something. You said after looking at their +1. Here's the thing. Meh. This one, the character does actually bring another person. Trope is a theme. Thanks. This person does bring another person, but I tried to make it so I tried to make it so it makes sense why this person should not be allowed on the trip. So let's just go. So here's how it starts. Look, I'm not one to judge. I've seen demon hunters of all different shapes and sizes, from fragile women with huge magical aptitude to gruff men with battle axes in hand. Some people work better in pairs, others don't. That's why I always allow new party members the option to invite a partner. The other day, we hired a new guy named Jake, who was in his mid-20s. He didn't look too tough, but there was something about the way he carried himself that revealed his expertise. I offered him a position after watching him de-escalate a full-on bar brawl between roughly 10 ruffians without a single punch. I had to vouch for him a bit with the rest of the party, but they all agreed after some discussion. I knew he was shows worth on the first hunting trip. The night before the first outing, I pulled Jake aside and told him what I tell every new party member. Looky here. Demon hunting is no joke. If you take one misstep, you could lose your life, or worse, cause another member of the party to die. It's physically and emotionally draining, so if you feel the need to, please bring a +1 to help out. I then paused for a moment and gave him a stern look before patting him on the back. I said, "Don't worry, you'll do great." The next morning, Jake arrived with a stunningly gorgeous woman. She was wearing a tight sundress and a matching hat, her hair was styled, her nails were painted, and she wore light sandals that clearly wouldn't hold up after a single day of travel, let alone a week. I nodded suspiciously to the woman before pulling Jake aside and asking, "Hey, who's she?" "Ah, you said I could bring a +1, so I brought my girlfriend, Jackie. She's an angel." I gave him another stern look. I told you, this is a life and death situation. She could die. "It'll be fine," Jake waved the comment away. "I'm sure she can handle it." Again, I wasn't one to judge, but as I looked towards Jackie, she didn't seem to have any combat experience at all. Did she even know what a demon was? I looked into Jake's eyes. "Let me talk to her to make sure she knows what this is all about." Jake again waved away the comment. I told her she's excited to join. "Right, but," I trailed off, "I'm the party lead. I need to make sure." "All right, I understand. I believe you'll be suitably impressed." Jake called his girlfriend over and left the two of us alone. "So," she began adjusting her hair a bit. "What's this about?" She didn't look me in the eyes, but instead looked around at the other party members. She did not understand the gravity of the situation at all. I sighed a bit. "Look, Jackie, this is a demon hunting trip. Do you know what demons are?" "Yeah, of course." She giggled a bit. "Big ol' half-human folks." "Well, not all of them are big. In fact, even small demons can kill someone like you." Her eyes narrowed a bit. "What do you mean, someone like me?" I sighed. "Look, just stay out of our way and try not to get hurt. It will be incredibly dangerous and you might die. This is also Jake's first mission and he needs to prove himself in the party." She didn't say anything for a moment, but then asked, "Are you trying to get me to leave?" "No, you can stay. But look, it will be dangerous and I don't want someone like you getting hurt." "Mm-hmm," she said while crossing her arms beneath her chest. "I'm coming. I've been wanting a weekend away with Jake for months, and this is my only opportunity. Don't worry, I'll stay out of your way. Is that all?" Yes, that would be all." I could feel a seed of anger begin to bubble inside of me. This girl would get one of us killed. I knew it. Still, I wasn't one to judge. Maybe she could hold her own after all. After a little more preparation, we were on our way. The goal was to find the greater demon in the heart of the Telltale Woods. The demon had been known to be incredibly hostile, capable of killing adventurers within seconds. We did not encounter too many problems throughout the journey, although Jackie was constantly complaining about the heat or how the sweat made her makeup run. She did manage to keep up with the rest of the party. Though. The night before our final descent into the demon's lair, I gathered the party around the campfire. "All right, we're almost there. Everyone knows the plan. We will start moving at dawn. Be sure to get some rest. Tomorrow will be incredibly challenging." Everyone seemed to have mixed emotions. Some solemnly nodded, taking a swig of alcohol. Others cheered a bit, happy to finally finish their venture. Jackie seemed perplexed. She looked me in the eye and said, "Actually, I don't think I've been told the plan." Don't worry, Jackie. You can just stay here and hold down the camp." She glared back, but didn't say anything. After a bit of discussion with the rest of the party, everyone except the scout went to sleep for the evening. A few hours later, everyone was awoken to the sound of a lone trumpet piercing the forest's ambience. It was an ambush. The greater demon knew where we were and caught us before we could catch it. As I opened my tent flap, I saw it, a giant four-legged beast whose eyes glowed a dark, angry red. It was surrounded by a luminescent purple haze, an unmistakable sign of its huge magical energy. In the pit of my stomach, I knew we were doomed, but I held my bravado and yelled, "To arms!" As we scrambled to get our weapons, the beast howled and charged. As it came closer, it appeared to be the size of 3 or 4 tents, much larger than I thought. We were underprepared and delirious from sleep. This was not the time for fighting, but fleeing. One second. "Strike that," I called. Run as far as you can." And that was precisely what I did. I ran without looking back. I wasn't going to die here. In the distance, I heard Jake's voice. "Jackie," he called. "Jackie, where are you?" I knew she shouldn't have come. There's no way she could survive something like this. And now Jake would die too, trying to protect her. "Jackie," he called again. "It's time." Suddenly, there was a flash of light that seemed to illuminate the entire forest, causing me to stumble and fall. I looked back to where the demon had been, shielding my eyes from the sun. Wait, the sun? I squinted my eyes and looked into the sky where a beautiful woman with 6 angelic wings seemed to hover in midair. She held a bow in her arms and aimed it at the demon below, who seemed to be frozen in fear. She began chanting in some unknown language before shooting a single arrow that created a beam of light and pierced the demon completely through. It howled and cried, eventually evaporating into the air as the woman drifted to the forest floor. She then slowly began to dim, creating the silhouette of a young woman. I rushed back to camp, only to see Jackie standing next to the fire with a bow in hand. Jake put a hand on my shoulder and said, "She's an angel, isn't she?" "Yeah," I said back. "I'm sorry I didn't believe you at first." From then on, I truly did stop judging people. So that was the idea, but like that story. Okay. This one, what do we have? This could be very well a D&D thing. The greater demon. Let's make a thing inventor. Said the inventor. After being invented by the thing inventing, wait, what are we talking about? I missed something. That one's a sleeper. I don't know. Okay, maybe it's not. Fine. I don't know what a sleeper is, but I assume it. I thought that one was okay. Like it's not great, but it wasn't awful. Like I like the fact that Jake was like he introduced the woman as an angel, but you think, oh, the girl, I see. Yeah, like it was supposed to be like, I didn't do a very good job of personifying. It's impossible to nail down my insanity. I didn't do a very good job of personifying Jackie. What I should have done is made her even more annoying. Like just like literally that valley girl, like just really annoying rich girl aesthetic was kind of what I was going for here. Maybe angelic would be less of a hint. Yeah, I just thought it was funny because Jake's like, "Oh, she's an angel," like people always say that about their girlfriend or whatever. It's like, "Oh, she's an angel," like best person ever, this type of thing. So like when you hear that, you're like, okay, well, like I don't care if she's a nice person or not. Like we're here on a demon hunting trip type of thing. So Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I don't know if it's supposed to go down that route or not, but I don't know. You did it very well when reading the Valley voice, but I wouldn't have thought to do it while reading. Yeah, I was trying. I don't know if I did a very good job of that or not. So I mean that's why like the first "so" was like with 10 O's or something like that. I was trying to make it like really. Oh well, I tried. So. But yeah, that's the last writing I did since the last writing prompt, since the last writing Wednesday. I think maybe we do these every other week or something like that. And I think we just read out the writings that we've done. Like I said before, I am genuinely going to be trying to do some like kind of math fan fiction for the Gaussian elimination novel and stuff like that. And we're going to see where we go. These are all in 1 week. Yeah, I try to do a writing prompt a day. Sometimes I miss it. So like the writing prompt challenge is here. It also says the day in which I did the writing prompt. So this is done 1/1, 1/2, 1/3. So I missed the past few days just because I did. I shouldn't have, but I think that's all the writing prompts that I've done. So I basically, each of these were written in an hour, which is why it was so disappointing, that one that was really short. I'm like, it took me an hour to write that. It was just like, I don't know. The poems take me a while to write. So that's why it takes me a while. But usually when I'm doing these, I'm trying to focus on something to become better at. So for example, with this one, I was really trying to, like with all of the ones that I've done so far, I try to like give a different perspective, and I try to like find something that I know I need to do better at. And I'm like, okay, let's just try to do that, you know? So like this one was one where I actually tried to tell like somewhat of a lot of them aren't even cohesive stories, you know? Anyway, so let me know what you guys think. We could do Writing Wednesday every Wednesday if this is interesting for you guys, just like an hour or something like that, hour and a half, 2 hours devoted to just talking about writing and stuff like that. I quite like these types of streams. I think it's kind of fun to do something a little different. If you guys are interested in it, just let me know, again, on the writing channel on Discord. And I'm more than happy to do more of these. I genuinely love writing. It's something that I just love doing. And I need to become a better narrator, as Kark mentioned. I tend to speak too quickly. And so I need to, like, I tried to do better with this one. Like, I physically, like, stopped myself and tried to do a bit better. But a lot of, doing the writing prompt stuff really helps me out. First of all, because the algorithm archive is also very much written content, but also reading on stream and stuff like that is something, it's a bit of an art. Have you read Nissa, In the Realm of Possibility? I have not. Let me Google this really quick. Okay, that should probably work. Interesting. Oh, it's all available online. Nice. I have a feeling you might enjoy it. Yeah, cool. I think I found it. That's this site. Yeah. I'm gonna keep this up. Put it over here so I don't delete it. But yeah, so I think that'll end today's stream. Let's see who's live and who we want to rate at the end of stream. Maybe we do Japanese printmaker. Yeah, let's do Japanese printmaker today, because we were doing something that wasn't quite super technical, and so let's move to another stream that wasn't super technical. And we'll do again, we're gonna go back to doing more algorithm archive content tomorrow. NaNoWriMo, yeah, I definitely want to do NaNoWriMo. So this year I wanted to write a novel that was called Sufficiently Advanced Technology, about a scientist who develops a portal to another world, or like a sensor to another world, but can only sense from a dimension that has magic. And so the idea was kind of going back and forth between magic and tech, so that his technology was magic to her, and her magic was, obviously magic to him. And so it was kind of this interesting interplay, I thought. Sufficiently Advanced Technology, a very famous work. Oh wait, is this already a work? I thought it was just a quote. Sufficiently Advanced Technology. I thought it was just a quote. I didn't realize that there was... okay, never mind. I should definitely not use this one. Okay, fair enough. What is this? 60 symbols. Wait a minute, who is this? If it's related to 60 symbols, I feel like this is interesting. Okay, I did not realize it was already something, but that's okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and call it for today. We'll raid Japanese printmaker, and that will be it for today. So let's go ahead and raid Japanese printmaker. I think that's the same thing. Let's see what we got here. So anyway, guys, let me know if oh, okay. I don't know this one. Anyway, let's see. So that's it for today, guys. If you guys want me to do more Writing Wednesdays, let me know. I'm a big fan of doing these, but also, like, I realize I've just been reading out writing, not actually doing writing, because it's hard to do writing on stream. So maybe next time we try to find a way to do writing on stream. Not really sure, but I think I'll go ahead and start that raid on Japanese printmaker. Did that work? It didn't seem to work. What is this guy? Did I get the name wrong? Making. Oh, that's why. Japanese print making. Okay, so that oh, hello. Raid Japanese print making. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much for coming in. Have a wonderful day, night, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it happens to be your time. Very impressive in a week. Thanks. Thank you for reading them to us. Yeah, so I do want to do more of them. We'll see where they go. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for coming in. Have a wonderful day, night, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it happens to be your time. And I will see you guys around next time for the next episode of Simuleos. Should be tomorrow, hopefully another long stream. We'll see how it goes. Lots of stuff to do on the convolution chapter, so we'll just see where it goes. Thanks again, guys. See you next time. Bye, guys.